Volume 7. Chapter 601, The Avenue 7 Paragons. Chapter 601, The Avenue 7 Paragons. It was veritably pouring paragons for Skyfire Avenue these days, to where it was getting unthinkable. With this new paragon on the rise, how many did the Avenue even have now? The photographer, the Apocrian, the winemaster, the keeper, the bookworm, and the gourmet. Adding the newcomer, that made 7. 7 paragons. The photographer was a paragon of the third degree, nirvana. The Apocrian had achieved reflection of heaven and earth. The other 5 were only just beginning their journey, but were paragons nonetheless. Even if you added the 2 citadels and the Great Conclave together, they still didn't come close to what the Avenue boasted now. Besides, the Adepts here were numerous and promising. With members like the jewelry master and the pharmacist, it wouldn't be too long before Skyfire Avenue had 10 or more paragons. What other Adept organization could compare? Now was a fine example. They freely shared the wealth of knowledge they were about to attain, a fact which earned them a great deal of respect. But even before considering enlightenment, safety was a major concern. The aliens could show up anywhere, but if they arrived at Skyfire, at least these mighty demigods could stand between them. As one can imagine, the future of Skyfire Avenue was bright. As the Apocrian glowered, there was another flash of grey light, indicating the arrival of another. It was the infernal vanguard, who broke his hermitage to come join them. Other than the photographer, each of the 5 remaining paragons had arrived to bear witness. Clearly safety wasn't a concern. Even if the astral phantom was nearby, seeking another shot, he wouldn't dare make a move. He was fast, but not fast enough to escape a gaggle of superhumans. The hymns were loud and clear, echoing across the horizon. Pulsing ripples of protogenic energy surged across the Avenue's surface. Every paragon had their own protogenia. As other paragons broke through, they released pure protogenia into the surroundings. This unchanged, raw protogenia helped them more deeply understand their own powers and helped prepare them for future growth. If they could learn something from it, then even these great paragons could find their abilities empowered. The ARC students from the National Eastern University were particularly lucky since this was their second time experience in Ascension. They had been present when the bookworm became the karmic scholar. Under Lan Jue's guidance, they had all benefited greatly from that. Now they had a chance to see another paragon come into being, they wouldn't miss it for anything. Using what they learned last time, an epiphany would likely come easier today. The Apocrian turned her head to regard the winemaster. Who is this? The old sommelier grinned. This is the pauper. It's likely you never paid him much mind. Realization dawned on her. Ah, so that's who it is. His protogenia is strange, his comprehension is deep, despite only now breaking through. He feels nearly as robust as the Terminator. The pauper's cultivation method is unique, the winemaster explained. It was handed down, a legacy. We spoke about it once. He said it was called the Taming the Dragon Arhat 1, taught by one of the great Buddhist masters. It was in fact the monk of legend, Ji Gong, who lived a carefree lifestyle. The pauper has been at the peak of 9th rank for many years, hiding away his abilities. At last this is the reward that comes to he who waits. By breaking through to Paragon, it shows that he's mastered the Taming Dragon Arhat. He is indeed strong, stronger than those of us with normal disciplines. He is a manifestation of Buddhist Dharma, and so will very quickly enter into the realm of protogenia. The Apocrian sighed. This was all probably part of the clairvoyance plan. He really was a terrifying man. The winemaster grinned wryly and shook his head. I couldn't tell you. We probably lay a lot at his feet simply because of what we think he could accomplish. Eventually the thunderous Buddhist chants faded away. Great coronas of golden light pulsed from the Arhat in incessant waves. Everything they touched was painted gold, including the Star Division soldiers meditating below. They all felt a strange energy penetrating into them, through their pores. From outside it looked like they were all covered in golden silk, as brilliantly gold as the Arhat himself. Everyone had been preparing for this moment, and as the Paragon's energies flowed through them, they quickly were blessed with insight. Lan Jue's understanding of his own protogenia was already quite thorough, so the Arhat's protogenia only helped him to confirm what he already knew. It was unlikely he'd learn anything so instead he sought to see which of his soldiers would gain the most from the experience. To his surprise, the first one he felt undergo a shift was his chubby disciple, Tang Xiao. He was illuminated by the golden light of the Arhat, along with the rest of his brothers and sisters. However, as the light spread over his body, a wide smile split his lips. His bulging belly quivered for a moment with his laughter, and then he went still as a statue. Another strange energy, separate from the others, flowed out of him. It mingled with the Arhat's protogenia, moving with it. Tang Xiao's had clearly come to discover something. Generally it was said the earlier the quicker the epiphany, the better its results. It came almost immediately after interacting with the taming dragon Arhat. That meant Tang Xiao likely had some sort of affinity. What an excellent discovery. Several others discovered truths of their own a little while later. Adepts didn't choose when or if they could learn from this, it was their disciplines. Tang Xiao's discipline was metamorphosis, but metal didn't have a soul. The dermic stateliness that he felt imbued his discipline with a sense of spirit. He even felt it stir something deep within himself. The golden light persisted for 15 minutes when suddenly the Arhat broke into joyous, ringing laughter. He lifts his arms to sky and spread them wide, whereupon the clouds split like he'd torn them asunder. Beams of beautiful sunlight tumbled from a clear sky. The taming dragon Arhat pulsed once again with golden light, so intense that the skies were tinted the same hue. From the street below people could hear Buddhist chants resuming. Each resonating note sounded like it was right beside them. Unconsciously, everyone folded their hands. Skyfire Avenue became a field of golden, meditating monks. It was more comfortable than they could describe. The light of nirvana illuminates all things. The pauper had succeeded in cementing his truth of the taming dragon Arhat. There was a flash of light, and the pauper appeared among the others in the street. He pressed a hand to his chest and bowed respectfully to those gathered. My deepest thanks, everyone. Hail, the taming dragon Arhat. The Apocrian had descending to join him, and greeted the pauper with an amicable smile and a nod. The pauper's new title was not in doubt. Taming Dragon Arhat, a mighty name, but achievements deserve merit. He chuckled and flicked his wrist. A ratty-looking fan appeared in his grip, which he flitted lazily from side to side. It wasn't easy. I have been waiting for a long, long while. I must thank the jewelry master. If he hadn't taken me with him to seek out the gods of wine, I'm not sure I'd ever have taken this final step. Lan Jue smiled pleasantly and walked over. I guessed it was you. Congratulations, should I call you His Majesty the Pauper from now on? This made the beggar laugh. Whatever you like, it's only a name. I have been cultivating since we returned and only just broke through. It's unfortunate I wasn't able to send the clairvoyant off. His moment caused everyone's faces to fall in sadness. The clairvoyant's loss was still a sore wound for the avenue. Lan Jue smiled and fought the depressed atmosphere. The clairvoyant spared no effort in his responsibilities for the avenue. What's most important is that we strive to keep his dream alive. Your Majesty Taming Dragon Arhat, I think that's the most suitable name. You've been locked away for a long time, do you want to hear what you've missed? The pauper paused, but quickly recovered. Indeed. I'd appreciate you filling me in. Of course, Lan Jue assured. Let's head to my shop for a bit. The wine master watched Lan Jue with a resigned expression. He knew what the jewelry master's aim was, but he didn't make any effort to get in his way. The gourmet chimed in. I'm going to continue my meditations, everyone. The keeper and bookworm only shared a farewell before going their own way. They had borne witness to the ascension of the new paragon, but now they had things to research and projects to complete. There was no one on the avenue busier than those two. Other than Lan Jue and the few of his subordinates that weren't present, the rest of Star Division was deep in meditation. A number of them would need time to fully comprehend what they learned. Very rare opportunities like this only granted a glimpse of the truth, but even a hint was enough to noticeably improve their disciplines. No one wanted to leave before they squeezed every ounce of potential from the opportunity. Lan Jue brought the pauper to Zeus' jewelry shop. There, he told him all about what had transpired since the gods of wine. He left nothing out, especially the aliens and their newest discoveries. Zeus' 5 Amazons were with the soldiers on the avenue. They were also seeking inspiration. As a result, the store was abandoned but for them. Astonishment was evident in the Arhat's eyes. When Lan Jue got to the part of his story where the planet Moon Fiend was eaten, his scowl deepened. I had no idea they were so strong. Luckily you all reacted quickly and got everyone out, the pauper said. A sigh heaved Lan Jue's chest. But I couldn't convince the parliament. They have their own agenda, but for us the biggest problem is anticipating where these planets will show up next. 1. Note that this was Arhat of the descending dragon before. Apparently it already had a name, go figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, Persuading the Pauper. Chapter 602, Persuading the Pauper. The pauper shrugged. It can't be said the parliament is entirely wrong. If they decide to evacuate, that'll displace more people than I can count, many will become destitute. If it isn't handled carefully, that situation can very quickly turn into a riot. Besides, it's like you said, we don't know where and when those aliens will show up, or whether they'll impact the Eastern Alliance at all. In situations like this, it's hard to be confident and quick in making decisions. My guess is the only thing they can agree on is to increase the military and prepare. Lan Jue nodded. Subsequently, we don't have any choices. Like them, we can only strengthen Star Division and be ready to hit back when the aliens arrive. What do you say, join us? The pauper hesitated. Me? I'm spoiled after living by my own rules for so long. I won't fit. Then the light of understanding lit up in the pauper's eyes. Aha! I thought you were being kind asking me here to explain, Jewelry Master. Instead, I find that you just intended on trying to sell me on the Star Division, but... A grin spread across Lan Jue's face. You're a paragon. The division isn't going to demand anything from you. Don't forget about the exuvium process either. The East has already determined that military members who participate in preparing the process will be given the option to undergo it. A paragon's life is limited, too. A few more years is just as important for you as it is for me. The pauper chuckled. Stop this nonsense. This process is being examined in all of the alliances. I could go anywhere, and as a paragon they'd happily give me an opportunity. That's no reason for me to join your division. It's not my division, Lan Jue corrected. It belongs to Skyfire Avenue. You really won't join? The pauper shrugged. I'll think about it. I've only just broken through, I need to stabilize my new abilities. Who's talking nonsense now? Lan Jue retorted. Your discipline draws on the righteous dharma of the cosmos, it doesn't need stabilizing. Cultivating normally will open the door to the realm of protogenia, don't think I don't know what's up. Relax, joining won't mean anyone can tell you what to do, think of yourself as an advisor. You'll have just as much freedom, you'll just have a military distinction. Lan Jue's former partner in crime pondered. He'd been a beggar, and he wouldn't trade it for a crown. He had grown used to the lazy lifestyle, and wasn't interested in any commitments. However, he couldn't simply ignore the aliens and the threat they posed to humanity. He didn't feel right refusing the invitation straight away. Their conversation was interrupted by the buzz of Lan Jue's communicator. He answered. When are you coming? Lan Cheng answered in his typical, no-nonsense fashion. I'm afraid it'll be a few more days, Lan Jue replied. We just had another Adept ascend to Paragon here. Many of the Star Division soldiers are meditating on their findings and I want to watch over them. Then they come to, I'll head right over. Lan Cheng paused. Another paragon? Yup. His brother's typically flat voice sounded a little pleased. This is a good thing, but I'm telling you that I don't think I can wait too long. It can't be held back forever. It was Lan Jue's turn to take a pause in surprise. He was a smart guy, and quickly put two and two together. Bro, are you about to break through? Yup. Lan Cheng replied. With Father's instruction, a lot has become clear to me. He's helped assuage some of my concerns. After these insights, it's become harder to keep the pressure from overwhelming me. Lan Jue took a deep breath. He sounded somewhat irritated. I thought I'd be able to catch up to you, brother. I didn't realize I was so far behind. Hey! Do you think I could bring the Star Division troops? They're top-class adepts, these protogenie-inspired epiphanies are very helpful for them. Last time I looked them over, a tenth of them had come upon a profound insight. The others also got glimpses. Every paragon's protogenia is different, and I'm sure your breakthrough will inspire a lot of people. It's important. Lan Cheng replied. If you can be here within the week, then get here. Alright. Talk to Dad and see if he can help you resist for a little longer. I'll be there as soon as I can. Worst case, I leave the meditating ones here and take the others. You'll definitely see me within a week. Alright. Lan Cheng hung up. Lan Jue's face was bright with excitement. His brother wanted him close while he broke through to Paragon. Indeed. Lan Cheng had been a peaked rank adept for so long, it was about time. There was a moment of regret, where Lan Jue pined over his 3 years lost in depression. If he had kept to it, he certainly would not have been far behind his brother today. This was tremendous news. Star Division was about to get another leg up. The pauper looked at Lan Jue in shock. Your brother is about to break through as well? He is. He didn't know much about Lan Jue or his relationship with the man he'd called brother. Lan Jue nodded. Also an Easterner. His name is Lan Jue, have you heard of him? The pauper shook his head. Lan Jue laughed. It's really like you've been living under a rock. Look up Enlilin Super Soldier when you have a chance. My brother is part of their army. The pauper was stunned. There are paragons in the army? This is excellent. Lan Jue felt something stir in his chest. Your Majesty Arhat, you've just broken through to Paragon, but I can feel that you don't need time to secure your power. What do you need is someone who can guide you through the next steps. None of the paragons here are suitable to help you, because they aren't familiar with the ancient martial ways. I know someone who might be able to help. At the very least he'll make your path easier. The pauper was both surprised and curious as he regarded Lan Jue. Then he smiled. Jewelry Master, you don't need to resort to baseless boasts to get me to join your army. Just wait for my response. The pauper wasn't intending to be flippant, but he really didn't believe there was anyone around who could instruct him. There were many strong adepts on the avenue, but none of them were suitable for what he needed. He really couldn't think of who he could turn to. A sense of disquiet filled Lan Jue's heart. Father, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to do some name dropping. You probably know my father's paragon title. Jue D. Lan Jue softly revealed. The pauper's smiling face froze. He looked like he was having a stroke. Jue D. Taming the Dragon Arhat knew who Jue D was, and his wisdom in regards to ancient martial styles. If there was anyone who could truly help him take his next step, it was Jue D. For most Adept, Jue D was more legend than man, the greatest paragon to have ever lived, a peerless weapon of mass destruction. The pauper was now a paragon himself, but he felt he could never match the likes of Jue D. If someone would have said one day he'd have an opportunity to be trained by the man, he'd have laughed. Jue D had been gone so long. Lan Jue earnestly nodded his head. This is not something I'd ever joke about. He's with my brother now. You can come with us. Skyfire Avenue's new paragon audibly gulped, but waved his hand. There was absolutely no offense intended, Jewelry Master. His friend chuckled. We're all family, that doesn't matter. Humanity has suddenly found itself faced with a terrible foe. Every capable human is a treasure for the species. Trust me, Father isn't going to be too stingy with what he knows. You're aware that he is a master of many martial arts, one of which is based on Buddhist faith. I'm sure he can help you. Promises of instruction by Jue D were very tempting. A few brief moments of thought convinced the pauper to join Star Division. He did live here, after all. It had proven a fine shelter for many years, a place that had given him the peace he needed to break through. Many were the adepts that reached the final bottleneck and never broke through. It needed a lot of luck and a lot of resources. Lan Jue and the Wine Master had guided him to what he needed, but without them would he ever have succeeded? If he were not on the avenue, would there be 5 paragons watching over him? One important aspect of an adept's transformation into a paragon was the process itself. To some extent it went against the laws of nature. There were dangers. It was possible he could have lost his mind. An opportunistic enemy could have chosen that moment to strike. However, the pauper was lucky in that moment of vulnerability to be watched over by 5 great men and women. All of this was what Skyfire Avenue gave him. Star Division's primary directive was the defense of Skyfire Avenue. Obviously there was more they were involved in, but that main reason was enough for him once he thought about it. On top of that, Lan Jue was dangling the tasty prospect of one-on-one training with the strongest human ever. When Lan Jue realized he'd convinced the pauper, he was very pleased. The gourmet's sudden hermitage meant they were suddenly short 1 paragon for the division. The keeper and bookworm were too old and crazy to even consider. The wine master was busy keeping everything running. And as for the Apocrian, Lan Jue deigned not to ask. She'd just come from the north, after all. Who knew what she was thinking? Lan Jue's mother was always available, of course. Having attained nirvana, however, there were restrictions regarding what she could get involved in. Having another paragon like the pauper would be exactly what Star Division needed. Lan Jue sent the pauper off, then made his way to the Gothic winery. As expected, the wine master and driver were there. The Apocrian's presence was unanticipated. The driver had been granted glimpses of truth through the pauper's breakthrough. Especially after his experiments with yin-yang lightning, and considering the fact that the pauper's protogenia didn't match his, glimpses were plenty. Did you succeed? The driver asked with a smirk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Stingy Men Find No Women. Chapter 603, Stingy Men Find No Women. Lan Jue nodded. Who are you talking to? Of course I succeeded. He agreed, he's off cultivating now. By the way, I plan to bring Star Division to Enluo. The wine master didn't expect the news. Now. My soldiers profited greatly from the pauper's breakthrough, Lan Jue explained. However, different kinds of protogenia are suitable for different kinds of people. The more we encounter circumstances like this, the better it is for everyone. My brother is about to break through, so I'd like to bring the division by. Those who have already experienced an epiphany will stay. The rest of us will head out, and once their insights are experienced we'll return. The wine master was ecstatic. Our Enluan super soldier is going to break through? That's excellent news. No problem, take them with you. We'll look after the ones you left behind. Wine master, you watched the pauper breakthrough. This is tremendous for the avenue. What do you think, is it grand enough to drink a glass to? Lan Jue asked playfully. Aren't you and the driver going to continue practicing? Why would you drink? He wine master challenged. The drive waved a hand dismissively. Everything in moderation. There is time for work and time for pleasure, such is the way of civilian and military life. We've already succeeded to a point today, even learned something about protogenia. You know, wine master, stingy men find no women. The wine master's eyes flit quickly to the clockmaker who sat beside him. She appeared not to have heard, and simply remained still and silent. Very well, what do you want to drink? The paragon's tone was tight. He was fighting to hide his irritation. Lan Jue made as though to rise. How about I go to the cellar and pick one out? Just whatever I find. Over my dead body. The wine master couldn't help himself. His hoary response surprised even the clockmaker. She lifted her head and looked at him. His face reddened in embarrassment. Sorry, I was a little excited. You don't know, these fellas are hardly human when they come by here. They've helped themselves to nearly all of my best wines. I'm not being stingy, these gentlemen are taking advantage. A gentle laugh curled her lips. Good things are meant to be shared with friends, but... Skyfire Avenue's leader paused, but ultimately nodded. For the clockmaker's sake. I won't be cheap with you guys. As he spoke, the cosmogus waved his hand. With a flash of silver light, several items appeared atop the table. There was a strange but pleasingly classical wine decanter and 4 crystal glasses. And of course, a bottle of wine. The driver stared blankly at the bottle. His preference was for whiskey one. He wasn't as much a fan of the old wines as the other gentlemen were. He was largely here just to enjoy their company. Lan Jue, though, was clearly pleased when he saw it. He turned his eyes, full of meaning, to the wine master. Definitely for the clockmaker. The woman paused, then looked at him curiously. How do you mean? Lan Jue smiled. Comparatively, there's no better wine to please a woman than a sweet white too, but the fermentation process sweetens them too much. It's a fine drink for a man and woman who share a deep connection. It's called Castillastornal Blanc, from the second village of the Médoc region of France in 1855. The second village was a lauded producer of wines, no less favorable than the region's main fields. It's comparable to places like Lyon and Ducru-Bucala. The clockmaker turned her attention to pink label on the bottle. That's this one? It is. Lan Jue replied with a nod. Her face reddened ever so slightly. She understood what the young jewelry master was getting at. The wine master shot him a look. According to you. He laughed. You're too aggressive. If no one said anything, how would she have known? If she didn't know, how would she know your heart was in it? I'm your friend, so of course I'm going to help you wherever it seems you need it. Now, Castillastornal needs a relatively long time to decant. Shall we open it? Yeah, he answered, but was careful not to look the clockmaker's way. Old wines needed to be decanted. Oxygen catalyzes the fragrance and flavor, essentially waking it up. When decanting wines, each one was a little different. However, there were ways to speed the process up, like funneling. The wine master rose. In his left hand he took up the decanter, and in the other he cradled the bottle of wine by its base. He put the neck against the decanter's opening and slowly tipped the bottle over. Little by little he drew the bottle further away from the decanter, revealing a stream of ruby-red liquid. When funneling the wine in this way, the most important thing of course was not to spill any. The sommelier needed to maintain a constant, even stream. The further one pulled the bottle back, the more space the wine had to breathe and the better its overall taste. Without question, the wine master was the most suited to the task. Soon the wine end over end, and he held the decanter down below his waist. The trickle of wine remained unbroken. Its path through the air ensured it was as aerated as possible in so short a time. The clockmaker smiled as she watched. She gently flicked a wrist, and suddenly a strange energy swirled around them. The liquid reacted to it somehow, but it was hard to see just how. It didn't interrupt the flow. The wine master gave her a look that was both bemused and irritated. Lan Jue laughed and gently clapped his hands. Using time-manipulating protogenia for wine. Extravagant. She smirked back at him. They're my abilities and I've been wanting to use them. Nothing extravagant here. I'm anxious to try this wine you say girls like. I'm curious about the flavor. 5 minutes later, most of the wine was sloshing safely within the decanter. He left about a finger width of wine left in the bottle. That sip was thick with tannins and other harsh tastes, so it would not be imbibed. There was an unforgettable character to Cos d'Estornel. One could smell licorice and spice, with notes of cream, blackcurrant, blackberries, and toast. The wine was full of body, pure and thick. The tannins had already melded perfectly with the wine. It's a little bland for me, the driver said. Lan Jue smiled at his drinking buddy. You're used to drinking spirits, of course you'd think so. Next time we'll have the wine master bring us by for a Mouton Rothschild. It's the most flavorful wine of the whole Bordeaux region. The clockmaker quietly sipped the contents of her glass. She didn't say anything or engage in their conversation. It looked as though she were lost in thought. The wine master continued the conversation. When do you plan on leaving? Soon as possible, Lan Jue stated. I don't know how long he'll be able to hold back his domain. Dad's there, but it would still be a good idea to get there as soon as possible. The wine master nodded. All right. The soldiers who weren't blessed with insight should be ready to wake up in a few hours. The earlier you leave, the earlier you can get back and resume training. Yeah. Lan Jue's mind went back to the last time he brought guests to Enluo. His ARC students had fought valiantly against his brother's crack soldiers, and learned a lot from the special opportunity. Since I'm bringing them out there, we might stay for a little while. We've tempered them against the pirates, but I think it's about time they learned how to handle a straight fight. Since DreamNet and the sim pods have been upgraded, I think we can probably arrange that. We'll give it a shot. The wine master thought for a moment. All right, you can keep track of your own time. Just then, the Paragon's communicator beeped. He dropped his head to take a look, when suddenly his face darkened. What is it? The driver asked. The wine master's voice was low and solemn. We've lost contact with the scout team and the shattered starfields. We got nothing back. His dour expression was quickly matched by Lan Jue and the driver. They both knew what this meant. Lan Jue replied. The North Scouts managed, they even sent a whole fleet. The planets must have some way of foiling spies, that's the only thing I can think of. The driver chimed in. The benefits of military intelligence go without saying. We know so little about them, almost nothing, we're too passive. If it weren't for our lucky run-in, the aliens would probably completely control the starfields by now, including Moonfiend. I think we need to alert the alliances, and tell them that we need to improve reconnaissance no matter the cost. At the very least we need some warning before the planets teleport. If we don't, we're just sitting here waiting to get smacked around. A sigh caused the wine master to heave his shoulders. If only it were so easy. We sent our top scouts, and this was the result. I agree with the jewelry master's determinations. These aliens are intelligent, and they likely picked the starfields because they knew we couldn't bring large ships in. They can feed without worrying over whether we'd interrupt. Large ships can't get in, and small ships are destroyed outright. Then there's the magnetic field that prevents communication. This is a very big problem. It was Lan Jue's time to sigh. I'll go. 1. Man after my own heart. 2. Every woman I know loves red. 3. TJSS says like establishing a skyscraper in your mouth. I know it's my job, but I haven't the slightest idea what that means. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, I'll be the scout. Chapter 604, I'll be the scout. You'll go? Go do what? The wine master asked. Lan Jue responded. I'll be the scout. The driver's right, intelligence is incredibly important, especially now. Without it we're sitting ducks. I'll take Zeus 1, it's small, fast, and can cloak. It'll be perfectly safe. Unacceptable. The wine master quickly answered. You cannot go. Star Division needs your leadership and guidance. Do you even know your status among your soldiers? If something happens to you, how are we supposed to fulfill the clairvoyance prophecy? A smile touched Lan Jue's lips. Don't be so worried. The clairvoyant picked me because it's what he saw in his visions, because I would help humanity weather this crisis. If that man's prophecies were as strong as they all assume we are, then I won't be dying anytime soon. There's danger, no doubt, but between the asteroid belts and the blinding stone, I can escape without much trouble. The wine master's eyebrows screwed together. It's still too dangerous. This is not your responsibility, but... Lan Jue adopted an angry countenance. You can't say that. I may not be military, but these aliens are everybody's problem. I am capable, why can't I flex a little? The old paragon hesitated. Let me think about it. He's right. The clockmaster added her voice to the discussion. We need as much information as we can get. Normal scouting parties can't do the job, so we need to take up the slack. Compared to normal soldiers, we've been blessed with a myriad of advantages that can help us. Even a paragon can't survive a shot from a capital ship, but a strong, individual adept can do more than a whole contingent of soldiers. Scouting is a job he can do, and I'll go with him. She fixed Lan Jue with her eyes as she spoke the final words. Lan Jue paused, surprised by her sudden offer of services. As far as he knew, the clockmaker had hardly left her shop since returning to the avenue. This was a wild departure from normal. With her along, their chance of success increased significantly, that was undisputed. She had the power to control time, and was a powerful paragon in her own right. Her presence would be of untold value. You're going? The winemaster looked at the clockmaker in shock. She nodded. There's no reason for me to just stand around here. I'm back and I want to help. The winemaster was silent. After a few moments he lifted his head and looked at the clockmaker. Then I'll go as well. The driver and Lan Jue each looked at the winemaster with strange looks. This guy, he cared more about his girl than he did his friends. The clockmaker paused, and her face reddened ever so slightly. If you leave, then who will take care of things around here? He waved away her concerns. I can deliver major policy decisions from anywhere. The gourmet will be staying back to cultivate, so I'll speak with him about it. Anyway, once Lan Jue takes Star Division to Enluan, there will be very little here to pay attention to at all. I hardly ever leave, and if we're going to talk about using our powers, why can't I? Lan Jue sighed. I used to think you had some self-respect. I guess I was wrong. The wine master glared at him. You scoundrel! We are going in order to keep you safe. Between us we control both time and space, you can ask for better company. Who's a scoundrel? Lan Jue countered disdainfully. My mother will certainly be coming with me to Enluan. Between you, who do you think has more control over time, huh? Your presence makes no difference. You, the wine master was speechless, and of course he would be. What could he say? Everything he knew he learned from the photographer. With Lan Jue's mother going with him, there really was no reason for the wine master to tag along. He understood now why Lan Jue was so set on scouting as well. The photographer's abilities were among the strongest in history. If they couldn't kill what came their way, they could flee. It was no different than having Zhu Di in your back seat. The clockmaker looked to the embarrassed winemaster sitting beside her. I'm going to start getting ready. Call me when it's time to leave. She punctuated the sentence with a nod to the two younger gentlemen, then she left. The winemaster rose sharply to his feet and sent her off. The driver noticed and spoke softly to Lan Jue beside him. Why'd you screw with him like that? It's hard for an old tree to spread new roots, and just as he was about to flower you go and make trouble. Lan Jue laughed. How am I making trouble? Don't you think he was coming on a little strong? I was trying to tell him to back off. If he doesn't, he's gonna miss his chance. Horseshit. You little bastard, you come in here and drink my wine and then attack me. Have you got any conscience at all? The paragon was clearly furious. Lan Jue sat back and spoke as though delivering some profound thought. You should be thanking me. I'm trying to give you a chance to get close to the clockmaker. We already are, who the hell needs you? He blurted out. Oh. Lan Jue and the driver shared the expression as they were informed. The winemaster's voice was dangerously calm, but still red from the shame and anger. Now get the hell out. Now. The sharp clap of his hands punctuated the words. He glowered at them in resentment. The driver and Lan Jue stood. "We're going. We won't cause any more trouble. We'll find somewhere else to practice." Practice had strengthened their level of control. So long as they restrained the amount of energy, at least they wouldn't blow the place up. After he saw them leave, the wine master couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, ever since the clockmaker's return he'd been in high spirits. Perhaps it was time for a little trip. There was an opportunity to meet the legendary Zhou Di, after all. His aunt, so strong and haughty, fell head over heels for the man. He wanted to know what he was like. Zeta. Jin Tao's eyes slowly opened as he roused from deep meditation. He sensed that high discipline was somehow different, but he couldn't pinpoint precisely what it was. He scratched his head, then clambered to his feet. There were many of the Star Division left here now. The remainder were being looked after by the Skyfire Avenue security force. When they saw him awaken, they waved him over and led him away. Jin Tao looked back to glance at Tang Xiao, who was still meditating. He saw flashing of golden light around his rival that took him by surprise. He looked like one of those fat happy Buddhas, complete with a small smile and everything. He didn't move, he didn't even seem to be breathing. Jin Tao wasn't the dumb mutt he used to be. He knew more about the world of adepts than he had before. Did this mean his rival had found a suitable type of protogenia? Jin Tao couldn't help but feel a little envious. The two of them were both personal disciples of Lan Jue, and he had shared with them many specifics about the world of protogenia. Jin Tao knew that finding the right protogenia was important. If you did, it meant 9th level was within reach. It was the first step on their path to Paragon. Results like this were part of why it was so beneficial to find an adept breaking through to Paragon. It was a rare opportunity only a few adepts ever got to experience. Insights gained from circumstances like this had a chance to tremendously boost an adept's abilities. It was like trying to compile a computer program from scratch. You could work for 3 days and 3 nights and still get nowhere, but a single sentence from someone in the know could make it all clear. Jin Tao admitted that he'd learned something from the new Paragon. However, compared to Tang Xiao, it seemed his insights were less. It was unfortunate, but that just meant he had to work harder. Ever since meeting Lan Jue, Jin Tao had tread a path he thought he'd never see. Every day he was stronger, and that gave him inspiration. He thought back to a year ago, when he was a troublemaker with no sense of societal responsibility. Now he was an 8th level warrior, reputable by normal standards. No one called him trash anymore. Lan Jue's words swam up through his memory, the requirements he'd shared the day Jin Tao swore fealty. He would become a soldier, and be a man of use and character. This had always been his deepest desire. Now he was among brothers and sisters who strove every day for greatness, and it filled him with joy and pride. The past was long forgotten, there was only the future. His competition with Tang Xiao was also a motivating force. It irked him terribly that Tang Xiao was always in the lead, and he'd had to use the Fantasia Genetica decoction just to close the gap. But he was crazy and cowboyish, and that made him work harder than everybody else. He was happiest when he was cultivating. When the others saw it, even Tang Xiao, they called him crazy. He wasn't normal. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a hand clamped down on Jin Tao's shoulder. He was caught so much by surprise that he tripped and went sailing through the air. He stayed there on all fours with eyes risen. He'd been careless to let someone get so close without him knowing. I would read a novel just about Jin Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Lan Jue's Pride. Chapter 605, Lan Jue's Pride. Teacher? After a moment of stillness, Jin Tao shot to his feet. He scooted to Lan Jue's side with a sheepish expression. Star Division's commander chuckled. You're vigilant. That's a good thing. Jin Tao cast a sideways glance at Tang Xiao, then dropped his eyes to the floor. Teacher, I feel useless. My comprehension is lacking. Tang Xiao has already discovered something, but I haven't. Lan Jue wrapped an arm around the young man's shoulders. You think too much. Everyone has their own chance, in their own time. Who knows when that'll be, I don't. But remember that so long as you're breathing there are opportunities. The trick is that these opportunities only come to the people who are ready. Frankly speaking, when you first asked to be my apprentice, I wasn't sure. Not because of your talent, but because of your character. Today, I'm proud I made the decision. There are two sides to everything. There was a side of you who was a troublemaker in school, but you flipped. Now you're an excellent disciple, and the single most determined person I have ever met. It's true that you needed the decoction to help you, but not everyone can survive it. The fact that you did speaks volumes. Your teacher sees how hard you've been working. I know that the second your opportunity comes, you're going to grab it with everything you've got. I didn't have your strength of will when I was your age. Don't doubt yourself. You can't if you're going to make this your obsession. Do you understand? Jin Tao looked up at his teacher, and that steely persistence flashed in his eyes. He nodded resolutely. Lan Jue grinned back. We're moving out soon, there might be another opportunity out there for you. No more doubts, dogged cultivation is the right path. Yes. He affirmed. Lan Jue swung his eyes to Tang Xiao. He's been surprised himself to discover how quickly Tang Xiao gained this insight. He knew his disciple had only broken through to 9th level recently. To have such epiphanies early in the level was immeasurably helpful, a sign of his chances at Paragon. For many adepts, the speed of their cultivation was drastically reduced once they reached 9th level. At that point their bodies were at the limits of what human bodies could endure. The only way was comprehension of the universe, its ebbs and flows. But fathoming the secrets of the cosmos is just as hard as it sounded. Luck played a large role. Tang Xiao remained in place, beaming at nothing. Then it struck him how similar it seemed to the paupers Arhat. Tang Xiao hadn't just uncovered some secret of protogenia. He'd found a dogma. Lan Jue couldn't tell if that was what resonated with his student, but they were similar, Buddhist in nature. It wasn't everything, just a glimpse, but enough to be pleasantly surprising. He felt like he deserved to be called the transformer the way these kids were turning out. Pride was clear in his face. Lan Jue. A voice called to him from off to the side. He turned his head to see a blushing face. When he saw her, Lan Jue's face went stiff. Tan Lingyun walked over to him. Jin Tao knew when it was time to make his escape, and told Lan Jue he was going to cultivate before trotting off. Professor Tan. Lan Jue's greeting was polite. She looked a little conflicted when she saw the look in his eye. She was also a part of Star Division, and in fact was a part of 1st Division's Alpha Squad. Her combat prowess and 9th level discipline demanded nothing less. Lately her improvement had also been quick. He could safely say that in the last year she'd learned more than she had in the last half-decade. To her all of it was thanks to the man standing in front of her. His sudden change of status to her had been dizzying. She'd called him cowardly and useless. Then he was the lay phone who'd made her heart race. Next he was the drill master, and finally a hero. When she first learned the truth, she was dumbfounded. How could she have known that someone who looked so pretty and, frankly, delicate, could command so much power? During the tournament she was biting her nails right beside all of her students as they watched Lan Jue fight. She cheered him on just as hard, though perhaps not quite so verbally. After he'd won the championship, much to their delight, Huali dropped another bombshell. He revealed Lan Jue as the hero of Taihua, and subsequently proved Tan Lingyun a total fool. Compared to him she'd contributed a pittance to humanity, he'd even saved her life. For months she continued to abuse him, each time worse than the last. Tan Lingyun had been terribly conceited. Regret was not a word in her vocabulary. That was, until recently. Now she regretted her sour temper. She resented it when people called her the savage goddess. Maybe if she'd been gentler, fought before she acted, was less direct, then things might have been different. She studiously observed Lan Jue during their quest to clean up the starfields. His capable command and overwhelming strength were often on display. She also noticed the beautiful and intelligent woman at his side. She was only one of 5 women who called her commander boss, each one more impressive than the last. Be it looks or ability, every one of them was her superior. However, their boss was always clear about his feelings. When Tan Lingyun wasn't cultivating he was often in her thoughts. However, he always seemed to keep his distance. Unquestioningly, her previous treatment of him was still fresh in his mind too. Today had been the first time she'd had an opportunity to approach him, to stand next to him. There was so much she wanted to say, but when she saw that stiff expression cross his face she couldn't get a word out. Everything he'd said to Jin Tao, she'd heard. Yes. There were only a limited number of possibilities in one's life, you had to grab them when you can. That was the only way to success, otherwise you were doomed to mediocrity. Only the people who were ready and willing saw them when they came. Who was to say he wasn't her opportunity? But, how could she know if she was ready? How could she know if she could grasp it? Are you all right, Professor Tan? Lan Jue couldn't help but ask after watching her stare into space for a minute. It was the first time he'd seen her in any other state besides abject insanity. He could see the helplessness and pain in her eyes. It definitely wasn't like her. I'm fine, she answered, and shook her head. I was just thinking, you and Qianlin. When her name came up, sadness flashed behind the commander's eyes. His love was on the right track but still hadn't awoken. And all of it was his fault. I love her. I only joined the university for her. She'd hired me as her bodyguard, and being an etiquette teacher was my cover. Who'd have thought things would spin so out of control? Qianlin was injured protecting me, ironically. She's still recovering. Tan Lingyun was silent, stunned. She chuckled a little self-admonishing laugh. I never had a shot. He'd already known Qianlin. No wonder it always seemed strange when she saw them together. Indeed, how could such a capable main remain single? I hope she recovers quickly and can return to her family. She smiled and nodded pleasantly at him. Thank you. Lan Jue wasn't sure how to respond to this new, gentler savage goddess. He sure as hell preferred it to how she used to be, though. How are you? Did you gain any insights? He asked her. But she shook her head. I tried, but this kind of protogenia doesn't resonate with me. It was helpful but not the path I want to follow. If there was any kind of adept that hated these aliens the most, it was those like Tan Lingyun. Their natural, vigorous discipline was in direct conflict with the beasts. She drew her powers from nature like they did, but used it to empower combat. She was directly affected by her environment. When she was standing on Taihua, her discipline must have been boosted a full rank. On the other hand, these aliens fed off of vitality and corrupted it. Whatever was left behind was cancerous and sick. She found everything about their species particularly loathsome. Lan Jue paused in thought for a moment. You might have another opportunity, perhaps his protogenia will serve you better. Tan Lingyun was surprised at the news. There's going to be another paragon? Lan Jue nodded. There was pride in his face. A grin spread across Tan Lingyun's. How much better it would have been if I'd met you earlier. Lan Jue visibly shivered. You mean try to break me earlier, he blurted. Tan Lingyun's old anger flared. In your heart, do you really think I'm so nasty? What? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Go Cultivate. Chapter 606, Go Cultivate. Lan Jue felt something shift in the environment. He hurriedly spoke up. Of course not, you just tend to leave an impression. Anyway, we're about the same age. Her face grew gloomy. I'm going to go cultivate. All right. Lan Jue didn't give her any excuse to stay. He watched her go. Secretly, and silently, he admired her. She wasn't the most beautiful woman he'd ever met, but her figure absolutely drew the eye. He loved to watch her go. She glided down the street, every movement vibrant and full of natural allure. You're too blunt, Professor. Tang Ni's voice interrupted his thoughts. She snuck up at some point when he hadn't been paying attention. She grinned at him coquettishly. How do you mean? He asked. She grinned back at him. Can't you see Professor Tan likes you? I don't believe it, you're playing dumb, aren't you? Her commander maintained a straight face. You're so young, what do you know about affection? Go cultivate. Your brother is in the midst of an epiphany, what about you? Don't you rely on seniority, Tang Ni countered. If I'm so young, what about Qianlin, huh? That there wasn't anything he could say. Were all young women so cunning these days? Tang Ni crept closer and took his arm, while simultaneously extending one of the long legs she was famous for. What do you think, Professor? He looked at her fatly. Go cultivate. She sniffed. Ugh, you're so boring. Fine, I know you belong to Qianlin. But you know Jin Tao's been chasing me. What do you think I should do? Lan Jue blinked at her helplessly. Deal with your own emotional issues. I can't teach you this. Tang Ni retorted. That's no good, you're his teacher. You know him better than most, I'm sure. Tell me, do you think he'll make a good boyfriend? She looked genuinely lost. She never gave the old Jin Tao more than a passing glance. However, she'd watched his spectacular transformation over the last year. Besides her brother, Jin Tao was the strongest one in the ARC class. His persistence and dedication bordered on obsessive. It shocked her to see how much he'd changed from the dumb much she used to know. When she first met him, she thought Jin Tao was a waste of space with no talent or skill. How things change in just a year. Now he was stronger than she was. She didn't know how to react to that. Lan Jue shook his head. I don't know what Jin Tao was like before, but men change when they stop being boys. Take your time and think on it. If you're sure he wants to be your boyfriend, maybe test it a little. Give him a target and see if he reaches it. Tang Ni's eyes lit up. I like that idea. I know, I'll tell him that if he becomes a paragon, then he can call himself my boyfriend. What do you think? Lan Jue feebly looked her way. You're a paragon, then? That's not so easy. Decades, maybe. Are you willing to wait that long? She stuck her tongue out at him. What, then? 9th level is good enough, Lan Jue said. It's not too far off, and it'll serve your purpose. If you make it too hard, he'll just think you're refusing him. She bat her lashes at him. Professor, will you accept me as your disciple? Look at what's happened to Jin Tao and my brother, I'm falling further and further behind. What do you think? She playfully tugged at his arm. Absolutely not, he answered. You and Qianlin are the best of friends. If I accept you as a disciple, how will manage that? Anyway, at your level a teacher isn't what you need. What you need is more personal insight. You and your brother have similar disciplines, you should talk to him. I'm sure he can teach you a lot. It took some persuading, but eventually Tang Ni went her own way. Lan Jue decided it was time to make a move as quickly as he could. If he stuck around any longer, he didn't know what other trouble would come his way. The orders were given, those soldiers who were awake were to gather tomorrow morning for another excursion. He'd considered leaving immediately, but figured the students would need time to process what they experienced. A few hours likely wouldn't make a difference, so he delayed their departure. Lan Jue continued to train combining disciplines with the driver. It wasn't cultivating exactly, more like an evolution. The driver's gains were more profound than Lan Jue's. As they continued to meld and absorb these energies, he could feel changes in the state of his discipline. Lan Jue benefited as well, but he was better helped by continuing to absorb the thunder essence. The thunder essence reacted to the yin-yang thunderbolt powers. It somehow catalyzed it and helped him to absorb the essence faster. Its righteous aura and immortal chi continued to join with his own energies. It was causing some changes in his own discipline. The river also benefited indirectly from the thunder essence. Since they were exchanging the flow of discipline between them, some of that immortal chi was transferred. Even in minuscule amounts, it was very helpful for the driver. Changing one's own segregated energies into a combination of yin and yang was not quick. It would take quite a lot of cultivation to achieve. Part of the reason was its inherent danger. They could only combine a little bit of their disciplines at a time, because if they lost control for even a moment, it would be ruinous even with the help of Taiji. The energies were the same when the two adepts joined them, but changed when they were absorbed. At the moment of creation, the yin-yang lightning was a crystalline blue. It looks like countless gemstones flowing into and around one another, perfectly calm. However, this state was quickly modified as it was assimilated. For the driver, he was surprised to discover traces of purple in the crystalline blue light as it flowed into him. Yet to Lan Jue it was different. A pale gold infiltrated his energy, turning it brighter. There were flecks of light within like twinkling stars. That was undoubtedly from the thunder essence. The more of the thunder essence he assimilated, the deeper he felt it. It was something he recognized, that he'd sensed at some point before. It was a boundless void, and yet was the root of everything. That was the only way he could describe it. Jun Yangye had explained it to him that this was part of the tribulation lightning visited upon immortals. It was the germ of life and death, from which everything sprang, and to where it would all return. In this way, nothingness was just as much a part of being. This fundamental power was dangerous, no doubt. However, if you survived, if you held onto your core, you would be reborn. The realm of the immortals would be at your fingertips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Extermination Lightning. Chapter 607, Extermination Lightning. This lightning, laden with the substance of life and death, was terrifying. It was strong enough to destroy the great beasts of the ancient days. This tribulation lightning bore great opportunity, but it also wrought destruction. Whether man or monster, everyone shuddered at the flash of tribulation lightning. As a lightning-based adept himself, the chance to use this extermination lightning was wonderful. Jun Yangye's aim was to have him absorb the life-extinguishing lightning into his own thunderbolt discipline. If he succeeded, then every attack from him would be like a blast of tribulation lightning. Lan Jue's cultivation continued to improve by leaps and bounds. Through the process of manipulating the yin-yang lightning, he could sense the rise and purification of his own energy. But there was a roadblock. Namely, his state of mind. Over the last year he had been blessed with one great insight after another. From the banishing blade and being forced to recultivate, to yin-yang lightning, lightning essence, taiji, and now extermination lightning. All of them had been an important step along his path, giving him hints at the nature of his protogenia. It was undoubtedly a great thing if an adept came to recognize protogenia, but Lan Jue had experienced so much in so short a period. Initially he thought he knew the righteous course his thunderbolt discipline demanded. However, righteous came in many forms. He'd experienced a plethora of different kinds of protogenia, and although it has empowered him, it was difficult to keep stable when so much was in flux. The things he'd undergone changed him, not just his discipline. His cultivation had also become a search for a suitable path. Once an adept broke through to Paragon, there was no going back. He had one chance to get it right. Zeta. The next morning Majesty and Zeus I left Skyfire, under the guise of military secrecy. They'd only gotten back and they were off again. It was exhausting by any standard. Only, this time they weren't leaving to fight, and they had been motivated by the arrival of a new Paragon. Even now, all 700 Star Division soldiers were in their bunks cultivating. They were all looking for that elusive opportunity. Over 100 Division soldiers were left back on Skyfire, those that were still working to understand the insights granted by the pauper. Even small insights needed time to sink into the mind. 1. They were fewer in numbers for this excursion, but they were ludicrously protected. The gourmet stayed behind, but he was replaced by the winemaster, clockmaker, photographer, and the pauper. For in exchange for one, totaling more than half of Skyfire Avenue's strongest fighters. The pharmacist didn't join them this time. She's been separated from her daughter and wished to remain near her. Junior was still cloistered away to cultivate. She was young, but had tremendous focus. No one knew where she and the clairvoyant were in the process of transference. Should we take a break during the flight? Lan Jue asked the driver, who seemed excited. But the excitement changed to stern reprobation. Of course not. A boxer never sits on his hands, and a singer's notes don't stay in their mouths. We have to strike while the iron's hot. Don't you want to evolve your discipline as soon as possible? Look, when the transition is complete I'll stop bothering you. Alright. There are hundreds of souls on this ship, Lan Jue pointed out. One mistake and this ship explodes. That's hundreds of corpses. The driver was beginning to lose patience. We've been at this for so long already, you're just making excuses. We're wasting time, 3 months at the most and the transition will be complete. The driver had the same misgivings, but to him this opportunity was too good to pass up. He hadn't had the wealth of good fortune Lan Jue had enjoyed, especially in the sense of improving his discipline. He'd only just begun to comprehend the flows of protogenia. Through the yin-yang lightning, he'd begun to establish his own thunderbolt protogenia. His discipline and his heart were both racing for the same goal. At first the driver was never sure he had what it took to become a paragon. However, now he was convinced that if he could absorb the yin-yang lightning then would join their illustrious number in the not-too-distant future. It was too enticing for him not to doggedly pursue. Lan Jue went on. I've been thinking about the changes we've noticed. Our combined disciplines are different, of course, but they're different because of what leads them. For me, Yang is the predominant force. For you, it's Yin. I think this accounts for the change in color. The driver nodded. I had the same thought. It's not important, though. What's important is that we complete the transition as quickly as possible. Once we thoroughly grasp the nature of this lightning, it'll be lightning equivalent to what a paragon commands. Earlier in the morning after their cultivation and before boarding the ships, Lan Jue and the driver attempted to use the yin-yang lightning. The driver in particular was surprised at what they found. The result wasn't flashy, but everything the lightning touched was obliterated. It was at least 3 times stronger than what they'd experienced the first time. It reminded him of the blast created in his fight as Skyshade during the Miracle God battles. Instantly he understood why Lan Jue's Taiji borrowed force was so overwhelming, to the point where the clairvoyant hadn't been able to ward it off. The union of Taiyin and Taiyang lightning transcended the adepts that used them. It became protogenia. Lan Jue entreated caution. You shouldn't be so hasty. I asked Father and he said you could only really master yin-yang lightning after you've achieved Paragon. Until then there was no way to really comprehend its nature. The driver nodded. Fine, but the first step is transforming our disciplines. When we eventually become Paragons, understanding it will be a cinch. Our disciplines will be ready when the time comes, and they'll get even stronger. A grin split the jewelry master's face. The driver I knew was never this diligent. He chuckled in response. Guess you missed the change. Besides, I didn't have the same goal I do now. Only an idiot would give up this chance. Honestly, thank you. Lan Jue chortled at his friend. Come on, I can't stand your thanks. It feels weird. Majesty and Zeus 1 left Skyfire's orbit and tore through space, with no concern for fuel economy. They had to get to Enluan as quickly as they could. 1. As a serial typoist, it warms my bones to see others make mistakes. TJSS mixed up the characters and wrote even though the insights were few, they still needed time to make jokes, mixing up, to digest or mull over, and, a joke. I prefer the image of a bunch of soldiers taking the piss out of each other about existential truths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Reaching Enluan. Chapter 608, Reaching Enluan. Their stay on Skyfire had been too short from them to use any of the resources Star Division had taken from the pirates. But they did have energy in spades. The worth of all the energy crystals they brought back with them was hard to quantify. They'd gone after the strongest and richest pirates of the Shattered Starfields, culminating in the Moonfiend pirate clan. Their last campaign had been the most profitable of them all, including resources directly from the Pontiff's citadel. The poor souls that the Pontiff had experimented on had been settled on Skyfire, and the Keeper set about eliminating the poisons in their bodies. Obviously, none of these people were eager to run back to the Pontiff and report on what they saw. They didn't even want to return to the West. For the time being, a place was arranged for them, but when the question of their future came up, Lan Jue and the wine master agreed to let them find their own way. Despite their terrible treatment, these young talents would emerge from detoxification at 6th level, at the very least. These were meant to be molded into the Pontiff's reserve forces. They weren't weak, but the crimes they had to suffer were similarly intense. It was impossible to tell what sort of effect it had had on them psychologically. What they needed was guidance and freedom. Until then, they couldn't know if they would be a danger to society. Su Xiaosu had approached him, saying that she could convince them to join Star Division, but after some thought he refused that idea on the same premise. They had been captives for years, their longing for a life of freedom was certainly stronger than any normal person's. If they solicited them now in their time of vulnerability, many would accept, but it would be perilous for their spirit. Besides, Star Division was already strong, and padding its numbers wasn't the way to make it stronger. After widespread discussions with the likes of the Gourmet, the Wine Master and others, the consensus was to let them go their own way. It could be addressed again later, when it was clear how they were reacting, psychologically. As for Gabriel, Lan Jue had kept his promise and allowed the Archangel to leave. He'd been present for the Pauper's rise to Paragon status, and in fact had received some benefit from the experience himself. This was all news he was certain to bring back to the Pontiff. Skyfire Avenue had entered a golden age, and the Pontiff's citadel had made no efforts to cause trouble anymore. Right now, the focus was largely on the enemy at their doorstep. It didn't serve anyone for them to throw their strength behind hopeless pursuits. They'd suffered a terrible blow, and surely the Pontiff would be angry. But as far as Lan Jue was concerned, everyone had to suffer the consequences of their bad decisions. The Pontiff's citadel had chosen a dark path, and it was up to them alone whether or not they would turn back. What was certain was that Lan Jue's actions would seriously impact the Citadel's development for years to come. They wouldn't even be able to contend against Satan and his ilk. Back on Skyfire, the Keeper and Bookworm had to divide up the labor. With the wealth of alien cores Lan Jue had returned with, and thanks to their earlier efforts, Skyfire Avenue's exuvium process was nearing completion. All it needed now was experimentation to test results. The Confucian scholar took on the work of that himself. Meanwhile, with his free time, the Keeper was developing weapons for Star Division. Their campaigns in the Shattered Starfields had indeed been lucrative, but had also revealed flaws. The first was their embarrassing lack of really big guns. They were woefully unprepared technologically for these aliens. Both ships had wonderful capabilities but were similarly deficient in firepower. The mecha suits had been customized for the students, but were still not packing the punch they needed. Although Star Division was a force for quick hits and rapid movements, it just meant their destructive powers had to be twice as hefty. Infiltration meant nothing if you didn't mess things up while you were in there. They couldn't continue to rely on paragons. What kind of fighting force would they be then? The Keeper made it his goal to get them all properly outfitted. Star Division's trip to the Starfields had been a tightly kept secret, but their results were widely lauded. Before even taking into account everything else, the fact that they brought back information on the aliens was an incredible achievement. That loan proved their usefulness, for now humanity at least knew where their enemy was, and how strong they were. Support from the government for Star Division was not a concern. The Avenue was itself doing well economically, especially after the haul from the starfields. What they needed now was more people. Scientists and researchers from all over Skyfire converged on the Avenue, and under the Keeper's direction they began developing weapons. When they were completed they would be given to the division first, and the surplus would be provided to the Eastern forces. The Wine Master reported to the Parliament that Lan Jue would be setting out himself to scout out the alien forces. When they heard this, the politicians happily awarded the Avenue 10 rare S-ranked power gems as a token of support. At top speed, it took Star Division's ships 2 days to reach Luan. Looking down on its surface, nothing much appeared to have changed. A grim atmosphere hung over everything just as it had before. They deorbited and were directed into the heart of the military complex. Only a few of the people coming with Lan Jue this time had visited in Luan before. The military and adept worlds were very separate, but that didn't mean they were ignorant of one another. And Luan was still famous in the East for what had transpired on its surface and in its mines. It was also where the youngest admiral in Eastern history, the Luan super soldier Prometheus, had his command. And Luan had been the center of some of the East's greatest battles in history, and was an integral piece of its defense. Ever since news of the aliens, their numbers had swelled. Even though, they topped out at 300,000 soldiers. Among them was the newly formed Blood Iron Khans. The Blood Iron Khans were arranged in 2 parts, the main force and reserves. Each were 10,000 fighters strong, and were the highest grade of soldier they could find. However, few if any of them had ever seen any actual combat, so it was impossible to tell how effective they would be when the time came. The soldiers on Luan were widely regarded as the best in all the Eastern Alliance. A whole fleet was stationed there as well that they called the Yanhuang Fleet. One could tell by the name how highly the fleet was regarded. The East had always been behind the other alliances in the realm of technology and strength. Turning that around was not something that happened overnight. So, 30 years ago the government enacted policies to change that, including the creation of a crack contingent of soldiers. We don't have the numbers of the North and East, so we have to make sure we have the strength to match their armies. 2. The Luan army was also established as a result of this need. So, even though there was only a single fleet stationed here, it was the result of generations of sweat and blood. Yanhuang fleet wasn't an iota less impressive than its northern counterpart, and was likely stronger in a fight. It was precisely the Luan army's presence here that protected this important eastern resource from repeated attempts to take it from the north. They were the watchers that kept the eastern territories safe from aggressors. For all of these reasons there was a deep and abiding respect for the men and women of Luan. It was true for normal soldiers as it was for adepts. Now the metal world of these defenders was flitting below them. The excitement was palpable. Now they were soldiers too, part of their own army. Who was better? What was the Luan army they'd heard so much about really like? Their minds full of these questions, led by their commander and 4 powerful paragons, they disembarked. Lan Cheng stood nearby with a welcome party. He was dressed for war, with 2 golden stars glinted on his shoulders. When he saw the Wine Master and the other 4 paragons exit the ship, he and his soldiers immediately snapped to attention. The Wine Master returned their respectful address with a nod. The Wine Master's station among the military was at the highest levels, equivalent to a chief of staff. It was only proper for Lan Cheng to greet him as a superior. "We're happy to welcome Star Division." Lan Cheng took a step forward and grasped the Wine Master's hand. He then went down the line, shaking hands until he reached Lan Jue. The 2 brothers clasped both their hands together, and at once Lan Jue could sense the chaos raging within his brother's body. Waves of protogenic energy pulsed from him, while his own energies felt oddly fractured. It was a sign that his resistance was failing. He couldn't hold back the transformation to Paragon much longer. "Congratulations," Lan Jue greeted joyfully. Lan Xing's hard face bore a small smile. "You're right behind me. I'm sorry I couldn't wait for you to catch up." Lan Jue laughed. "Don't be so cocky. It won't be long before we're shoulder to shoulder." The Luan admiral led Star Division to quarters that had been arranged for them. The paragons and officers of Luan met for supper together in the mess hall. The fare was simple military food, bland and nutritious. Certainly there was no alcohol, it was strictly forbidden here. "We'll have to use tea in place of wine tonight. Welcome after your long journey." Lan Cheng was on his feet, and lifted his small glass respectfully to his guests. "One, named after 2 legendary Chinese emperors, Yan Di and Huang Di, note the naming convention, the same as Ju Di. 2, note the odd choice of using we here even though it's the narrator expositing. very deliberate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, Where's that old jerk Chi Bupong? Chapter 609, Where's that old jerk Chi Bupong? Where's that old jerk Chi Bupong? Why didn't he come? Only the photographer would dare talk about Zhu Di in that tone. Her sharp eyes had been sweeping the crowds looking for him the moment they touched down. So far he'd eluded her. Her perception was mythical, so there was no way he could be hiding. Father's cultivating, Lan Jue explained. He'll meet with everyone tomorrow. Luo Qianlin sniffed. I don't care about the others, but I'm seeing him right now. Bring him to me, or don't blame me for the trouble I'll cause. This, Lan Jue was a man of the military. Orders had to be followed, structure had to be maintained. However, his title as admiral did nothing for him when faced against Luo Qianlin. She had a passionate streak, to put it mildly. However, even Lan Jue felt his father had done her wrong. Chi Bupong, you get out here this instant. Don't make me take out my frustration on your children. Luo Qianlin was entirely nonplussed by the scores of eyes watching her. She wasn't shy to call the old man out. Her voice did not boom dramatically, but it did echo harshly through every crest and valley of Luo. Clearly the product of interdimensional tomfoolery. However, only an adept of a particular strength would be able to pick the sound out. The normal soldiers were, so far, not bothered. You're a special kind of crazy, aren't you? Zhu Di's defeated voice answered her. When they heard him, the collective eyes of the other three paragons contracted. Was this that legendary man, the strongest of all the paragons? Was that the voice of Zhu Di? Luo Qianlin grunted. You call yourself a man? If you were, you wouldn't be hiding like a coward. There was a flash of light, then Zhu Di appeared before the gathering with a face as dark as a thunderhead. He slowly pointed an accusatory finger at Luo Qianlin. We're all supposed to be adults here. Are you incapable of acting your age? You're not off the ship 5 minutes and you're already causing trouble. And then threaten my kids. Luo Qianlin thrust her shoulders back and faced Zhu Di with the same indignant menace he showed. I'm right here threatening you, what about it? You wanna hit me? The others are afraid you, some sort of living legend. Bullshit. This old lady ain't scared of nothing. If you got a problem then bring it. But Zhu Di could do nothing. Before his only recourse had been to hide, but he couldn't do that anymore. Alien invaders threatened their very species, and his children were in the thick of it. So long as Luo Qianlin was guarding one of them, he wouldn't be rid of her. When they'd parted ways, Zhu Di's companion had been uncharacteristically gentle. She came at him teeth bared this time. It took him off guard. Pardon us, Majesty Zhu Di. The wine master hurriedly intervened to try and smooth things over. The clockmaker and the pauper each offered the famed paragon bows of respect. At Zhu Di's arrival, not a soul was caught lounging. Lan Jue shuffled over to the two of them and placed a hand on his mother's arm. Ma, maybe there's a better time for these family matters, right? Others are laughing. She turned on Lan Jue, her personality flipping faster than the pages of a book. She regarding him with a wide, beaming smile and ruffled his hair. Such a good boy, he knows how to talk. And you, screw off and don't sit near me. The last part of the sentence was spat at Zhu Di. Lan Jue's father could hardly bite back his anger, but in front of so many he had no choice. He also knew that no matter what he did, it wouldn't matter to Luo Qianlin. Could he even really hurt her if he had to? He trundled over to his eldest son's side and slumped into a seat. Zhu Di glowered at nothing in particular and stayed quiet. Luo Qianlin shot Lan Jue a mischievous look, her pretty eyes sparkling playfully. Clearly verbally abusing his old man brought her a special kind of joy. He looked back at her with a helpless expression. My old ma, he thought to himself, she's got a child's temperament. Lan Jue coughed in a bid to refocus attention. Everyone, let's eat. With Zhu Di here, no one's mind was on the food. It could have been a 10-course spread of delicacies and it wouldn't have mattered. They were sitting at the same table from a nearly mythical man. He didn't look like much, really. He was dressed in dirty mecha-mechanic overalls with stains on the front. Stubble peppered the leathery face of an average-looking middle-aged man. Why was he dressed like a mechanic? Where was the splendor they'd imagined? Despite his appearance, this didn't impact the respect displayed by the winemaster, clockmaker, or pauper one bit. They were all paragons, and they could sense the threads of protogenia that seemed interwoven through the man. They could not, however, sense anything from Zhu Di himself. To their perception, Zhou was as void and limitless as the universe, unfathomable. Protogenia seemed to be absent from him, but in its stead certainly was nothing. To the Skyfire Paragons he felt like a reflection of universe, its avatar in the flesh. The sensation they felt wasn't oppressive, but awe-inspiring. He was indeed the strongest human alive, more perfect than any human to have come before. Zhou Qianlin cheerfully munched at her food and didn't pay the glowering superhuman any further mind. Eat. Let's go eat up, don't be polite. My kid prepared this. Zhou Qianlin urged the others on, occasionally giving Lan Jue nods of satisfaction. Will you stop with this my kid, that nonsense? Zhou snarled, no longer able to hold his tongue. They my kids, you've got nothing to do with it. Zhou Qianlin wasted no time in firing back. We've got over this, you aren't man enough. If you were you'd give me one of my own. I remember you used to have trouble. There were certain surefire ways to injure a man's pride. It was as true for the normal man as it was for Zhou. It was bad enough to hear about it, but nothing was worse than making it public. You bitch. His eyes flashed, and in their depths arose a flashing golden light. Everyone but for Zhou's children felt every hair on their body stand on end. The only way to describe the sensation was like watching the imminent explosion of a supernova. The promise of immeasurable ruin was so potent it even curdled the Paragon's protogenia in their veins, rendering them defenseless. Zhou was gone from his seat, too fast for anyone to track his movements. A yelp from Zhou Qianlin drew their eyes, and that's when they saw her cradled under Zhou's arm. Continue eating, Zhou tepidly offered. He turned and made to walk off, and then he and Zhou Qianlin vanished in a flash of light. The pauper swallowed hard. The clockmaker was so stunned she dropped her chopsticks. The wine master fumbled to catch them. Who was the photographer? She was the strongest member of Skyfire Avenue in all its history. Yet before Zhou she was like a little girl. She couldn't do anything when he plucked her up and took her away like a sack of potatoes. Her natural resistances had been tripped, though. When Zhou's awesome aura descended upon them, wisps of pink light flickered into reality around her. However, in the next instant and faster than anyone could have seen, Zhou somehow slipped past her subconscious defense and snapped her up. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Of all the known paragons, Zhou was indubitably the strongest. Right after him was the photographer, Zhou Qianlin. The two of them were vastly stronger than anyone else, but even then the gulf between them was immense. As Zhou displayed. It's fine, we're fine. Let's eat, Lan Jue said, trying to salvage the meal. The coffee master and driver who sat on either side of Lan Jue had no further desire to eat. They both looked like they had stars in their eyes. It wasn't like galaxy-altering power was a new thing for them. Zhou Qianlin had offered to seal away an entire planet for them before. It ended up being a small fleet, but nonetheless incredible. She had delivered them Planet Moon Fiend on a proverbial platter. For the strongest person they had ever met to be so quickly subdued, it was my idol, it's my idol. The coffee master could barely contain his excitement. His hands were shaking so fast they were leaving afterimages. Lan Jue chortled. All right, enough. Stop exaggerating. Mom and Dad will figure their own stuff out. A laugh came from the wine master. Hell, even if they couldn't, who would want to get in the middle of that? Eat, come on. His contact with Zhou had thus far been brief, but the wine master was already thoroughly convinced. Zhou might have looked like a hog, but the unmitigated power he'd felt left no doubt in his mind that the man was every bit what people said about him. Only a man like him was worthy of his aunt. No wonder she was acting this way, how could she not? After meeting him, what other man could catch her fancy? The rest of the meal passed beneath an awkward atmosphere. Zhou's arrival and dramatic exit was on everyone's mind. Lan Jue turned to his brother. Have you got everything prepared? Lan Chang nodded. Now that you're here, we can begin tomorrow. A glint of excitement shone in his normally stoic face. What could be more exciting for any adept than joining the ranks of Paragon? Lan Jue nodded back. Great, tomorrow it is. We'll help look after you, but it seems your powers are stabilized. Do you anticipate a problem? Lan Qing shook his head. None. The wine master interjected with a friendly grin. Let us be the first ones to congratulate you. We very much look forward to your success. Have you chosen what you will call yourself? Lan Chang nodded. I will tell it to you all tomorrow. Something stirred in Lan Jue's chest, a similar sort of inkling he'd experienced during the pauper's rise. Brother, is Dad helping you shore up your protogenia? This made his older brother grin. He is. We've been looking forward to this day ever since we were kids. Now that it's time, I'm nervous. A laugh escaped Lan Jue's lips. Are you capable of feeling nervous? Never once in all the years I've known you have I seen you act nervous. I think that's still the case. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, about to start. Chapter 610, about to start. I'll do my best, Lan Cheng affirmed. I'll be content with whatever the result may be. Lan Jue shook his head. That's not like you at all. If you don't hurry up, I will catch up to you. I'm not lying, I'm coming up fast. Lan Xing gave him a flat stare. Cocky. Lan Jue smirked. In fact, you can't even contend with me these days. Yeah, I'm cocky, there's nothing you can do about it. Lan Xing didn't dare show his hand. He was at the cusp of a breakthrough, and drawing on even a little of his power might make him lose control. He had to find the perfect moment for this important event, one where he was prepared to face whatever would come. He couldn't prove his little brother right now. Lan Xing continued to stare. We'll talk again when I've broken through. I like the pressure, Lan Jue shot back. When you break through then. Let me see how strong you end up. The wine master was curious himself. How strong would he end up? The god of wisdom, Prometheus, was an adept versed in the element of wind. His protogenia and paragon title would most likely have to do with that. What wasn't clear was precisely what form and strength his domain would reveal. Zhu Di and Luo Xianli didn't return for the duration of the meal. No one knew where they'd disappeared to, and none of them were eager to go looking. When the food was gone, everyone went their separate ways to cultivate and prepare. For Lan Xing, now was the time for him to stabilize his cultivation as much as possible. Lan Jue didn't bother his brother, and instead sought out the driver. Lan Cheng's success was a catalyst for his own urge to catch up. The two of them trained for about 3 hours before they had to stop. Their bodies couldn't sustain any more yin-yang lightning for the day. They cultivated on their own, with Lan Jue returning to the realm where Jun Yangye and Shen Yuan Shishir could teach him and Qianlin swordplay. Lan Jue was more diligent in his cultivation now than he ever was as a child under Zhu Di's strict guidance. He continued until the sun came back to light up the sky. He then meditated for an hour to rest and recover. For someone of his talent, an hour was all he needed to arise refreshed. The atmosphere surrounding the Star Division troops was abuzz. After their time fighting pirates, every unit had become like tight-knit family. There was healthy competition between units to keep spirits high and the soldiers hungry, inspiring them to push themselves as far as they could go. Such was the way of man. If you were by yourself, you grew lazy. It was especially easy to fall into that trap the stronger you got. Few had the willpower and talent to keep up the pursuit for perfection. However, if you surrounded yourself with others who worked hard and were stronger than you, it was easy to keep up the effort. That was the case for Star Division now. Lan Jue and the other leaders, along with the Paragons, were undoubtedly powerhouses of the division. However, there were also a number of 9th-level adepts and more 8th-level adepts than they could count. It was a crisis for the less naturally endowed warriors. Every one of them hoped to earn enough through conquest to afford the exuvium process. Who knew how many alien cores there were, or how many were needed for the process to be successful? The closer they got to the front of the line, the better their chances. For that reason, their military achievements were very important. Fighting out in the starfields taught the division soldiers that how they performed on the field was directly proportional to their strength as an adept. And not just their individual strength, but their strength as a unit. Every operation relied on the hard work of 10 people. That was to say that if there was even a single weak link, it undermined everyone's ability to do their job. Who didn't want to live longer? With the pace technology was increasing, a few more years could buy them enough time to see another life-extending process discovered. Eternal youth wasn't unthinkable. The more years they had to live, the more time they would have to cultivate as well, and thus a higher chance at Paragon. A Paragon's lifespan stretched at least 200 years, a fact that all adepts were familiar with. Because of all of this, no one needed to urge these men and women to keep working hard. Especially after watching the ascension of the taming dragon Arhat and failing to grasp an insight, they were hungry. Jin Tao had eagerly begged for instruction, and he was hardly the only one desperate for improvement. In the last year, Skyfire Avenue had produced 3 new Paragons. They practically grew out of the soil. It served as inspiration for many who thought that becoming a Paragon was a ludicrous dream. Others could do it, they thought, why not them? All they needed was hard work. Seeing their companions blessed with epiphanies only made their desires stronger. Naturally, this environment had been deliberately constructed by Lan Jue and Su Xiaosu. Now that they'd created a positive feedback loop, they didn't have to work to maintain it. All they had to do was let human nature take its course. Over the course of the last few months, a large number of 6th and 7th level adepts had broken through to new heights. Another benefit of being part of the team was structure. Each unit had to have a high-level adept as a commanding officer. Their job was to keep everyone in line and motivated so they didn't fall behind. This helped the lower-level members especially. Up to now, no one outside of Division Command knew what they were doing on Enluan. Lan Jue was careful to keep it a secret. It was revealed to them by message, when they were told to gather early in the morning and prepare to accept insights. It was vague, certainly, but prepare to accept insights were 4 words that could only mean one thing. Another chance to gain insight from protogenia? For these soldiers, it was a dream come true. This was why, when Lan Jue exited the buildings for the trainings fields, he was greeted with the sight of all 4 brigades neatly arrayed and ready. Every soldier had an excitement and fervor in their eyes. The driver, coffee master, and bartender were there with their teams. When they saw him coming, they stepped forward to meet him. "Boss, our people are all here." Su Xiaosu approached from another direction, quickly trotting over to him. "Good. They can relax in place while we wait for word from Enluan," Lan Jue replied with a smile. "Aye," came her answer. None of the paragons had arrived yet. Lan Jue also noticed with some distress that neither of his adopted parents were around either. His father had a famously violent nature, and he'd gotten into physical altercations with his mother before. Mid-thought, a flash of silver split the sky and 3 figures were deposited before him. With the arrival of the paragons, the eyes of Star Division soldiers were bright with respect or envy. They all felt safe, too, with so many of their best in attendance. They'd seen what the gourmet could do, and now they had 3 with the lauded Cosmagus and Apocryphon among them. Both of them were on the higher end of the paragon list. "How was your rest?" Lan Jue greeted them. The wine master answered with a smile. "Not bad. It's my first time coming to Enluan. It's certainly different from what I'm used to." He was right. This world of metal smelled of steel and gunpowder. An everlasting, ominous atmosphere hung over everything. As paragons, their heightened perception could sense things from miles away. Of course they could feel the tension. The pauper chortled. "Are you planning some joint military exercises with the Enluan boys, Jewelry Master?" "This is a great opportunity for it. If we do, it's going to have to wait until they're done here," he answered. "I'll talk to Admiral Lan about it." "Oh, let me participate," the pauper said, jittering like he had ants in his pants. "Let me participate." Lan Jue frowned. "Stop, if you participate, what's the point of drilling maneuvers? You're strong enough to take out a division by yourself unless they're equipped for it. If we let them put on the gear, then it puts our guys at risk of getting hurt. You're going to have to sit this one out." "No fun at all," the newest paragon grumbled. A smirk split Lan Jue's face. "You're looking for fun? Easy. I'll take you somewhere interesting, a place I promise you'll like, . The pauper, suspecting no nefarious purpose, lit up in a smile. The wine master shot Lan Jue a glance, but held his tongue. The Apocryphon smiled to herself. Humanity was living under the dire threat of destruction from an alien force. The ascension of another paragon was met with great joy because it meant a new protector. Lan Jue was bold, but he was also prudent. This wasn't an opportunity he was about to miss. Just then, 2 figures approaching them from the side caught his eye. When he saw them, Lan Jue couldn't help but smile. Luo Xianni had her arm linked around Chi Bupang's. She had a sweet smile on her face, which itself was an alluring shade of pink that made her look all the more beautiful. Judy's face was expressionless, though he had at least changed his clothes. Today he wore a black outfit that made him look like a rugged, battle-scarred veteran. "Mom, Dad." Lan Jue hurriedly walked over to meet them. The other paragons were fast on his heels. Soldiers of the Star Division also curiously followed the volatile couple with their eyes. They didn't know who the two were, but watching their commander and the other paragons rush over spoke volumes. There had to be something special about them. Luo Xianni let go of Judy's arm and wrapped Lan Jue up in a hug. "Keep it up, kid. Don't be discouraged, it'll be your time to break through soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 611, Judy's Fear. Chapter 611, Judy's Fear. Lan Jue chuckled. "Do I look discouraged? I'm thrilled that my older brother is breaking through. It's only a higher target for me to reach. I'll keep working hard, don't worry. Zhu fixed him with a stare. So long as you mean it. We'll see how much you've improved later. Dad, you can feel how strong I am now? Lan Jue said through a smirk. He was the only person who would dare talk about strength to the likes of Zhu. His father growled in irritation. Stop your bullshit. You think I don't already know where you got that power? Lan Jue shrugged and paid no more attention to his dad. He leaned close to Luo Qianlin and muttered, Did you put him in his place? She gave Zhu a flat stare, who groaned dramatically in response. Of course he heard what Lan Jue asked. You know it. She gave a resolute nod with a face full of satisfaction, though a bit of pink had crept into her cheeks. Lan Jue gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Even with as few scruples as Zhu had, even he couldn't help from blushing slightly. You shitty little brat, screw off. He barked. He waved a meaty hand and an invisible force came tearing through the air toward Lan Jue. The power that was released was as breathtaking as a mountain vista, but also bore an enigmatic sense of oppression. It was as though the universe had decided Lan Jue was no longer wanted. He needed to be removed. Lan Jue's face lit up, eager to see how far he could push himself and his new powers. A sparkling golden blue light flashed in his eyes. His right hand shot up and a red aura hovered over him as he traced a circle in the air. Immediately the interior of the circles collapsed in on itself, leaving behind a clear golden blue plane. Under Captus' guidance, Zhu's blast of force was drawn into the circle and vanished. Then, a moment later, the whole in reality belched a 1-meter thick ray of golden blue light right for Lan Jue's father. A peal of thunder shook the whole field. For a moment shock shone in Zhu's eyes, and then his whole face changed. It was like he'd seen a ghost. He vanished. The ray of light burned a path 100 meters through the air before it stopped. Not vanish or explode, just stop like it was frozen in place. It eventually faded away, but there remained sparkling pockets of silver light that hung in the air for a long time afterwards. Zhu wasn't the only one affected. Luo Qianlin hadn't been the target of Lan Jue's riposte, but her face was deathly pale. She was hiding behind the wine master. You moron, are you trying to kill your parents? Zhu's voice roared. There was another flash of light and the paragon's furious face appeared in front of Lan Jue's. He was obviously keeping well away from the flecks of silver light. Lan Jue gaped at the two of them and their reaction. What was going on? Was that attack actually capable of hurting them? Why did he run so fast? He wasn't the only one to find it strange, the 3 Avenue Paragons were equally confused. Zhu's reaction certainly was not in line with what the legends said of him. He was a man of inconceivable power, who turned tail and fled at the attack of a mere adept. It certainly wasn't the image living legend brought to mind. Zhu still looked shocked as he regarded his son. Shock, and a little fear. Dad, what is it? Lan Jue asked. His father was a little breathless. What has happened to you? Why is your lightning like this? I've been practicing yin-yang lightning with the driver. He replied. That's what you wanted me to do, wasn't it? We're trying to integrate it into our course to evolve our disciplines. No, that isn't what I'm talking about. It's within your Thunderbolt discipline. When did it adopt the force of Imperial Lightning? Zhu's voice was low, urgent. Imperial Lightning? Suddenly he knew what his father meant. Oh, I stumbled across some thunder essence. Ever since I've been slowly absorbing it, and it's had some effect on my discipline. Thunder essence? Zhu was even more surprised, but also less afraid. A wry grin spread his lips. I'm going to need to keep my distance from this damn kid. No wonder the clairvoyant chose you if you're just running into things like thunder essence. That's unnatural good luck, there. What is thunder essence? Luo Qianlin asked. She had been just as afraid as he'd been a moment ago. The other 3 paragons were baffled by the whole scene. Zhu explained. In the ancient days, when the great beasts reached incredible heights of power, they had to undergo 9 strikes of mystical imperial lightning. When the beasts and the immortal chi from the lightning combine, they leave behind a special metal, a treasure among treasures. I'd only ever read about it in old books, I never thought they could be found. Absorbing it has put some of the power of imperial lightning in your attacks. I thought tribulation lightning had come for me, you nearly scared me to death. Lan Jue looked back at his father with wide eyes. Father, are you hoping to cross over? Zhu snorted derisively. To immortality? Idiot, no human can cross over. He seemed both irritated and despondent over that fact. If I was still on the mother planet and she had the vigor of her youth, then maybe there would have been a chance. Do you have any idea how much preparation was needed, how many rare treasures were required to cross over? Be they man or beast. They even had their magic items we call astrum these days, and after all of this they still needed a lot of luck. These days there is no way for man to ride the lightning up to the heavens. The realm of immortals has passed, imperial lightning no longer exists, and so there is no way to cross over to something that isn't there. At the level I have attained, you can only increase in the quantity of power, not the quality of it. Celestial Master Qian was my contemporary and reached the same state. He committed himself to uncover traces of the immortal realm, searching for a way to cross over. Up to today no proof of its existence has been found. Those times seem past. This information was given quietly to Lan Jue alone, though the paragons could hear if they listened carefully. Father, Lan Jue then asked, if I manage to completely absorb the thunder essence and change my discipline into imperial lightning, if I blast you with it could you cross over? Moron, was his father's response. You think that trifling bit you found can match up to imperial lightning? Do you have any idea? A blast of imperial lightning can erase something from existence. A few blasts could obliterate a planet, let alone 9. The only thing that kept Earth intact was its natural surplus of energy. Lan Jue stuck out his tongue. That strong, eh? Will absorbing the thunder essence cause you trouble? Zhu Di shook his head. No, chalk that up to good fortune. Master it to the best of your ability. That immortal chi within it is incredibly special, a piece of their strength. If you study on it I'm sure you can glean some insight. As for what will happen once it's all absorbed, who can say? At that time you can show me the immortal chi you've gathered. Lan Jue nodded. All right. Zhu Di rolled his eyes, and then suddenly his face changed, like something was suddenly clear. Oh, I finally realized. The sudden change from solemn to smiling took Lan Jue off guard. He narrowed his eyes at him. What did you think up that's made you so happy? I have always known the Dharma I Ching was suited for, Zhu Di said, but with you I could never find what fit. There's something missing between you two. Lan Qing inherited some special power, but you did not. However, it seems the thunder essence has made up for that deficiency. I just realized what you're in for. Ha! He. He couldn't help but snicker to himself, a laugh full of meaning in peril. Chi Bupong, what's with that sinister cackling? You're thinking of something nasty, aren't you? Luo Xianni accused. He smirked back at her. The kid'll find out soon enough. Soon enough? Zhu Di nodded. First, this is Lan Qing's day. You'll know what I'm talking about when the time comes. If this were the old days I would love to see their faces, ha 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 ha. Everyone else exchanged uncomfortable glances as the world-destroying superhuman cackled, seemingly for no reason. The crunch of boots met their ears. A contingent of troops were approaching quickly from the distance. Their formation was tight, precise, ready for battle at any moment. Altogether there were maybe 1,000 of them, with Lan Qing leading the way. All of them bore the insignia of the Blood Iron Khans. The aura of their disciplines flickered around them, adepts. All 1,000 soldiers were adepts. Lan Jue remembered hearing his brother talk about the Blood Iron Khans, and how their top adepts would be formed into their own division. They were hand-picked, the best from all the East's armed forces. It seemed as though that's who he brought with him, in the hopes they could gain some insight too. This was the first time Star Division was greeted with the sight of the Blood Iron Khans. Both sets of troops were adept armed forces, but there were significant differences. The faces of the Blood Iron Khans were all the same, still and emotionless. Footfalls were almost perfectly in step and they raced ahead like a single entity. There were no wasted movements of frivolous acts. It was a level of discipline Star Division couldn't match. Their single-minded actions and purpose were amplified by their conformity. 1,000 men and women breathed with one breath, and moved like an unstoppable force. They descended upon Star Division like a majestic tide of war, like a disciplined inferno. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, Lan Cheng ascends to Paragon. Chapter 612, Lan Cheng ascends to Paragon. This was the Yanluan army? A fervent light shone in the eyes of the Star Division soldiers. Halt! An officer called the command and his soldiers froze instantly in place, still perfectly in position. Sit! They dropped to the floor, cross-legged with straight backs. Everyone who watched them was impressed by how precise and disciplined they were. Even the paragons had to nod in appreciation. Turning soldiers into warriors like this may just be a matter of time, but it was different for adepts. To turn these talented men and women into a singular force, a singular mind, was a Herculean task. Indeed worthy of the Enluan army name. The wine master praised. Yeah. Incredible. If I didn't broke through so early I would have loved to test myself against them, the pauper lamented. Lan Jue laughed. You'll have your chance. We didn't only come here for some insight, this is a joint military exercise. We'll check each other out and see how we do things differently. At least in terms of individual strength I think we have them beat, but level of training and military experience it's hard to say. The pauper replied, won't know till you try. As he spoke the pauper twitched the side of his mouth surreptitiously toward Zhu. Lan Jue smirked at his friend, a signal for him to hold on. Lan Qing came running over their way. I'm sorry to keep our honored guests waiting. And Luan's admirable was different today. The waves of protogenic energy they'd sensed the day before were gone. He seemed perfectly calm and in control. His face bore a small, easy smile, however every movement he made felt peculiar. He almost seemed to glow with an internal light. Naturally he drew everyone's attention. The pauper looked at him with surprise. Admiral Lan, suddenly the strength of your aura feels so close to mine, but... Lan Qing smiled at him. The taming dragon Arhat is being polite, we'll find out the truth at the height of the show. Lan Jue also felt like his brother had somehow changed significantly. His typically severe countenance was gone. He seemed calm, dare he say relaxed. Zhu's deep voice intruded. It's time, prepare to begin. Yes. Lan Qing nodded his head, resolute. Lan Jue concentrated his attention on his brother. He'd witnessed the rise of paragons before, but his brother was a different story. They were blood, grew up together. It was deeply affecting for Lan Jue to watch someone so close achieve their dream. If he were to gain insight, it would undoubtedly be very beneficial because of their connection. Lan Qing took a step forward and immediately lifted into the air. He slowly rose over their heads while a pale cyan light radiated out around him. Set in the center of his chest, the vibrant green light of the clairvoyance pendant flickered. The field they were in was underground like all the rest of the Enluan military base, but it was the airstrip their ships launched from. High overhead the rocky ceiling split into a yawning fissure that gave them a glimpse of the sky. Powerful shields kept the inhospitable alien atmosphere out. The higher he rose, the brighter Lan Qing's cyan discipline flared. However bright as the light was, it did not stab the eyes. It fell gentle on their vision like a comfortable glow. All the soldiers, no matter their banner, stared at the scene, trying to remember every moment. Star Division soldiers recognized him, Prometheus the god of wisdom, and Luan super soldier. This was the man about to become the East's newest paragon. It was a spectacular happening for their alliance, one that would catapult their army into a whole new realm of might. The East had never enjoyed a paragon acting in their military in an official capacity. They were overjoyed, and were prepared to immediately grant the title of Fleet Admiral to their super soldier once he succeeded. Tendrils of cyan light interwoven with protogenia coiled around him. Lan Qing's eyes were closed and he bore a contented smile. His palms were pressed together in front of him and he sat cross-legged in mid-air. Lan Jue stared raptly at his older brother. It had been years since he'd cultivated with his brother, so he had no idea the path he'd chosen. The process of breaking through was more important for a paragon than for any previous breakthrough an adept underwent. It solidified their powers, and there was no way to change them when the process was complete. You had to be sure of yourself before taking that final step, otherwise you would be fighting yourself forever. A measure of a paragon's dominance ceased to be about their disciplines. The depth of their knowledge of the universe was what defined them, their ability to sense the tangled weave of protogenia in all things. It was a quest for absolute perfection of oneself and their connection to everything, to be a part of everything. And so, when a man became a paragon, he was no longer completely a man any longer. He became a conduit of protogenia, an inexorable part of that realm. Becoming a paragon was not the end, either. The end was something no longer within the grasp of their species. He knew it from Zhou Qianlin as enlightenment, as the old immortals experienced. So, as Lan Qing took this step, the choices he made for his final form of protogenia was incredibly important. Zhu stepped forward, the small movement bringing him dozens of meters through the air to arrive at his son's side in mid-air. He placed his calloused hands upon Lan Qing's back and fixed his eyes upon him. The other paragons did not move. With Zhu present, what could they offer to the process? Lan Qing sat still, but waves of protogenia radiated out from him and shone down upon the people below. They could all feel the subtle change it wrought on reality around them. Lan Jue folded his knees beneath him and sat with eyes closed, quietly reflecting on the sensations. His brother's process was important to himself as well, for soon he would be taking his own plunge. The smoother he could make it, the better. For the two brothers, it was never really a question of whether they could become paragons. The question was always how far as paragons could they go. But the journey of 1,000 miles required a single, solid first step. Dad was laughing because he saw my future. He couldn't go into it because of Lan Qing's breakthrough, but he also said I would learn something from this. The corona of light around Lan Qing grew ever brighter. Every corner of the base was illuminated by it. Strange, though, was the change that came over it. As everyone watched that cyan color change from pale yellow, to bright yellow, to resplendent gold. The light washed over them like a searing wave, undeniably comforting. It sizzled on their skin like the pleasant light of the summer sun. The soldiers' bodies and souls felt refreshed, their energies moving smoother within them. Well done, impressive. The pauper couldn't help but voice his acclaim. He had benefited from the taming dragon Arhat lineage, it had given him a structure to help him on his path to Paragon. It wasn't a codified dharma, and it wasn't as stable as others, but his insights of the process were deeper at the time of his breakthrough than any paragon in recent memory. The photographer, clockmaker, and wine master had broken through long ago, the act was dim in their memories. This was not so for the pauper. He could sense the protogenia infused in his aura were guided by an underlying structure. It was usually said that adepts, as they broke through, released the floodgates of their protogenia. It surrounded and immersed them, completely altering every fiber of their being. However, controlling this fundamental powers was much more difficult. It took years of careful cultivation, searching for the rules that governed this new realm. As these are revealed, a paragon defined their own dharma, the ultimate extension of their path. When a paragon became a reflection of heaven and earth, that was when their powers were said to wholly form. One could be fooled with the simplicity of the phrase, to collate one's dharma, however you only need to look at the wine master to know the truth. He'd been searching for 20 years but had yet rise to the next level. Uncovering the secrets of the universe as they applied to oneself was tough work. The pauper's inherited dharma played a major role in his breakthrough. The taming dragon Arhat was itself a system of rules, so they came naturally to the pauper as he crossed the threshold to Paragon and served to prop him up as he did so. These truths were not uncovered by the pauper through grueling years of self-reflection. He merely had to understand what he'd been taught and he would rise to the next level. Lan Qing's discipline was wind, as everyone knew. What showered them now did not have the characteristics of wind as they expected. Instead, they saw the close-knit strands of protogenia covering everything. This meant one of only two possibilities. The first was that he had immediately become a reflection of heaven and earth, the second degree of paragon. Second, it could mean that, like the pauper, he had been blessed with an inherited power. Taking into account what Zhu Di had told him, Lan Jue suspected the second possibility was more likely the case. But he couldn't know for sure. The look of surprise on the clockmaker's face was even more evident than the pauper's. She had already achieved reflection, and could sense that those weaves were in fact the result of dharma. It had taken her 7 whole years to uncover the rules that governed her perception of the universe. Now this young soldier, in the moment of his breakthrough, was starting with such incredible insight. Could it mean he would? People couldn't tear their eyes from the dazzling golden light pouring from Prometheus. As the waves of protogenic power pulsed, the light seemed to flow with it and eventually coagulate around him. When he'd started, it was just a golden light, but it condensed and brightened until it became a searing nimbus behind his head. Ding! After a moment of rattling, the pendant set within Lan Qing's chest shattered, dissolving into motes of light that floated on the wind. They rode the eddies and gusts until they flitted into the space between Lan Qing's eyebrows. Suddenly, his aura changed. The energies he used as an adept ceased altogether while the surge of protogenia rose. The tidal wave of energy filled them, sensation that was difficult to put into words. An image slowly began to take shape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Codifying the Dharma. Chapter 613, Codifying the Dharma. When the pauper broke through, the image everyone saw was encoded in his bloodline, the icon of the taming dragon Arhat. It was the manifestation everything he had been taught. For Lan Qing it was different. When his protogenia coalesced around him, it revealed a solitary, illusory figure. By now Lan Qing had already crossed the threshold and was a paragon. He had achieved the dream of countless adepts. From outside it looked effortless, but it was just beginning. The soldiers below, cross-legged and silent, drank in the powers as they washed over them. The light was like a guide, opening a door to countless possibilities. Things that were faint and unclear before were suddenly brought into sharp clarity. The God of Wisdom was bestowing his namesake upon them, it seemed. No matter the adept, they all enjoyed stunning insight into their nature. At least in this way, Lan Chang's rise to Paragon was more beneficial than any that had come before. Absolution. That was how Lan Jue described the breakthrough his brother had undergone. His powers were no longer wind or even wisdom as they had been when he was an adept. That Lan Chang was gone. It was Prajna 1. Lan Jue was sure that was the basis of his brother's breakthrough. Wind was a vestigial power. Prajna was an underpinning facet of the Buddhist faith, which would explain the energies that flooded out of him. The gentle sense of connection with the universe was unparalleled. So that's the road you've chosen, brother? Keep it up. The golden aura around Lan Chang began to subside, and in fact his whole figure gradually became transparent. He looked like a crystal carving. Meanwhile the silhouette behind him was clearer. Like him, it sat cross-legged in mid-air. A halo of light blazed in a circle behind its head, and the image of a lotus flower bloomed beneath it. A Buddha. It wasn't clear yet, but at this point they could guess that Lan Chang was condensing his protogenia into the image of a Buddha. Zhu Di let his hands fall from his son's back. He looked on him with obvious surprise. It was coming to the most crucial moment, but Zhu Di's assistance wasn't needed. It spoke to how deep Lan Chang's comprehension of protogenia was. The ethereal chanting grew louder, sharper in their ears. Lan Chang's mouth moved with the guttural hum like he was reciting a mantra. He was as majesty and as lofty as a mountain, seated in the sky. His transparent form glittered as protogenia continued to gather around him. The clockmaker gasped. Beside her, the wine master's face wore a wry grin. "I've been trying my whole life to achieve what he might succeed in doing right now," he said to her with a shake of his head. The clockmaker glanced his way. "I've never in my life seen anyone with more grasp of protogenia than this Enluan super soldier. And the Dharma he's weaving already, terrific. The most comprehensive I've witnessed. If you put mine and Davis's together it still wouldn't be this complicated. Our paths were flawed from the beginning. At the moment you rise to Paragon the protogenia is enormous, pure. We didn't have the control necessary to take advantage of it. He was wise enough to use this flood of power to solidify his Dharma. Frankly speaking, we may very well have another Zhu Di in the making. What else could expected from the man's son?" A sigh caused the wine master to heave his shoulders. "Who would have thought we'd stumble upon it all the way out here? The ones to benefit the most aren't the adepts. It's me and the pauper. Lan Chang is showing up how to take the next step." Yes indeed, Lan Chang was solidifying the image of his protogenia immediately, crafting his dogma. Disbelieving eyes were fixed on him, and every change in the environment around him. The wine master had been stuck for many years, and this was precisely what he longed to see. In truth he wasn't far from reaching reflection of heaven and earth. He'd already figured out the characteristics of his protogenia. What did not have was a goal, or any thought of where he wanted to go. Originally simply breaking through to Paragon had been his goal. Back then the photographer hadn't been around to provide guidance, and to this day he still struggled to make progress. Witnessing this transformation with his own eyes was priceless. He watched the energies coalesce and solidify, the boundlessness of it. And yet it was commanded by principles, that much was clear. Although these truths were different for every paragon, there were elements of similarity. Of course, coming to insights oneself was much more effective and impactful than having them taught. By seeing the process in person it was sure to save the wine master a great deal of time and effort in continuing his own journey. At present the only humans with a codified Dharma were Zhu Di, the photographer, the Terminator, and the Apocryphon. If Lan Chang succeeded in his attempts, he would immediately join the list higher than Satan or the Pontiff. Acquiring a Dharma shot up a paragon's strength dramatically. For the pauper, this was even more magical an opportunity. Having just broken through, he was still at his most sensitive to the flows of protogenia. It appeared as though Lan Chang's chosen Dharma was similar to his as well. All of this could be applied to his process with very little modification. His first thought was his appreciation for Lan Jue. If the jewelry master hadn't had pressed him so hard to come, would he ever have found another opportunity like this? Even before considering the possibility of personal instruction by the great Zhu Di, witnessing the birth of one's protogenic image was a once-in-a-century chance. Lan Chang's figure seemed less and less a part of their reality, even his shadow flickered on the verge of disappearing. When an adept broke through their bodies became joined with protogenia, it filled every fiber of their being. In the creation of his Dharma he was knitting the protogenia in specific patterns and then taking them back into himself. The sheer amount of energy he was releasing was overwhelming, and it was beginning to destabilize his body. If Lan Chang failed to fully weave the protogenia it could grow catastrophically unstable and cause him tremendous harm. It was a risk, but the rewards were undeniable. Just then, a pale turquoise light began to radiate from the center of Lan Jue's forehead. It was the light of Arius. It swirled in front of him like a vortex, and by its light he changed. Everything slowed way down. His translucent form became a little clearer, more stable. The figure at his back continued to take shape. Throughout the process, the ethereal hum of singing came from Lan Jue's lips. Nan mobiehi wada, sarawa, duorjade, bilai shadana, lojad de tahidea, ahada, sanmuya san biudea, diata. Shadana, sarawa, ebang, by shadana, sudai, sarawa, jerema, by shadana, isoha. 2. The strange sounds, the mystical vocalizing, although they couldn't understand the words, they were thick with a sense of harmony. Fear, sorrow, pain, and all other negative emotions were washed away. Everyone's soul was laid bare to themselves, revealing its purity and inclusion. A few couldn't help but prostrate themselves before the image of their commander. The pauper stared wide-eyes, trailing off into silence. The wine master shot him a reproachful glance. He feared the interruption might impact Lan Jue's process. But the pauper seemed nearly out of control. He immediately dropped to the floor and began to mutter. The world-purifying chant, that was the world-purifying chant. His dharma it's... By the heavens! It's unbelievable. World-purifying chant? What was that? The photographer, clockmaker, and wine master were paragons just as the pauper. However, when it came to Buddhist ritual, they didn't have the knowledge he possessed. However, by the pauper's reaction alone they could tell this was a special chant. Somehow, it had to do with the creation of his dharma. There was a glint of uncertainty in the photographer's eyes. She was at the level of nirvana, but even so the waves of power from her adopted son had a clearly restrictive effect on her. Not suppression really, just a sort of separation. The protogenia around Lan Jue blazed with light, streaking clearly through the air as they weaved intricate patterns. More protogenia was absorbed from the environment, purified and made part of the weave. Zhou smiled. He didn't laugh or make a sound, but there was incredible pride in his eyes. He looked on as Lan Jue's form continued to solidify, along with the image of his dharma. It was a Buddha, as expected, seated in full lotus posture. Upon its head shone the crown of 5 wisdoms. Half of its body was covered in bracelets and armlets of metal and jade, and its hands extended in a mudra of instruction. The index finger of its left hand was pointed up, while the palm of the right gripped it. The whole of its body was a resplendent white. A rotating wheel of light appeared behind the Buddha's head. It flashed, and the light it emitted illuminated all things. A golden light gleamed brightly to meet and surpass it, landing upon the soldiers below, then quickly painting the whole of Enluan's military base a heavenly gold. Every eye on the base in all corners turned toward the light. It washed over them like a cleansing rain. Their various ailments and discomforts vanished. Soldiers watching the probes were shocked to note a pale golden light embracing the entire planet. You could be sure they weren't the only ones to see the satellite images. The North constantly had their long-distance telescopes trained on Enluan. They knew everything that happened on the surface. This was sure to turn some heads. However, no one cared. No efforts were made to hide it. The soldiers were all facing the source of that incredible light with hands pressed together in worship. Lan Jue slowly opened his eyes and turned them to his brother and the glorious Buddha at his back. A final note from TJSS, hi hey, have you guessed? I dropped a bunch of hints in this chapter. 1. Quick layman's explanation is insight into the fundamental truths of Buddhism: emptiness, impermanence, suffering and non-self. 2. I spent a good hour looking for a proper translation for this edit, and an awesome reader below named Amita Kumaratasa figured it out for me. Give their comment a read. While the translation describes it as a chant to destroy all evil, that doesn't appear to be its intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, Vairocana. Chapter 614, Vairocana. Obviously the giant Buddha was the image of Lan Jue's dharma. Suddenly, Lan Jue's eyes filled with shock. He had also suffered Zhou edification, and it had prepared him with a working knowledge of the ancient Buddhist faith. This is Vairocana Dharmakaya 1. How is this possible? Jun Yangye's voice was in Lan Jue's ear, absent his usual calm. His audible shock confirmed Lan Jue's suspicions. Vairocana was one of the primary Buddhas of the ancient faith. He bore a status higher than any other. He was the Dharmakaya, the true body of the Buddha. As a primordial Buddha, he was a founding pillar upon which the faith rested, and sat at the center of the 5 wisdoms. The pauper remained cross-legged on the floor, and a golden aura flickered around his body. Everything about him seemed to change as the image of the taming dragon Arhat revealed itself. He pressed his hands together in respect toward the image of Vairocana. Lan Jue looked up at his brother with a tight smile. Brother, is it wise to play at such great power? How am I supposed to catch up? Lan Qing had been paused at the peak of 9th level for a long while, 3 years so far as Lan Jue could remember. In that time he had purified himself, perfected himself to reveal the scene they witnessed now. His brother leapt past the first degree of Paragon to immediately become a reflection of heaven and earth. And most amazing of all, his Dharma followed Vairocana Buddha. How is this possible? Zhou Qianlin's startled voice continued to demand. Lan Jue replied. Why shouldn't it be possible? What's the problem? A bitter mirth crept into Zhou Qianlin's voice. Problem? There's a big problem. Do you know what it meant in the old days to coalesce the image of the Dharmakaya? What does it mean? He asked. It's the reincarnation of the Buddha. Wah, Lan Jue's eyes went wide. That isn't real, is it? You're saying my brother is the reincarnation of the Buddha? What about me? Its impossibility is precisely why I find it strange. Zhou Qianlin blithely commented. The ancient faith has its roots in the oldest days. They hold that a Buddha has 3 kayas, bodies. Altogether they are Nirmanakaya, or the physical body, Sambhogakaya, their limitless spirit, and Dharmakaya, the fundamental truth and our connection to it. Vairocana represents the last, and the most powerful. However, to my knowledge the pure lands of the Buddhas disappeared when the realm of immortals did. How can we have a reincarnation if they no longer exist? It must have been latent in his blood, awakened once his cultivation was strong enough. It makes sense, but never would I have imagined that bloodline would be Vairocana Dharmakaya. He has summoned the might of the greatest of Buddhas. If he can step into the womb realm, then he will be as indomitable as the immortals who came before. Lan Jue's own smirk spread wider. So what sort of dharma do I need if I want to surpass my brother? Zhou Qianlin flatly began to list his options. Celestial Master Yuan Shi, Celestial Master Lingbao, or Celestial Master Daoud. No less than one of the 3 pure ones, or perhaps one of the great emperors. Enough of that nonsense. I return to sleep. I require silence. The sword spirit's reaction spoke volumes as to what Lan Chang was accomplishing. The other paragons also looked on in stunned silence. Suspended in air, Lan Chang slowly opened his eyes. They shimmered with a warm golden light. Through a small smile, the super soldier continued to deliver chants and charms. Gradually he slipped backward into the image of the Buddha behind him. Vairocana's eyes opened, and his hands opened in a sign of acceptance. The whole base shook with a deep, throaty hum. Everyone below was awakened from their insights just as the great Buddha became a column of golden light. Its ubiquitous glow hung over all of them for a long time before fading away. When it did, Lan Chang appeared seated on the field among them. Only an hour had passed, but he seemed like an entirely different person. The chilly exterior was gone, replaced with an ineffable kindness. Ah ha ha ha. Ah Gautama, Gautama. I bet you didn't guess my son would create your Dharmakaya. It's too much, oh it's hilarious. Zhu Di's booming laughter would be heard by the pure ones themselves if they still existed. He looked like he was on the verge of dancing. Lan Qing simply smiled. He arose, only to turn toward Zhu Di and bow. I thank you, father, for my success. Zhu Di waved away the appreciation. This had nothing to do with me, only your own hard work. You still need to stabilize your dharma, continue to gain insight into the nature of protogenia. Yes, Lan Chang replied respectfully. The other paragons gathered round. The wine master full of praise and admiration. Congratulations, Fleet Admiral Lan. The photographer made no effort to hide the beaming pride in her face. She lunged forward and wrapped him in a hug. Good boy, you have a lot of promise. Right to the Dharma, heh. That's really something. The clockmaker and Popper in turn offered their congratulations to the new paragon. Lan Jue met him with a helpless expression. You're not leaving me with a lot of opportunity here, he complained. His brother smiled softly. You speak of opportunities. Everyone had their own path to follow. Do you know why I always work so hard? Why? Because when we were young, father always said my talent was inferior to yours, Lan Xing revealed. If I didn't always work hard, you would quickly get better than me. Lan Jue turned shocked eyes to Zhu Di. Is that true? Zhu Di shrugged. Of course. If you put forth half the effort your brother did, we wouldn't still be waiting for you to make your own breakthrough. The clockmaker, wine master and pauper felt uncomfortable being privy to the conversation. Was this man incapable of simply having a nice chat? How old was he? Of course, none of them dared open their mouth in protest. The results of his parenting were right in front of them. Lan Chang was the youngest paragon ever known, much less the youngest to become a reflection of heaven and earth. The pauper looked around. I'm afraid they're really going to need to reorder the paragon list. Admiral Lan, how shall we address you? Lan Xing shook his head and looked at his father. I haven't been able to pick one. I was hoping father could help me decide. How about Siddhartha too? Zhu Di offered. Everyone looked at him in abashed powerlessness. Lan Xing forced a smile. Lan Jue chuckled and interjected. Dad, let's settle on something a little more standard, you know. Zhu Di grunted. How is this not up to standard? We've got the Pope, Satan even. Why shouldn't he be called Siddhartha? Lan Jue was quickly losing ground. Do you ever want grandchildren? What woman will sleep with him if he's got a name like Siddhartha? Zhu Di clearly had less than savory reasons for choosing the name, but he stuck to them. There's a reason. But remember, kid, you've created the image of the Buddha, you aren't really his reincarnation. Don't let it influence our next generation. A tinge of embarrassment crept into Lan Qing's face. Father, I've barely had time to deal with my own things. It's been so busy, I can't even. Sooner or later. Zhu Di didn't frame it as an option. Now that you're a paragon, you'll notice difference. 30 years will pass and you'll hardly seem different at all, but that doesn't give you license to keep me waiting. If you come across a good opportunity, you grab it, kid, you hear me? Hey Zhu, you've got all those pretty girls around you, find one suitable for your brother. Lan Jue shrunk under the instruction. I am a pure man, alright. Anyway, it's easy to find the right match for him. Any girl that can run 3 circuits around the planet has what it takes. Lan Qing chuckled. Stop your nonsense. Zhu Di interrupted. Alright, Qing, go rest. Stabilize your dharma as quickly as you can. You skipped a grade, so you're bound to have weaknesses in your foundation. You'll need to discover what you're lacking quickly. Yes, he answered. Lan Jue slithered up to Zhu Di's side. Now that you've taught my brother the dharma of Vairocana, what am I supposed to do? Don't let him go yet, he still hasn't decided on a name. Zhu Di slapped a hand against his forehead. It's age, I'm getting amnesia. Both Lan Jue and Lan Xing looked at their father with sharp eyes. Luo Qianlin tittered. Alright, you two don't worry over nothing. He's as strong as a dragon and as nasty-tempered as a tiger. He's never dying. Zhu Di's face went slightly red. Woman, have you never learned the word restraint? Snee sniffed derisively. This old lady was plenty restrained when she was younger. It was a waste of time. Now pick a name for your son, alright? If you don't, then I will. Zhu Di pondered for a moment. Vairocana separates the darkness from the light. He gives rise to the beasts of the earth. His light neither gives life nor takes it away, and his brilliance blazes brighter than the sun. Thus he is also named the light of wisdom or the radiant light. This light covers and embraces all things through time and space, through morality it binds them. It is as inseparable as day is to night, and its bounty is delivered to all the myriad sentient and non-sentient things of the universe. As the foundation of Buddhist faith, it is beautiful. The commentaries of the Mahavairocana Tantra states, when the light of wisdom shines on the realms, the roots of virtue will grow and all endeavors shall succeed. He paused for a moment, then continued. If you insist that Qing's name cannot surpass the Buddha's, then we shall call him the Peerless Light. The Peerless Light? The thought it strange at first, but the name instantly called to mind the luminescence that had poured from Lan Chang during his breakthrough, and the bounty he delivered unto Enluan. No, that doesn't sound any good. Luo Qianlin complained. Peerless Light, might as well be, I am awesome. That's not suitable at all, can't you think of something that sounds better? Zhu Di narrowed his eyes. Sounds better? You think of one, then. It at least has to do with his dharma, she snapped. I don't know, how about the warrior Buddha? Or maybe great sage, the equal of heaven. How do those sound, Zhu Di? 3. Zhu Di grunted. Not my ideas. Warrior monk? Great sage, equal to heaven? When they heard the names, the other paragons froze. For the first time they were beginning to get a glimpse into Zhu Di's dharma. 4. 1. The Buddha who represents the true form, present in all things. The dharma body. 2. The human name of the founder of Buddhism, later to become Gautama Buddha. 3. This is a snide joke, or maybe not. The warrior Buddha was one of the trials faced by the Monkey King in the journey to the West. The second title, Great Sage, equal to Heaven, was the title the Monkey King gave himself to piss off all the immortals. As a bonus, here's a trailer for a movie called Winning Monk, same characters as Warrior Monk, that looks flippin' awesome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, Commander of the Eastern Forces. Chapter 615, Commander of the Eastern Forces. Even Lan Jue and Lan Sheng, as Judy's children, didn't know what their father's dharma was. A strange look overcame the younger Lan. It would explain why his father had been so happy a moment ago. Wasn't the warrior monk that one who was so long oppressed by the Buddhas? If that was Judy's dharma, then his son's name and protogenic image was a sort of spite. All signs pointed to this being the case. Judy was a master in the ways of Buddhism and the Tao. He was good at everything. Zhou Qianlin thought for a moment. Vairocana is the image of the Buddha's true self. We can call him the Emperor of Middle Heaven. It's more aggressive. No good. I still like the Peerless Light. Judy grumbled. Zhou Qianlin didn't care. Emperor of Middle Heaven. What do you think, Ching? He was caught between a rock and a hard place. He didn't want to offend either. Lan Jue was struck by inspiration. There aren't any rules for a paragon's name. How about this, we use both. His name will be, the Peerless Light Emperor of Middle Heaven. Pretty good. It shows how strong my brother is. Lan Sheng looked at his brother as though betrayed. Brat, he whined, is this you helping me? It's got an aggressive sound to it, the pauper said approvingly. Judy and Zhou Qianlin exchanged a sideways glance. Neither one wanted to give ground to the other. Judy eventually broke down. Fine. So it is. Another sniff was earned from Zhou Qianlin. It'll serve. At least my half of the name makes up for your lack of creativity. Judy looked to Lan Cheng. Little Cheng, what's with that face? You don't like the name we picked for you? No, it's great. Lan Cheng forced a smile, but they could almost hear his teeth grinding. It was true there weren't any rules for Paragon's names, but they at least tried to keep to brevity: Cosmagus, Terminator, Judy. Meanwhile, his name. Thanks to the unreliable decision-making of his parents, the mighty new Paragon was given a name, the Peerless Light Emperor of Middle Heaven. Lan Jue quietly affirmed to himself that it was integral he had his own name ready when the time came. He absolutely did not want to go poking around in his parents' brains. Lan Sheng then broke into a smile as he thought of something. Father, mother, I really think this lengthy name is exceptional. When Aju breaks through, I think he needs something along the same lines. Something to designate us as brothers, strong and unified. Lan Jue's eyes nearly rolled out of his head. When did his brother get so good at scheming? Judy chortled darkly. Oh, I've already thought of his. I agreed with yours because his name is just as long. Kill me. Lan Jue's heart lamented. He was going to side like a moron. Lan Sheng never took his eyes from his brother, and never let the smile slip from his face. I should go cultivate honored paragons. I take my leave. He bid farewell to them all and left. When Judy saw Lan Jue's beleaguered face, he spoke up. Come with me, brat. Did you see how well your brother did? Relax, your dad's thought up a good dharma for you as well. In the future you'll fare just as well. Lan Jue's eye sparkled. You thought of one for me? It can't be any worse than Lan Sheng's. Of course not, Judy replied proudly. You think I'd be cheap with my own son? I figured it out last night. Lan Jue's excited face suddenly seized. Last night? Are dharmas just picked out of the air like that? Judy saw his face, reached out, and gave him a firm smack on the back of the head. You dare doubt your father? Once I knew you had the thunder essence, I was able to pick out your most suitable path. But if you want to succeed with this dharma, you need to start absorbing it now. That's the only way to get the most out of the thunder essence. Come with me. Judy took Lan Jue from the field, and others also went their separate ways. The wine master and pauper were especially quick to return to their quarters. They were eager to meditate on what they'd learned from watching Lan Sheng. The soldiers from both companies were meditating quietly, reaping the tremendous benefits from the light of Vairocana and the creation of the Dharma. Overall, much more helpful for them all than the pauper's breakthrough. There were only a few soldiers who were granted epiphanies. All of them, though, had their souls washed clean by the purifying light. Their bodies' energies were cleansed by it, preparing them for future advancement. Zeta. What? A change on Enluan? The Terminator's face drew tight when he got the news from his subordinates. That golden light didn't release any form of energy we could read. For a light like that to appear without any sort of readable signature is very strange. So Congress wanted your assurances. They wanted to know if you could determine what that was, and if it had to do with Adepts in some way. Let me look at the data, he replied. The holographic projectors hummed as they came online. The barren rock that was Enluan appeared in the air before him. After a moment the whole planet was covered in a soothing golden glow. Its peaceful bearing was evident even through the video. Protogenia. The Terminator gasped. Surprise was clear in his face. This is the protogenia released by a paragon, and if it can cover a whole planet it means they've reached reflection of heaven and earth. There are 2 known paragons of that level, me and the Apocrian, and the Apocrian's Dharma does not look like that. It wouldn't be that color. Could it mean one of the Skyfire paragons has risen a degree? That's the only determination I can make without more information. We can assume one of the paragons has assumed personal command of Enluan. We must be careful. Bring them my recommendations. Yes, sir. The subordinate snapped to attention then rushed off to deliver the message. The Terminator glowered at the slowly turning holograph. The clockmaker's departure had been a deeply wounding blow for the Great Conclave. However, she had always warned him that the day may come when she would leave. Now she was gone, and how could he have stopped her? He couldn't have. Although he commanded more destructive power, her specialty was time. If she wanted to leave, he was powerless to stop her. The unprecedented rise of Skyfire Avenue continued. Now they were welcoming another paragon to new heights of power, though he didn't know the specifics. They had also been the ones to provide the worlds of humanity with integral information on the aliens. The North was constantly sending patrols to gather what they could, but they always failed to return. Their disappearances only proved the Avenue's information true. The 3 alien planets were on their doorstep. Planets that could move through space at will and swallow whole worlds. The concept was almost more terrifying than he could put into words. As the leader of the North, all of that fear and pressure landed squarely on his shoulders. Zeta. Lan Jue's prestigious ascension made confidential by the East. Only the highest members of government were aware of the details. They had prepared to make him Fleet Admiral, but in a break from tradition they cancelled that ceremony. Now, Lan Jue bore the title of Standing Member of the War Committee, 4-star General and Commander of the Eastern Armed Forces. There was no higher military rank. There were relatively few adepts who promised their lives in military service. These men and women were blessed with abilities that outstripped their normal human counterparts, and the military imposed restrictions on that. Thus, the stronger the adept the less likely they were to suffer someone else's commands. The 1,000 or so adepts of the Blood Iron Khans were painstakingly sought out from the entire Eastern Army. Even for all this, though, they still didn't have the individual strength of Star Division's fighters. Happy didn't even begin to describe how Lan Jue's breakthrough made the Eastern military feel. Lan Jue had already been their god of wisdom, their super soldier. Now as a paragon, his prestige and subsequently his followers were sure to grow. It was impossible to say how much this would ultimately benefit the Eastern Alliance. Moreover, he skipped the beginning stage of Paragon. What could this mean for them? Few adepts chose a life of politics, but lawmakers were well versed in their world. They knew that if Lan Jue was a reflection of heaven and earth, he rivaled the Great Conclave's leader, the Terminator. Perhaps not quite as strong, but at least on the same level. Just as the golden light spread all over Enluan, the implications of it sent shockwaves through the Eastern government. Lan Jue's meteoric rise to military dominance was quickly decided by the government once word got to them. However, whether it was Lan Jue's breakthrough or his new title, all of it was kept a strict military secret. They would only reveal it at the perfect moment, when the truth was for their benefit. 3 days and 3 nights after Zhu Di took Lan Jue away, the boy's father emerged. He told them Lan Jue would be sequestered away for cultivation, though it would not be for long. Zhu Di estimated another 3 days. Lan Jue also shut himself away in order to solidify the foundation of his power. He would need time to make sure he was on stable footing. The pauper found time to get instruction from Zhu Di, along with the driver. The mighty paragon was not prudent with his knowledge, and the two benefited greatly from his help. As for the clockmaker and winemaster, Zhou Qianlin served as their instructor. As the strongest dimensional adept in human history, she was better suited to teach them the mysteries of spacetime. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, What is Lan Jue's Dharma? Chapter 616, What is Lan Jue's Dharma? The wine master learned the most from his experience. At last he saw how the creation of a dharma was performed, he just needed time to let it sink in. Once they returned to Skyfire Avenue, he was determined to give it a try. The Adepts of the Blood Iron Khans in Star Division completed their meditations after 7 days. Star Division soldiers were particularly helped, since an Adept's ability to comprehend protogenia was directly related to their individual strength. Their depth of understanding depended on how much they could control. 4th level was the minimum the Blood Iron Khans would accept. Comparatively, Skyfire Avenue demanded 6th level. Based on that alone, there was a significant difference in quality. However, the nature of Vairocana's light was enlightening for everyone. Lan Jue sat in meditation for 3 entire days. His father's instruction had opened a door to a new world of understanding. Dharma was a reflection of one's own protogenia. Understanding a paragon's dharma gave insight into their underpinning truths, the trend in their protogenia. Lan Jue had never considered these matters, he assumed being a paragon was a straight path up. He was waiting to deal with it until after he broke through. Lan Qing's display was a motivating force, however. He hadn't known that this pure protogenia could be coalesced in a situation like that. One step strikes the sky, his brother cast a very long shadow. He commanded every ounce of natal protogenia, wasting none of it. Easy street to the next level of paragon. But what dharma? That was the most important factor. Lan Qing's Vairocana dharma was clearly a middle finger to the old gods from Zhou, but it was already inherent in his brother's blood. He succeeded because the truths had been passed down in his DNA. Dharma was the single most important factor of a paragon's ultimate strength, so one could imagine what awaited Lan Qing. Traditionally, paragons took the protogenic energies of their breakthrough and channeled them into themselves. This remolded and evolved their disciplines into domains, catapulting them into stratospheric levels of power. However, this limited the path of future growth for these new superhumans. The struggle for insights became harder and harder. Zhou was able to become Zhou by coalescing pure, natal protogenia into indominant Dharma, the great sage, equal of Heaven One. After he formed the warrior Buddha Dharma, he achieved nirvana within 10 years. 5 years after that, the infinite. Once Lan Qing had reached the peak of 9th level, Zhou had begun to impart his knowledge of Dharma creation. It took 3 years of careful cultivation, which resulted in his meteoric rise today. Lan Jue was not at the peak of 9th rank, but his insights into protogenia were many. He had been changed by the thunder essence as well, and its echoes of imperial lightning. Zhou used this knowledge to puzzle out the most suitable dharma for his second son. Something that would fuse well with his Taoist training and thunderbolt discipline. He would even use the immortal qi of the thunder essence for its basis. Lan Jue's greatest hurdle lately was the search for a path. He had experienced so much, there were too many options for him to see clearly which served him best. In 3 days, Zhou solved this problem for him, ensuring his future would be smoother. 3 days of consideration opened Lan Jue's eyes to truth. This was the benefit of having a wise master. Many were the tortuous and wicked roads, and if Lan Jue had chosen himself he would never have found the right way. He would have no reference. But that was not the case. A fortuitous meeting with Zhou when he was young, the things he was taught, the treasures he uncovered, things that were useless to the world at large, but priceless to an aspiring paragon. A clear blue light shone from his eyes, illuminating the room. Motes of silver danced on waves of deadly energy. After absorbing only a small amount, already Lan Jue's discipline had undergone a significant transformation. Completely transformation would require time, but the absorption of the yin-yang lightning was speeding up. Once his discipline became the yin-yang lightning, he would dissolve the thunder essence faster. Breaking through to Paragon could be expected soon after. Lan Jue was most surprised to see how it affected Qianlin. With the accepting nature of her powers, it didn't matter what energies flowed through them during joint cultivation. She was able to use whatever methods he was to improve herself. It was a burden off his shoulders, since he didn't have to worry about her keeping up. The blue light faded away until everything in the room returned to normal. Lan Jue unfurled his legs and rose to stretch. It had been days since he awoke from meditation, but even still the thought of his brother's success inspired him. Once Lan Shang mastered his dharma, it was unlikely there would be any paragon that could contend with him. He shuddered to think of what his 3 mantras could do then. I need to make sure Cheng and Ailey hear about this, Lan Jue thought. I shouldn't be the only one to feel the pressure of falling behind. He trusted both of them implicitly, and didn't fear either of them letting his brother's success slip outside of their circle. He dialed in Chu Chang's number. Soon his friend's lazy voice answered. "Hello, this is Chu Chang. I'm cultivating and can't answer your call right now. If you have something that needs my attention, please leave a message, but it will be a while before I get to it." "Sorry." Cultivating? A Chang was still locked away? He hadn't spoken to either of his close friends since returning to Skyfire, but he would have thought Chu Chang would have awakened by now. He tried Hua Li's number and got a similar result. Lan Jue couldn't help but smile. Could this mean his distant brothers had also come to some realization of themselves? First my brother and now them. It's starting to look like I'm at the back of the line. Unfortunately, he couldn't stay here and cultivate. The alien menace still loomed large and humanity needed as much information as they could. He still had a job to do. They'd already spent 6 days on Anluan, and every day the scouting mission had been on his mind. He stepped out of his small dorm and got in touch with the wine master and Su Xiaosu. Lan Chang was still meditating and was unreachable. Soon afterward all of the paragons converged, including Zhu Di and Luo Xianni. "Are you ready to go?" Zhu Di asked. Lan Jue nodded back at him. "We need to head in for a recon mission on the alien forces, and get back as quickly as we can with some information. We need eyes on them if we want to be prepared for their next attack." Su Xiaosu was definitely going with him. Her knowledge of the starfields was unparalleled, and that would come in useful whether they were advancing or retreating. His Amazons were coming as well along with their resident tech genius, the accountant. This would serve as their base scouting party. The wine master and Apocreon had also pledged to come for security. The pauper was also committed. He had just become a paragon and was itching to try out his new powers. "You don't need to come, Mom. You stay here with Dad," Lan Jue told her. He didn't know what she did it, or maybe it was Zhu Di, but lately the two were as inseparable as new lovers. "Of course that's not okay. I'm going with you." Luo Xianni's refusal was immediate. "Those aliens are very dangerous. The only way I'm not going to worry is if I'm with you. You don't call me Mom for no reason. I'm responsible than others I could name. If you don't mock me, does it hurt?" Zhu Di asked, honestly curious. She gave him a mocking stare in reply. "I have years of complaints backed up." Zhu Di just sighed. He knew that in a war of words, Luo Xianni would beat him handily every time. She had absolutely no filter, anything could come out of her mouth. "I'll go as well," Zhu Di said. "What?" Lan Jue looked at his father with surprise. He hadn't anticipated his father would want to come. Zhu Di explained. "A Qing has completed his breakthrough. He is more than capable of protecting himself now, there's no need for me here. I'm curious how strong these aliens are." A cold, hard light shone behind the ultimate paragon's eyes. A flood of murderous intent hung over everyone, making them shiver. Both the Apocreon and the wine master were thrilled by the news. With Zhu Di with them, safety was no longer a concern. Also, Zhu Di's power was known to them only by disreputable reports. It was said he was able to destroy whole planets by himself. If that were true, what was to stop the man from dealing a killing blow to the aliens while they were out? Lan Jue was, of course, ecstatic. Their party was a small but immensely powerful one. In fact, you couldn't find a more capable team in all of human space. The paragons with them spanned the gamut, one who walked the infinite, one immersed in nirvana, one reflection of heaven and earth, and two within the realm of protogenia. After them came a slew of 9th-ranked adepts. At least in terms of individual ability, this was humanity's dream team. "Don't forget me. I'm coming." The driver was late getting the news, and came trotting over to them. "You shouldn't," Lan Jue said. "With all of us gone, the Star Division needs a commander." The driver was firm. "No, I'm going. Star Division still has the coffee master and bartender, that's good enough. Besides, we're just leaving them here to drill." Of course he would be determined to go. After only a few days of instruction from Zhu Di, he felt the difference. Just like before, he wasn't going to let this opportunity pass him by. Not to mention, he and Lan Jue still had work to do with the Yinyan Lightning. This trip was going to take some time, perhaps enough time for them to complete the transformation of their disciplines. 1. Essentially, the Monkey King. The warrior Buddha and great sage, equal of heaven, were both him. This would fully explain his shittier qualities, since the Monkey King was an annoying little shit with godlike powers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, Together. Chapter 617, Together. Zhu had told the driver about the yin-yang lightning. He'd said that by its nature, it was typically only used from the outside. That meant it was used for battle and not normally transferred into one's own powers. However, because Lan Jue absorbed the thunder essence, it had begun to evolve the nature of his energies. Now it was more like a derivative of imperial lightning, far outstripping the capabilities of their Taiyin and Taiyang thunderbolts. It was small, but the wisps of mystical power stuck to them like glue, feeding them what they needed to grow as adepts. The driver was a strict believer of never let an opportunity pass. The things he learned from Zhu and the things he was accomplishing with Lan Jue strengthened him beyond expectations. Becoming a paragon one day didn't have to be a dream. Fine, if you feel that strongly, then we're all going together, Lan Jue answered. Lan Chang was not with his troops, but they were taken care of. The coffee master and the bartender were left behind to care for Star Division while Lan Jue was gone. Rest was important, but they had also come to test themselves against the mighty Eastern Army and learn from their training methods. The two groups were slated to drill together for mutual improvement. Everyone would return to Skyfire Avenue together once Lan Jue and his team returned. Before long, Zeus 1 was tearing through the sky like a blue hawk. A tail of water vapor traced its exit. Lan Jue had a soft spot for this particular ship. They'd been through a lot together. It wasn't as spacious as Majesty, but there were a few crew quarters to take advantage of. Zhu and Luo Xianli would have one, obviously. The pauper had helped himself to one already for cultivation, while Lan Jue and the driver needed space to continue their process. With Zhu present, they didn't need to be afraid of losing control. That left one room open, and two paragons, the wine master and the clockmaker. Lan Jue gave his old friend a knowing look when they realized the problem. The wine master stammered a response. Perhaps I should find the pauper, squeeze in with him. But Lan Jue's gaping expression stopped him. This old man was the leader of Skyfire Avenue, a master of space and time. How was he so stupid when it came to women? How was he not losing his mind over this chance that fell in his lap? The clockmaker shot him a look. You can come with me. You and the pauper have different disciplines, I'll help you find the road. When we go back you can try to create a dharma, too. Ha! The wine master's head shot up as he looked her way. The clockmaker had already turned around and was heading back to their new room. Will you stop being so stupid? Lan Jue looked at his friend with resigned irritation. How can you ever hope to even hold a lady if you keep acting like this? You'll be a bachelor the rest of your life. You don't understand anything, the wine master fired back. She is a woman of high moral integrity. She has never agreed to contact with a man before. I respect her for that. Lan Jue was losing patience. Crap. When you're chasing women you need courage, caution, and a thick skin. Respect is when you make them your wife. Until then the greatest respect you can show a woman is how much you like her. Don't waste time pussyfooting around, you've got to get out there. His voice was loud, enough so that the others could hear. He spied a pair of hard, sharp eyes sweep back toward him. He felt the bitter, soft, but indignant eyes pierce him. Then he ran. Personal safety was more important than yelling at the wine master. The wine master couldn't help but chuckle as he watched him flee. It didn't hide the racing of his own heart. Did she really invite me to cultivate with her in her room? He thought to himself. Like in most ships, cabins were very small. Space was limited, so two people together. He took several deep breaths, then followed after the clockmaker with resolute strides. Lan Jue's words had motivated him. Zeta. That nephew of yours is rubbish. Zhu was lying on the best of his cabin, frowning at nothing. Luo Xianli was lying beside him with her head on his arm. She laughed. You aren't? Who was it that made me wait so many years? You relax, when we get back I'll stay at Skyfire Avenue. Whatever you want to do, I won't stop you. I can't ask you to give up your freedom. She always knew in her heart that she would never completely control this man. It was better to stay close, and be together for as long as they could. At least she could see him from time to time. Zhu pulled her close and sighed. Maybe I really am getting old. I'm less interested in freedom these days, more afraid of being lonely. You know me, with my character, do you think I'd be calling my sons back? I started to miss them, and discovered that all along I was missing someone else too. I let you down. Luo Xianli's body trembled. She looked up and stared into his face. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, that those words were coming from Zhu's mouth. After so many years she knew this old man well, or she thought she did. This wasn't something that Chi Bupong she knew would say. She gently ran her fingers across his face. "You're not old," she said. "You'll never be old." He smiled at her, at the warmth she was giving him. "I've been too stubborn, and it's cost me a lot of wonderful things. Things get clearer as you age. When this alien business is over, come wander with me. We'll explore the universe together, find a nice planet for our kids. Maybe a place like Earth, rich in original chi, a trace of the immortal realm." She watched the determination rise in his eyes. "You, don't mind me coming?" He took her face in his hands. "So long as you don't abandon us, I want you to be the real mother of my children." Luo Qianni bit her lip to fight back the flood emotion, but lost. She threw her arms around her neck and pulled him close. She had waited for these words. Waited for so many years. Zhu Di laughed. Now he looked back at his obstinance and thought it was stupid. He preferred this feeling, warm and sweet. With her it felt like he had a home. Ever since running into Luo Qianni on Ziluo, he'd felt out of sorts. He'd raised Lan Jue and Lan Xing, taught them, but since they left he'd been living on his own. He had always been a lone wolf, but emotions were a universal trait. He was just as susceptible to missing his children, but he couldn't tell them. He'd known all about Lan Jue's pain when Hera died. At the time he thought it was weak, it made him angry. He wasn't going to reward such weakness with his attention. It took years, watching Lan Jue pull himself out of it step by step, hearing about him from Lan Xing. Only until his amazing performance at the Great Adept tournament did Zhu Di realize how much he missed his family. He'd raised those two boys himself from the time they were children. They were his boys as much as they were his disciples, and he treated them like it. He was stern and unforgiving, but now as he got older he saw how these two young men fed his soul. Now, watching them continuing to improve every day was enough. Zhu Di longed for a closer relationship with them, but he knew it wasn't in the cards. Who knew the strongest human ever recorded could be so sentimental? But that day Han Luo Qianni showed up with his son, it was strange. Something more appeared between him and his son when she was around. He'd heard someone say it in the factory once, and immediately recognized what it was. Without a mother, they never felt like a family. It had been an awakening for him. He saw the truth, a woman was the glue that held a family together. Later, as he learned more about Luo Qianni and his son, and how they worked together, he saw everything clearly. She made him so angry sometimes he couldn't speak, but he found he liked the life he led now. They spat barbs and their kids managed the casualties, that was family. The words he told Luo Qianni sounded simple, but they weren't. They were the result of long hours of thought and difficult sacrifices. Now, with her wrapped up in his arms, he had no regrets. On the contrary, he was overjoyed with his decision. Zeta. That cabin was full of sweetness and honey. Next door the room was silent. When the wine master stepped inside he spotted the clockmaker already seated on one side of the bed. Her eyes were closed, like she was meditating. He wavered for a moment, but steeled his resolve and walked over to stand in front of her. I'm here. He stammered. Her eyes fluttered open. Nothing was said, she just looked at him with smoky eyes. Her look seemed to put him on edge. The wine master straightened. If you feel like this is uncomfortable, I can leave. She let him flounder for a moment, then turned her eyes to the side. The wine master, crestfallen, turned to go. Get back here. The clockmaker's voice was harsh. He turned around to face her. She glared back. The jewelry master was right. Really a waste. The wine master grinned awkwardly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid. The clockmaker paused. What are you afraid of? That I'm going to eat you? The wine master sighed. I'm afraid you'll leave. The last time you did, you were gone for years. My heart ached every time I walked past that empty store. Missing you was a curse. I couldn't focus to cultivate. The only time I could think about you was when I drank. The beauty of the wine always reminded me of you. I developed a taste for the richness of it, and the way it dulled the mind. I missed you every day, so every day I would drink. A note from TJSS, the fervor of youth alive in the hearts of the old. Even the wine master has his spring. Yes, for the wine master's spring, I beg. 1. I'm embarrassed to admit I don't know how his payment method works, but I think he asks for donations, so that's what he means here by beg. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, I'll never leave again. Chapter 618, I'll never leave again. I never thought you'd come back. Do you have any idea how happy I was to find out I was wrong? I didn't touch a drop of wine. I just stood in the winery, watching you go back and forth on your errands. I told myself no matter what, I wouldn't let you leave again. That's why I'm afraid, because if I offend you, you may leave Skyfire Avenue. You might leave me. So long as I get to see you every day, that's enough for me. I came with you even though there is a lot to keep me busy on the avenue. I realized I can't go a day without seeing your face. The clockmaker was silent and dropped her head. I'm sorry. Now I understand why you haven't created your Dharma, even though you were always more talented than I was. It was because of me? He smiled. This isn't important. You need to be in the right frame of mind to create a Dharma and confidence. I'm just an alcoholic, I don't deserve a Dharma. The clockmaker lifted her hand and extended it toward the winemaster. He looked at her in surprise, but this time did not hesitate. He slipped his hand into hers. She pulled him closer, next to her. Time may be my realm, but that doesn't mean I can control it. If I could, I would make time flow backwards. I can't say what was right or wrong, all I can do is promise you that I'll never leave again. The winemaster smiled, his first real, satisfied smile in years. There was real joy in his face. Zeta. Zeus 1 was on its way at top speed. The blinding stone was activated, engaging their cloaking systems. They didn't have to worry about being spotted by any radar. Lan Jue was very vigilant, especially since they'd once narrowly missed the main blast of a bastion ship heading a similar route. After 2 days of travel, Lan Jue returned to the pirate haven they'd vacated only 10 days earlier. Zhou Qianlin guided them through the least dangerous passes of the starfield's shifting landscape. Lan Jue and his team inched closer to the galaxy's heart. Lan Jue, the psychic tide, was seated in Zeus 1's captain's chair with a helmet pressed to her head. She channeled her perception through the ship and out into space around them. No one knew if the alien planets were still here, or where they might suddenly appear. It wasn't unthinkable for them to stumble upon the enemy at any moment. That was their greatest fear. Zeus 1 reduced speed, choosing safety over efficiency. The slower the ship ran, the less it affected its environment and the smaller its energy signature. With the blinding stone, they were practically invisible. Lan Jue was by the ship's controls. Once they'd entered into the starfields, he couldn't keep his concentration on cultivation. He had to be ready to react the instant danger reared its head. Asteroids flitted by their windows constantly. Every few seconds one of the lumbering giants would pass at several thousands of kilometers per hour. If it weren't for a crack pilot and someone who knew the lay of the land, they'd be in real danger of being smashed to bits. The asteroids varied in their gravitational pull. It was important to know how much distance was needed to clear them. It was not common knowledge. How far are we from where the 3 main planets used to be? Lan Jue asked Zhou Qianlin. Her voice was soft. At our current speed, about a day and a half. We aren't in a rush, Lan Jue explained. Safety first. She nodded. The driver came walking over with a whiskey glass in hand. He handed another one to Lan Jue. Relax. We aren't going to run into the aliens so quick. Lan Jue didn't even have time to refuse before Xiaosu's voice interrupted sharply. Boss, look. His head snapped to the radar screen. There was a red dot rapidly closing in on their location. Analysis says there's an 86% chance it's alive, the accountant cried. Lan Jue drained the contents of his whiskey glass in a single gulp, then turned to the driver. You're a goddamn harbinger. The driver shrugged back at him. You're going to blame this on me? I wasn't serious. They bantered, but Lan Jue's mind was sharp. His eyes were plastered to the windows. He didn't have to wait long before it showed up on the horizon. The purple, shuttle-shaped body lurched into view. It was one of the carrier aliens, like the one they killed before. This one looked bigger, and in his experience size was a good indicator of strength for their species. It's really a damn alien. You want me to deal with it? Excitement was clear in the driver's eyes. He and Lan Jue already had a basic grasp of yin-yang lightning, and 1/10 of his energy had been transformed already. He wanted to know the limits of this combined thunderbolt power. But Lan Jue shook his head. We mustn't act in haste and alert the enemy to our presence. It doesn't know we're here, so we avoid it. It looks like the alien planets have chosen to use the center of the starfields as a base. They're sending out feelers to find other life-bearing planets in the system. Their mission was reconnaissance, not elimination. They had to focus on bringing back all the information they could about their foe. An alien that size was sure to have a crystal, but Lan Jue didn't want to gamble their mission for greed. A host of nervous eyes watched the alien slip through space. Its torpedo-like shape convulsed and contracted as it flew. Like the one before it, it belched plumes of gas to propel itself forward. It could reach several times the speed of light that way. Soon it was passing close by Zeus 1. It was none the wiser. Lan Jue called out. Maintain normal speed. Boss, be careful. I can sense a consciousness. Lan Jue warned. Her boss eyes lit up. Speed up. Su Xiaosu and the accountant burst into action. Zeus 1's engines flared as they were opened wide and shot off at 3 times speed. A dark purple beam of light tore through the space they just vacated. Cold crept up everyone's spine. With these paragons gathered, they could survive with a broken ship, but they only had one. It was a dangerous situation to be in, and one Lan Jue wanted to avoid. The driver, his jaw set, turned and entered into one of the ejection capsules. Be careful. Lan Jue called at him. Relax. He growled back. Zeus 1's attack capabilities were limited. Lan Jue had tried to use them to fight these aliens before to little effect. Their abilities as adepts were far more damaging. Personnel cannon, preparing first stage. Preparing second stage. Third stage. Fire. A beam of light fired off the bow of Zeus 1 just as the ship veered to the side. It narrowly avoided another one of the aliens' attacks. As the driver raced through space, his body was covered in an aura of silver light. In the next instant, he was safely cradled in the cockpit of his mecha, Thunderclap. The suit had undergone enhancements since the god battles. Its hull was thicker, and no longer the same blinding bright color. Now it was bulky and dark. 2 rays of white light radiated from the machine's eyes. It changed direction in midair and shot right for the alien carrier. A massive spear was gripped in its metal hand. It was white, and as the mecha held it, a corona of power radiated 3 meters around the tip. Lan Jue watched carefully from the bridge. He wasn't too worried for the driver's safety. There were 5 paragons on board ready to assist at a moment's notice. They could dispatch of this problem with a wave of their hand. As he watched the light blazing around Thunderclap's spear, he nodded silently to himself. The driver had improved quite a lot recently. That light was a sign of his control. Before, his discipline was Taiyin-based, but now he could draw out the lightning element and condense it into its essence. It was a wonderful achievement. The carrier alien sensed Thunderclap's approach but didn't pay any mind to the tiny creature. Its lumbering body was still heading for Zeus 1. Lan Jue turned to Lan Jue. Analyze the consciousness you felt. How was it able to find us? Lan Jue replied. It was a special kind of psychic pulse, sort of like sonar. It seems able to resonate with our own psyches, and it's strong. It doesn't appear to do any damage, but it's wide-reaching. It didn't see us, but it did sense us and attack. Lan Jue frowned and thought. No wonder all the earlier recon missions failed. They had top-of-the-line cloaking equipment, but so long as they were people on board, the aliens could sense their consciousness. But what about the unmanned drones? There must be another reason they failed. As his mind raced, Thunderclap clashed with their alien foe. Being ignored by the beast had sent him into a rage. His mecha became a beam of intense light as he picked up speed, enough to overtake the monster and bar its path. Thunderclap stabbed with its blazing spear. Poof! The weapon cut into the alien like there was no resistance. Ripples of silver light undulated out from the wound. The resulting explosion flung the enormous alien away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, The Might of Lightning. Chapter 619, The Might of Lightning. The alien roared in pain. Its massive body was well defended, by the driver's Taiyin lightning swept right past its guard. More proof that an adept's discipline was the antithesis of these creatures. These alien monsters consumed energy to survive and evolve. Adepts were similar in that their disciplines relied on vital energies. However, the aliens harmed that which they took in. The creature's whole body shook and a purple aura sprang up around it. Thunderclap was quick, retreating quickly 1,000 meters away. Thunderclap could outpace Thor when it came to speed. The driver brought his mecha back around, and pointed his glimmering spear at his target. The machine was surrounded by light, but the tip of its weapon wasn't the same as it had been. The light condensed and became translucent at the blade, like a purple gemstone. Flickers of lightning buzzed within. He was going to try. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes and paid close attention. He was also eager to know what measure of damage the driver's combined lightning could inflict on their foe. The carrier alien contracted, then with a burst of air thrust itself toward Thunderclap. Its nightmarish maw opened wide, revealing a hellscape of razor-sharp teeth. The driver didn't try to escape. A blinding electric light erupted from behind him, and Thunderclap was launched forward at top speed. As he raced ahead, the light of his spear brightened until it hung over Thunderclap like a membrane of light. It parted the air in front of the mecha, creating a protective wake. From afar, all they could see was the purple light vanish into the creature's body. They held their breath, but didn't have to wait long. In a blink, the light revealed itself again, bursting out of the alien's far side, then slowly faded into the darkness of space. The carrier's inertia sent it sailing into the distance. Soon it was almost too far to see clearly. But then thunderous blasts, loud enough to wake the dead, broke the silence of the cosmos. A purple explosion blinded the eye. It was so fierce that all of the asteroids around it were disintegrated. A patch of clear space was left where the alien had been. Thunderclap lowered its spear. It hung heroically in the middle of space, with the purple light of its handiwork reflected of its metal body. "Why the hell are you posing? Get the crystal." Lan Jue's irritated voice interrupted the driver as he was basking in how awesome he was. "Oh. I forgot. I was trying to be handsome." The drive cleared his throat, then rushed over to the site of the explosion. Back on the ship's bridge, Lan Jue peered over the destruction and nodded his head. The yin-yang lightning was as strong as was promised. Strong enough to overcome an alien's defenses. As the alien's strength corresponded to their size, it was easy to imagine how strong an interstellar carrier would be. However, with the power of their combined thunderbolt disciplines, the driver split the beast from head to heel. Then, to rub salt in the wounds, the monster detonated in an explosion to rival the death of a star. Overall, more impressive than the fireworks from the one Lan Jue killed. Few were the men and women who saw these beasts in lives. Most ended up like the many scouts or the North's 7th Fleet, devoured. The alien threat had always existed, but the war was only just starting. Humans still understood so little, but Lan Jue was growing wiser with each encounter. He could see that adepts, more than the technology of man, were the most crucial weapons in the fight for their survival. Take the driver as an example. He was a powerful adept, with exceptional piloting ability, amplified by a great mecha. He could take on a battleship and win. Take that same battleship and pit it against a carrier alien. The battleship had a good chance, but the driver could put it down in half the time. All of this data was priceless. The accountant was quick to record everything he could for analysis. In the coming war, scores of soldiers like the driver would be needed. This information would be used to train Star Division to fill that need. "Boss, there was a massive psionic spike, something searching in this area. We should already be able to see it." Lin Guogua called over. Lan Jue's heart skipped a beat. He shouted at the driver through the ship's comms, "Get back as fast as you can, there are more coming." He had to remind everyone that they were a recon squad. If they exposed themselves here, the losses would outweigh the gains. The driver urged Thunderclap back to the ship at top speed. The telltale purple flicker of a vital crystal pulsed in its grip. As he was boarding Zeus, one specks of purple light flashed in the distance. They were getting bigger, and heading right for the ship's location. Lan Jue sucked in a breath. The radar showed at least 300 of them, of all sorts. Some of them were over 1,000 meters long. "We're surrounded, they came in from all around us." 1 inch, the accountant's anxious voice cut in. "Our chances of getting out without a fight are less than 3%. Some of them are faster than our ship." Lin Guogua reported again. "Another psionic sweep, it's strong enough that they'll know we're here." "Boss, what do we do?" Lan Jue's eyes hardened. "Full speed, head to where they're most spread out. Arm the shields, and prepare for battle." "No need, I'll handle it." A familiar voice contradicted the commander. Lan Jue turned his head to find the winemaster had snuck up at some point. His scepter glimmered in his hand. Without waiting for an answer, a silver light bloomed from the cosmogus. Zeus 1 was revealed to the dark universe, but enveloped in a mystical silver glow. The light flickered, and all at once, the ship disappeared. Empty space was buffeted by waves of psychic force, searching for something no longer there. Before long, the alien force had converged, and hovered over a wide swath of space. They slithered and squirmed among one another, looking. There was no trace for them to find. Far in the distance, behind a lumbering asteroid, Zeus 1 reappeared in a flash. Its main engines roared to life, and they fled before the aliens could sniff them out. When they were a safe distance, Lan Jue shot the winemaster an appreciative gaze and a thumbs up. There were real benefits for taking paragons along. Now the commander knew he could rely on his old friend to help them flee if a similar situation arose. If he hadn't been here, Lan Jue was ready to fight. But that would have cost them. Thankfully, all it took to solve the problem was a well-placed dimensional transport. Fear didn't tie Star Division's hands. They had 5 paragons ready to back them up in a fight. Killing so many would have alerted the alien planets, however, and subsequently would affect their reconnaissance. Retreat was the best option. Lan Jue turned to his intelligence officer. "Accountant, look into how that first alien discovered we were there." The door to the bridge hissed as the driver entered. He held a large vital crystal, over a foot long. Waves of rich vibrant energy pulsed from it occasionally. He held one of the most valuable objects to his species. The black market was already purportedly selling vital crystals for obscene prices. A piece like the one the driver gathered could buy him a fully equipped battleship. He grinned at the eyes that came his way. Spoils of war. Not bad, not bad. I'll just hang on to it for now. I promise I'll give it back when we go home. Stop screwing around, Lan Jue answered. Half a second later and we'd be buried in aliens. I think we can assume they're trying to establish themselves in the shattered starfields. We aren't out in the far reaches, but we're not at the galaxy's heart either. It looks like they've already spread pretty far. The wine master nodded. This is not a happy situation. If they can see through our cloaks, getting close enough to learn anything is going to be a challenge. Lan Jue's lips were turned in a frown. This was a problem. They couldn't fight their way in, even with all their paragons. The Violet Princess was stronger than Zhou Qianlin, and they had no way of knowing how many of her kind there were. There was only so much they could handle before it got too dangerous. The accountant called out to him. Preliminary analysis is complete. It wasn't that easy for them to pick us out. Eh? Everyone looked his way. The accountant explained. According to my readings, we were first discovered by the alien because we got too close. Psychic pulses like that are a kind of energy, and one which required a lot of effort to employ. We may be a different species, but they can run out of steam just like us. So, they likely use it rarely and only in a limited scope. It's deliberate, they have to energize their perception to scout long distances. 1. Q Reaper Up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, Simulated Pulse. Chapter 620, Simulated Pulse. The wine master nodded. It figures their scope of perception would be limited. The accountant went on. So it's likely we were only spotted because we stumbled into one another. It felt us when we passed close, and focused its perception afterwards to cast it farther. Then once it locked onto us, it attacked. They must have some way to communicate with one another that we don't know about it. Or maybe when one dies it releases a powerful psionic pulse, which called its friends and they started searching. It was a cluster of problems that lead to that situation. Lan Jue nodded. That makes the most sense, but we'll need to confirm it. If your analysis is correct, then we can still slip in to continue the mission. We just need to keep our distance. The plan was amended, and they continued to penetrate deeper into the shattered starfields. A few hours later they came upon another alien, drifting through space. They maintained a distance of about 50 kilometers away, which appeared to be enough to keep them concealed. It seems our determinations were correct, the winemaster said, as the beast vanished into the distance. A speculative look crossed Lan Jue's face. I don't think it's that easy. The accountant is likely right, but we have to remember that there are different sorts of these creatures. The scope of their perception will also be different. Consider how quickly we were spotted by these. Now think about the alien planets. If size is power, how close is too close before one of those things see us? The wine master's heart fluttered. This was a big problem, and if it wasn't solved it could put them all in jeopardy. Stupid, can't you simulate a psionic pulse? Judy's gruff voice drew their attention. It came from all around, though the man himself wasn't present. Simulate a pulse? Lan Jue inquired. With a flash both Judy and Zhou Qianlin appeared in the bridge. Judy stared directly at his son. Moron kid, a psychic burst like that is just another sort of energy. A thought-given form. Theoretically you could manipulate energy to mimic an alien consciousness. We also have one of their cores, how could they tell the difference? Lan Jue smiled apologetically. But, how do you simulate a pulse? You can't, he replied, but that girl there is a psychic. She should be able to mimic it after experiencing the sensation a few times. Not a problem. He was, of course, indicating Lin Guogua. Guogua. Lan Jue looked at her. She nodded. I'll try. She was already adept at psionic manipulation. With the ship as an amplifier, her discipline rose to frightening heights. Lan Jue gave her instructions. You'll need to get close enough to feel it. Search for peculiarities. Xiaosu, we'll pause our ingress, switch the search to any nearby aliens. We'll proceed once we've got our cover. Aye. Su Xiaosu responded. She quickly went about enacting his commands. The starfields were indeed rife with aliens now. It didn't take long for them to find another target. This one was different from the others, however. It was a hexagonal shape 100 meters in diameter and flat that spun unceasingly. Zeus 1 crept to within 10 kilometers of the monster before they felt its consciousness. Almost immediately the alien inflated, expanded to several times its former size. The edges crept over and around Zeus 1 in attempts to envelope it. Xiaosu, evasion maneuvers. Guogua, learn what you can. Under Xiaosu and Mika's command, Zeus 1 darted around, keeping a safe distance from the alien but not letting it get too far. The alien couldn't physically see their ship due to its cloak, but its perception wasn't fooled. Luckily, it seemed this breed wasn't equipped for long-ranged battle. It needed to get close. Zeus 1 used the advantage of its speed and small size to evade. The two rolled around one another like a game of cat and mouse. Lin Guogua's eyes were closed and a pale golden light surrounded her head. She was channeling her psychic power through the ship to learn what she could from the beast. As she learned, she continuously tried to mimic what she was feeling. The world of physics was particular and stratified. Specific mental energies had a frequency, and these frequencies were unique. The chase continued for an hour. By then Lin Guogua was drained. Should I go deal with it? The driver offered. Lan Jue shook his head. This time I will. They could have used the wine master's powers to escape as they had before, but part of scouting was to discover what they could about the different alien breeds. You learned the best way to kill them by actually doing it. I'm going. The pauper announced. Lan Jue couldn't bring himself to deny the eager new paragon. He could only let him go. The pauper exited the ship. Once out in space, his body immediately started to glimmer with a blinding golden light. He drew his hands together in a circle, and from them was birthed a golden dragon. The mythical beast flung itself at the encroaching alien. When the dragon first appeared, it was only a few meters long. However, the farther it flew, the longer it became until it was several hundred meters in length. Araghar. The thunderous dragon roar was so intense that they could hear clearly it through Zeus 1's thick hull. The two crashed into one another. The alien responded by contracting, swallowing up the dragon inside of it. It shook and shuddered, and a purple light radiated out from it. As they watched, the alien grew larger. Wah! The pauper yelped. Surprise was clear in his shocked expression. The alien's defenses were staggering, and when his taming dragon palm exploded, the beast only got bigger to accommodate. The taming dragon Arhat hadn't left a scratch. What a guard! For it to swallow up a paragon's attack, it must be stronger than most of the creatures they'd encountered before. The alien wasn't fast, and it had no ranged attack, but it could take one hell of a punch. The pauper didn't simply watch. He thrust out with his palm again, sending another golden dragon toward his enemy. This one reached the beast as the blast from the first was still raging inside. As the second dragon detonated, its intense release of energy was enough to obliterate it. He waved his hand, and a core about the size of his fist appeared in hand. He returned to Zeus 1. Everyone on the ship knew what was coming. They wasted no time. Zeus 1 set all the engine to full throttle and escaped as fast as they could. Lan Jue didn't want to give their enemies any chance to sniff them out. This vital crystal seems different than the others. Once the pauper was back on the bridge, he showed what he meant to the others. Zhu Di took it from him, peering at it carefully. It was a hexagon, like the alien itself, and it flickered with that familiar purple energy. He was quiet for a time as he sensed the forces within it. It contained natural energies, pure and strong. There are very few impurities and it's tightly concentrated. The pauper gave his report about the fight and what he felt. Everyone agreed that this alien was one of the more powerful kinds. If those longer carrier aliens were scouts, then this one must have been a defender. The taming dragon palm strike is full of my perception, the pauper stated. Within the monster it had some sort of sucker that drank up the energy. It releases some as well in the form of a corrosive air. It was strong enough to influence the protogenia in my attack. If I were a normal man, that air would dissolve me into nothing. From what I could tell, the thing was meant for close combat. If that stuff fell over a battleship, it would eat away its energy shields in a hurry. Lan Jue nodded. This is exactly the kind of information we're out here to get. The more data we get, the easier it'll be when we have to fight. However, if I might give His Majesty the Taming Dragon Arhat a suggestion? The pauper looked at him inquiringly. What is it? Let's rein it in next time, Lan Jue said. We all know how strong you are, but we're here to find their weaknesses. We can't all blow them up with golden dragons. Oh, all right. He scratched his ratty head of hair. The pauper was so eager to see how far he could push himself that he forgot their reason for coming. Lan Jue turned his attention to Judi. Father, this has given me an idea. I think we should skim the boundaries of the galaxy's interior before rushing in. We should focus on discovering the different types of aliens. I think the data would be priceless. With so many of these things around, we can already be sure the planets are nearby. Judi shrugged. This is your business, you're this outfit's commander. It's got nothing to do with me. All right, Lan Jue said submissively. He knew it was his father's way of teaching him, but it certainly added to the pressure. Zeus 1 continued to skirt the edges of the starfield's interior. It had plenty of energy stored, and an energy recycling system as support. Running out of fuel wasn't one of their worries. After consulting with Xiaosu, they settled on a decaying orbit around the outskirts that would bring them closer to the center with each orbit. As they did, the search would continue for new sorts of aliens to dissect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, Scout, Hunt. Chapter 621, Scout, Hunt. Their new plan resulted in quite a lot of success. In under 12 hours they'd managed to hunt down and kill 8 different kinds of aliens. Each one was unique, with different abilities. They encountered some that were fast, attacked at range, defense, and close combat. The rule held true that an alien's size corresponded to their strength. Across breeds, the larger they were, the more damage they were capable of. They came in different shapes, too. The paragons were too overpowered for their purposes. Lan Jue and the driver handled the creatures as they were found. They noted that none of them called for help, they just lashed out. It may have been, though, that they were underestimating Zeus 1's small size. Lan Jue was relieved to discover the trend. It made their job much easier. Battle also gave Lan Jue and the driver a chance to practice their combined lightning. Of all the types they encountered, not a single alien was able to defend against it. One after another, their empowered Thunderbolt discipline destroyed the aliens. The yin-yang lightning destructive capabilities surprised everyone. Especially for Lan Jue. Thunder essence had filtered into his abilities, infusing it with immortal chi and the echoes of Imperial lightning. His attacks were breathtakingly strong. His victims didn't explode, they were disintegrated. Their size meant nothing in the face of Zeus' punishing electric fire. This did not mean Star Division's scout team didn't encounter problems. Space was choked with the creatures the closer they came to the galaxy's center. Several times they had to break off a target because there were other aliens nearby. Shadowing the monsters revealed that their targets were larger planets. Clearly they suspected those planets were more hospitable to life. It was hard to guess how many of the creatures there were, but they could at least affirm that there were many different types. They encountered one that they didn't dare engage. It had been too big a target, and the corrosive aura around it was powerful. They fled the instant it came into view. It was 3,000 meters long at least, with a long dark purple body. Great triangular scales covered it from head to tail. It looked like some sort of mutant, winged toad. They witnessed it belch an asteroid which struck a nearby small planet. The crater was visible from hundreds of kilometers away. This kind of alien had to be their equivalent of a paragon. They had no choice but to keep their distance and watch. We should find a place to rest for a while. People have been on edge for too long. Lan Jue said to Xiaosu. Both of them were on the bridge. For 24 hours straight they'd been hunting prey. Her day had been a blur of meditating to recover mental energy, then expending it to learn the intricacies of alien sentience. She continuously clouded them in similar psionic bursts to keep them hidden. Their achievements in the span of a day were outstanding. Lan Jue was able to perfectly mimic the pulse of several weaker aliens. However, it was an exceedingly draining process for her. She couldn't hold it for very long, only 30 minutes if she put all her focus towards it. Afterwards she would need time to recover. Su Xiaosu opened up a map of the area. With her knowledge of the starfields, she was quickly able to identify a suitable planet. This planet used to belong to a pirate clan, but there are no signs of life now. It's prone to magnetic storms, so the pirates abandoned it. We can rest and prepare there, the aliens won't trouble us. Alright, Lan Jue affirmed with a nod. Zeus 1 broke off course and dove into a nearby asteroid field. Despite her exhaustion, Lan Jue remained attached to the helmet. When any sign of alien presence was detected, her immediately sent out a pulse to mask their passage. Much to everyone's relief, their trip to safe harbor went smoothly. They didn't run into any aliens they couldn't avoid. They arrived at the abandoned planet and touched down. Their landing site was a small area ringed by mountains. Between natural cover and the blinding stone, they were well hidden. As the engines cooled, Lan Jue sharply clapped his hands. Alright, everyone take a breather. We'll take turns on watch, I'll start. Xiaosu, let's take a look at the star maps. Lan Jue immediately removed the helmet and began to meditate. She would have more time to recover now. It was exhausting, but on the upside she could definitely sense her powers strengthening faster than mere cultivation. Lan Jue looked over the maps. How far are we from where the three main planets were, he asked Xiaosu. She indicated a space. Another 24 hours if we keep the same course. Direct flight will be closer to 12. He nodded. Alright, we'll rest for a while then stick with the plan. Keep the same pace. The accountant chimed in. Should we send back what we learned on a UAV? They release electronic signatures, no signs of life. They shouldn't be discovered by the enemy. Lan Jue nodded his way. Very well, we'll give it a try. At least we'll see if this is a good method for passing information. If it does, that'll come in useful for future scout missions. Alright, I'll take care of it, the accountant replied. The young genius was a lot more reliable after following Lan Jue around for so long, and especially since joining Star Division. The accountant was now one of the most integral people on Lan Jue's team. Every day he toiled without complaint, a far cry from the whining boy he used to be. Even the keeper, crotchety though he was well pleased by his grandson. Lan Jue continued to Su Xiaosu. You all rest first, I'll stand watch here. Someone will relieve me in 3 hours. We're wheels up in 6 hours. Accountant, make sure we record the location of this planet, we may need to come back here. It's safe. Definitely not bad, the accountant agreed. This place has a unique magnetic field that interferes with other kinds of energy waves, psionic pulses included. If aliens want a good look at this planet, it won't be easy. Not to mention there's nothing here to pique their interest. The others left to rest and recover after their long watch. Lan Jue remained behind in the bridge, silently watching the screens. There wasn't much in the way of scenery. The swath of sky he could see was blotted with asteroids. On occasion the light of the galaxy's star peeked through the rock. The day here was a mottled patchwork of light and shadow. Situations like this were common in the shattered starfields, and one of the reasons so few chose to live out here. Humans needed sunlight and water, neither of which was abundant here. As Lan Jue looked up at the undulating sea of stone, he thought about the 3 alien planets. They'd made a good choice in taking the starfields first. If they hadn't been discovered, they could have stayed here for ages, gaining strength. There were few places suitable for life in the starfields, but it was an enormous system. Few was relative when it spanned so many dwarf planets. It all added up, so for the aliens it was a place rife with potential. How could they defeat these creatures? This wasn't a battle of righteousness versus evil. It was about 2 species trying to survive. To the aliens, humans were food, no different from the vital energy of the planets they lived on. If humans wanted to live, they had to struggle. Who came out victorious in the end would depend on who was stronger. The 3 alien planets were the greatest threat. They counted as alien creatures themselves, and given their size it was likely they were more dangerous than a bastion ship. If they wanted to destroy them, it would take the accumulated strength of humanity. They could surround the planets and give it all they got, then maybe they would have a chance to keep living. He had to admit that their current course was satisfying. They were gathering essential intelligence, and with each alien they killed it was one less they had to face later. Taking those vital crystals weakened their enemies and made humanity better. What are you thinking about? A soft voice interrupted his reflections. Lan Jue smirked. Just thinking about the best way to deal with these aliens. The wine master took a seat nearby. More and more I've come to respect the clairvoyant's foresight. You truly have become the focal point of all of this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, Teleport Base. Chapter 622, Teleport Base. Lan Jue laughed. Enough of that, I'm just one person. I rely on the people around me. The wine master rejoined. What have you thought up, then? Understanding, he said. That's our greatest deficit right now. Right now they know a lot more about us than we do about them. Think about it, you remember the Violet Princess? To take on human form they must have studied the DNA of humans, understood its complexities. She even learned human speech. Just this proves how far behind we are. The wine master nodded his agreement. We're too spread out, humanity's numbers are in the billions. We've colonized planets in dozens of star systems. It's impossible to keep the aliens from infiltrating our worlds. However, I expect that your Violet Princess was one of their leaders. If any of these things can look like us, we might as well not bother to fight. The war is already lost, we should just flee. Lan Jue sighed. My only hope is that they don't suddenly appear in the Eastern Alliance. The wine master frowned. Humanity as a species is struggling for survival. Aren't you being selfish? He chuckled. I never said I wasn't. The wine master couldn't help but smirk as well. I suppose that makes me selfish, too. However, Lan Jue's smile was short-lived. Actually, I'm anxious. The clairvoyant's dying vision wasn't random or contrived. From what we've witnessed, these things are strong, but I don't think that's the whole story. If this is all they got, I haven't seen a species-threatening power yet. The wine master replied with a bitter nod. Indeed, I worry about this as well. That's why I chose to come with you. You need sufficient ability if you want good information. But Lan Jue's lips curled down in a frown. Oh, come on. If the clockmaker had stayed home, would you have come? The paragon chuckled. This is what they call killing two birds with one stone. His mood had been quite good over the last few days, since his relationship with the clockmaker was growing closer. To him it was like a blessing from heaven. Lan Jue answered. Wait until we get closer to the center. I have a feeling we'll really need all of your help then. Seek not accomplishments, but freedom from faults. One will need to do our best to avoid a fight. Guagua has gotten very good at mimicking the pulses, hopefully that'll be enough. The wine master looked through the window to the scenery outside. This planet isn't bad, good for staying out of sight. What if we made this a forward scouting base? So long as the aliens are in the starfields, we can use this as a center of operations. Lan Jue paused. A base point? I don't think there's any point. If we're caught out there, they'll just follow us back. Plus, who's to say we can get back here? Nothing stays the same out here, routes change. As this planet drifts through the system and the aliens continue to wreak havoc, who knows how the landscape will change? An enigmatic grin split the older man's face. Of course it's not that simple. I'm talking about its immediate establishment as a launch point. I can set a rune array here. Lan Jue's eyes lit up. A teleportation array? But, how far is its limit? That depends on how much is put into it, the wine master explained. The information you brought back on your last mission was vital for the Alliance, and it proved the worth of Star Division. I used this opportunity to request resources from Parliament. I can set up a long-distance array here with what we were given, but it will take 10 days. It requires 10 S-ranked interspatial power gems, and in addition one with each use. However, it will be stronger enough to transfer us out of the starfields completely. So long as we remain within range, we can flee at the first sign of danger right back here. The wine master spoke calmly as though discussing the weather, while Lan Jue stared at him with wide eyes. Since when have you been able to this? The wine master chuckled. Just me? I can't, but with my aunt here we can manage together. Lan Jue a deep breath. The wine master's suggestion was promising safety, as well as an excellent springboard to continue their mission. Having a sucker point would bring the danger way down, and their flexibility way up. Indeed, an S-rank gem for each use was a steep price, but worthy. The information and vital crystals they obtained would more than make up for them. What are we waiting for? We've got work to do. Lan Jue said, his way of agreeing with the idea. There was nothing better for the success of their mission than establishing the teleport array. It'll be here for a long while after, too, in case they needed it. Oh, right, I have to ask, how much can you transfer? Lan Jue asked. Zeus one will be no problem, he said. If it was Majesty, we would need 3 times the resources, but it would also be possible. But if we did have to transfer something of that scale, it would be very taxing for my aunt and I. We would need a long time to recover. Lan Jue shook his head. We won't need anything the likes of Majesty teleported. Zeus one will more than serve. You know, I suddenly had an idea that'll make us all rich. The wine master grumbled in annoyance. Since when did you get so interested in making money? You've become addicted to the life of a pirate. Lan Jue laughed. Isn't war just a grab for cash and resources? Don't you still owe me for all the power gems I brought back from the north? Can anyone live without money? Once your array is set up, our safety is pretty much guaranteed. We can safely go right to the galaxy's center and get as much intelligence as we need. All of you paragons together, if you pull out all the stops, could eradicate an untold number of these things, and thus gain a whole bunch of vital crystals. These crystals are one of the most valuable resources ever discovered. After all, what else is out there that can promise a longer life? According to the keeper in Bookworm, a man can stay young forever with enough of them. The wine master paused. He hadn't thought about it that way. The transportation array was for safety and scouting, but what Lan Jue was saying made sense. They thin the herd and gather the precious crystals, a win-win for humanity. Why pass up an opportunity to grow rich doing the right thing? The wine master could help but nod at the logic of it. It certainly seems possible. Let's talk more about it when the array is completed. All right. Lan Jue replied. Lan Jue's twinkling eyes met the wine master's, and they shared an unspoken thought in that gaze. If this worked out, it wasn't just good for the Avenue. It was a chance to lift the whole Eastern Alliance above its competition. Humanity's progress was built on population, talent, wealth, and food. The most important was people, and if you had talented people, then you had it all. Life, death, sickness, and health, it was the natural way of the universe. Be they beggar or paragon, everyone feared death. So one could imagine how enticing the exuvium process was. Obviously, the continued existence of humanity was important, but the real underlying drive to find these planets for the West and North were these crystals. You'd never hear it is the news, but the alliances had begun to compete for them the moment the universe knew of their existence. Skyfire Avenue was likely the most richly endowed in crystals at present, including the very first one Lan Jue got from Taihua. It was responsible for what they knew about the crystals, and ultimately the reason why the East was leading the research by more than a year. The things that could be accomplished in a year were many, not least of which was success in extending both the Booker and the Keeper's lives. The Bookworm used part of it to break through to Paragon. A single vital crystal enabled all of that. So, imagine what a warehouse full could do for the East. The decision was made, they were no longer here to rest for a while. They had an array to build. Lan Jue denied the driver's request to proceed with the scouting mission on the grounds of safety. Once the protection of the array was behind them, they would continue. Over the next 10 days, the two of them continued to train Yin-Yan Lightning. The wine master was kept busy constructing the array with the help of the clockmaker and Zhou Qianlin. Lan Jue and the driver practiced under the eye of Zhu Di. With his guidance, their progress felt like 1,000 miles a day. Lan Jue continued to do all his cultivation, joined with Qianlin. He shared the benefits of high training with her, including the immortal qi gained from the thunder essence. Lan Jue could sense that Qianlin's consciousness was slowly improving, day by day. Every now and again they paused so the driver could meditate on what they learned. When he did, Lan Jue and Qianlin practiced the blade. Her swordsmanship was coming along quite well. In fact, everything looked to be on an upward trend. Her total recovery was only a matter of time. After 10 days of sporadic training, both Lan Jue and the driver saw incredible changes to their disciplines. Lan Jue's energies were about 50% transformed, 30% for the driver. 1. I believe this is a quote from Hu Yaobang, Chinese chairman from 1981 to 1982. Pretty interesting story if Wikipedia is to be believed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, Primordial Lightning. Chapter 623, Primordial Lightning. The driver benefited tremendously from the practice. Although the thunder essence was absorbed by Lan Jue, a small amount of it was transferred to him through their shared cultivation. Just that small amount helped to create a foundation that would support his rise to Paragon. It helped him to discover his own path. Lan Jue's quantifiable strength didn't improve much, though he had been actively trying to curtail the speed of his improvement. Star Division's commander was focused on purification of the energy rather than accumulation of it. Zhu Di helped his son navigate the intricacies of his own path to Paragon. Lan Jue was calmer, which aided his cultivation. Currently their problem was Qianlin. If they were intended to break through together, how was that possible? Qianlin didn't have the presence of mind to seek her path. His only recourse was to stop his progress and await the happy day got back to normal. All set. The wine master's voice was calm, and his face lit up in self-appreciation. He'd clearly succeeded. Lan Jue peered through the window at the expanse of barren mountains. Where? If you could see it, it wouldn't be very hidden from aliens, would it? The wine master snapped. I used dimensional fragmentation to hide them. Does it need to be tested? Lan Jue asked. The wine master stared at him. Testing would require an S-ranked interdimensional power gem. Relax, my aunt and I have checked it several times, and tried with a small amount of energy. There won't be a problem. If you want to try it, wait until we need to use it. Fine, he replied. So we should prepare to leave. The wine master nodded. That's right, there's no time to waste. We've been held up here for 10 days, and we have a lot we still need to learn. Right, did the unmanned information drones get back okay? Lan Jue's brows knit together when he thought of them. They didn't. I don't think there's a way for us to send information back alone. There are many dangers in the starfields and no human consciousness to guide them. Then there are the aliens to consider. UAVs can't cloak. Altogether it starts to look unlikely drones will be much help to us. Then we just need to make sure we get what we can and bring it back quick. The wine master said. 20 minutes later, Zeus 1 was in the air. It shot off toward the alien planets, leaving a column of diffused light in its wake. They abandoned their circuitous route for something more direct. He ordered Nika and Xiaosu to bring them to the starfield's heart as quickly as they could. Caution could be relaxed now that their safety was assured. Boss, aliens have appeared on our radar, 3 of them. They'll be within range in 20 minutes. Should we use the pulse to cover ourselves? Xiaosu asked. Lan Jue shook his head. No need. Who wants to deal with them? The taming dragon Arhat curiously looked his way. You don't want to keep your distance? It could call others. Lan Jue smirked. Orders have changed, we're a fire scout troop. We hit the enemy and record how they react. No more need for stealth. The wine master frowned. It's a little early, no? Lan Jue looked his way. I'm not saying we're rushing in. It's fine, your responsibility is to help us lock the aliens down if we need it. Guagua, you should prepare. Wait for our order. Aye, Nguagwe replied. The helmet she used to connect with the ship was already descending onto her head. I'll go. The driver stood, eager to jump at the chance. All right. Lan Jue nodded his way. The driver was thrilled with the power coursing through him. Even at an 8th rank adept he felt like he was improving markedly every day. Once he completed the transformation of his discipline he would be at peak level. Poised to become a paragon. From the ship's windows they could see 3 figures separate from the darkness of space. They were the aliens, each one at least 100 meters long. The 2 on either side had long black bodies, and purple depression all over them. They looked particularly fierce, but were approaching at only a moderate pace. A swordfish in 2 reefs. Su Xiaosu shouted the report over her shoulder. They'd seen these kinds before. The alien they called the swordfish was a warrior of their species. It was going slow now, but they'd seen what it was capable of. It was actually one of the fastest aliens they'd encountered. Tactically it approached problems simply, with a full-on rush. It attacked with mad ferocity, in attempts to overwhelm its foe. They saw one drill a perfectly smooth hole through a 1-kilometer-long asteroid, and pass through like it wasn't there. Lan Jue determined that the worst place to be was right in front of one of those things. Even a paragon might not be able to take a direct hit. The 2 reefs as they called them, weren't terribly friendly either. The divots on their body shot out destructive light that protected them within a range of 20 kilometers. They dissolved and consumed whatever they touched. If they struck anything organic, it was destroyed and absorbed immediately. They were strong, and when facing 3 the driver only had one option, get in close and put them down before they had a chance to respond. Thunderclap appeared in the vacuous depths of space, hidden by a 100-meter-long asteroid. Its glimmering spear was clutched in its hand, waiting. From experience they knew these aliens could extend their perception up to 10 kilometers and maintain it. You had to be close already if you wanted to avoid detection. The light around Thunderclap's spear began to change, turning from silver to a translucent purple. The spear's shaft was clear as crystal. A purple light also flashed in the mecha's eyes. Compared to the last alien he fought, his battle experience had risen to a new level. The aliens were closing in, 20 kilometers from Thunderclap's location. The driver burst into motion. The mecha lifted its hand and slapped the surface of the asteroid. Tons of space stone went hurtling toward an inevitable collision with the beasts. Swordfish reacted fastest. It swerved just enough to put it in line with the asteroid. Then, when the two met, the clash turned the asteroid into a cloud of debris. However, at that same moment there was a flash of purple. Thunderclap appeared beside the alien, then vanished in a blinding eruption of purple light. Fast as lightning, loud as thunder, it perfectly explained the driver's trademark fighting style. He flashed in close, then let them have it with his Thunderbolt discipline. Only, this time it was his Taiyin Thunderbolt he was using. The yin-yang lightning had evolved it into an empowered purple adaptation. The driver had listened to all these old sorts of powers from the ancient world that kept getting discussed. He settled on his own name for his unique variant, Primordial Lightning. It was nowhere near as destructive as the real stuff, but it looked like it. From their vantage on Zeus 1, the purple light seemed hazy and small. However, it was a large enough explosion to engulf all three aliens. They were stunned, but the initial attack had failed to destroy them outright. Instead they grew sluggish like they were trying to swim through soup. Especially Swordfish, it struggled and lashed from side to side to try and free itself to no avail. No matter what it did, it couldn't rid itself of the confining purple light. All three of the creatures melted away beneath the force of the blast. They were dissolved, they were purified. Thunderclap spun like a top, and the primordial lightning became a vortex of destruction in response. The remains of the creatures were sucked into its depths and devoured. The taming dragon Arhat watched with surprise. When did this guy get so strong? What is that purple lightning? Lan Jue smiled. He calls it primordial lightning, I guess that's its name, Many average adepts probably weren't familiar with the concept of primordial lightning, but the pauper had the blood of the taming dragon Arhat one. He had quite a wealth of knowledge regarding the old world. Nature's primordial lightning? He's got some gall. Honestly, though, his discipline has reached an almost protogenic level. He isn't even a paragon, how is it he's able to control something this powerful? In a straight fight I'd need to fight my hardest to beat him. Lan Jue looked at his friend with a mischievous, instigating grin. You should give it a try when we get back. The pauper chuckled, but didn't fall for it. We'll see. Thunderclap made its way back to the ship, bearing 3 more vital crystals for their collection. However, the driver didn't dock. Instead he coaxed the mecha to the front of Zeus 1 and hovered in front of the windows. What do you think? That primordial lightning is something else, right? The driver's arrogant voice crackled through the ship speakers. The wine master called back. Your lightning can inhibit the aliens. The swordfish and reefs are strong, but they didn't have a chance to fight back. It was like your lightning froze them up. A chuckle was returned. Of course, it's the primordial lightning. The 72 primordial lightnings that could kill immortals. There's probably another name for it somewhere, but this is one of the 5 thunders in Taoist thunder magic. Specifically, he is using the lightning created by the natural laws of the universe, hence primordial. The other kinds of lightning come from heaven, the gods, and so forth. All of them seem particularly suited to combat Buddhist immortals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, All Heaven Lightning. Chapter 624, All Heaven Lightning. That's enough singing your own praises, rein it in, Lan Jue said. If you could really use primordial lightning, then these aliens would no longer be a problem. Go ahead and just wipe them out for us. Primordial lightning. Generated by the natural energies of the universe, the 72 primordial blasts were said to be able to kill immortals. There were 8 systems: Imu Righteous Lightning, Bing Hui Yang Lightning, Guishui Yin Lightning, Dung Jing Destructive Lightning, Wu Tu Umbra Lightning, Evil Execution Lightning, Godslayer Mystical Lightning, Violet Extinguishing Lightning. 1-2 Each system had 9 layers, and everyone had a natural disdain for the realms of the Buddhist pantheon. This terrible power wasn't used to cut down the beasts of the world. Its purpose was to rebel against the powers of the gods. 3. Something so powerful it could sear the heavens, how could the driver really control that? The tribulation lightning of the old days was said to be a part of this thunder magic. Suffering the 9 layers of primordial lightning was the tribulation. Lan Jue speculated that the thunder essence he was absorbing was the result of this lightning. A great beast sometime in the distance past did not survive when the tribulation lightning came for it. The likelihood of real primordial lightning existing somewhere inside was high. Meanwhile, this shameless guy went right for the lofty name. Not to be outshone, Lan Jue was determined to find an even more arrogant name for his own discipline. He settled on the next level up from primordial lightning, all heaven lightning. All heaven lightning, the product of Pan Gu himself 4. Ranked below only the 5 thunders 5, it was used during the creation of heaven and earth to eliminate chaos. In the face of these arrogant youth, Zhu Di was encouraging. The paths they'd chosen for themselves were the correct ones. Everything was born from the same source, so who was to say their disciplines couldn't reach these levels with time and effort? Especially since Lan Jue was absorbing immortal chi from the thunder essence, his chances of evolving his discipline into such godly heights wasn't unthinkable. His Yan-style thunderbolt served as a good foundation. Of course, Lan Jue would not be able to fully control it unless he became an immortal himself. Zeus 1 was finished evading. It was headed right for the center of the shattered starfields, where the 3 alien planets awaited. Their tactics when encountering aliens remained the same. The ship's radar revealed them as they neared. 157 of them altogether. They're coming from all directions, headed right for us. Su Xiaosu reported. Several unique psychic pulses have buffeted us already. Should I respond? Guogua asked. No need, her commander replied. They're delivering themselves to us on a silver platter. What do you say, mighty paragons? Who wants some exercise? The wine master could not participate. He had to keep his strength in case they needed to flee. However, the Apocrian and the pauper both stood. We'll go, and the driver as well. Each of us will be responsible for a direction. Lan Jue shot her a thumbs up. Workin' hard. Zeus 1 reduced speed and eventually came to a stop. It hovered in the blackness, awaiting the enemy's arrival. A flash of light drew the eye outside of the ship's bridge as the 2 paragons exited. They joined the driver outside, and gave him a nod. The 3 of them headed out to keep some distance between them and their ship. Tendrils of white light stretched from the Apocrian and waved around her like strings of silk. Out in the vacuum of space, she looked like an immortal from those ancient days. As the crew of the ship watched, those white lights coalesced behind the paragon until she vanished entirely. What remained was the avatar of her dogma, 100 meters tall and blazing with light that painted the heavens. The avatar was enormous, clad in snow-white robes of samite. Silken ribbons swirled around it with strange shadows flitting between. It was like watching the threads of time. The image of the Apocrian's dogma looked precisely like her. Waves of protogenic energy radiated out from her with such intensity that it seemed the stars trembled. Inner dogma. Lan Jue could see it right away. It was the most common dogma in the realm of adepts, the kind developed by oneself. Typically, inner dogma were weaker than the sort that was passed down. They were established from scratch, through untold years of self-reflection and searching. The benefit was that it was suited perfectly to the individual. No absorption or training was needed, it all came down to the truths as the adept saw them. Inherited dogmas took time to become accustomed to understand. Another's teachings had to become the core of their being. Only then did its strength surpass inner dogma. In the distance, aliens began to creep into their line of sight. No less than 10 swordfish led the charge. They had a lock on Zeus 1 already, and were quickly bearing down on them. However, when they noticed the giant human in space, their target changed. The ripples of protogenia were comparatively weak, but all living things had instincts and the aliens were no different. They were inexorably drawn to the enticing lights. The swordfish stopped, long enough for the other aliens to catch up. Just then, the Apocrian lifted her right hand and swept it before her. An enormous grandfather clock appeared. It flickered with a pale golden shine. Around it swirled a host of other colors, which within them bore strange and fantastical images. She reached out again and pinched the giant clock's hour hand between 2 fingers. Just as the aliens arrived, it stopped. The hour hand stopped, the minute hand stopped, the pendulum stopped. Everything seemed to freeze in time. The aliens were suddenly thrust into a dimension of black and white. Everything around them stopped dead in its tracks. No matter how strong they were, or what talents these beasts possessed, it all meant nothing. They couldn't even think or feel. From Zeus 1, all they saw was the Apocrian reach out. Afterwards, the aliens just stopped. The other 2 reacted immediately and flew in opposite directions. The pauper soared upwards, and as he did, his own dogma was again revealed. He grew until he was as large as the Apocrian, an image of the taming dragon Arhat bare to the waist. His hands had also swollen to gigantic proportions. He struck with his palm. The sound of a dragon's roar answered. Several of the encroaching aliens couldn't hope to defend themselves and were instantly destroyed. He never used his domain, only direct attacks. The taming dragon Arhat's strength was on clear display for everyone to marvel at. The driver's charge bore similar results. Thunderbolt's entire body buzzed with translucent primordial lightning. He swung his spear vertically and horizontally. Everywhere the purple lightning fell, the monsters were slain. In only a few minutes, over 100 alien creatures had been dispatched. The driver was beginning to show signs of fatigue. His discipline was nearly at the protogenic level, but his body wasn't prepared to sustain it. He wasn't a paragon yet, after all. That's a fortune right there, Lan Jue mused with a smile. Aliens of this size, who could travel and fight in space, were sure to each possess their own vital crystal. Star Division just earned over 100 of them. Boss, more than 1,000 aliens headed our way now. It looks like 3 waves, and one of them is over 3,000 meters long. Su Xiaosu gave her report while watching the radar. Lan Jue's face changed. Obviously killing so many aliens would attract some attention. Call them back, he said. Let's get out of here. Despite their headlong rush into the fray, their goal wasn't to engage with the enemy's main force. They were, after all, really just here to scout. No need. This time, it was Zhu Di who spoke. Buzz. A strange, unnatural sound rattled their ship. The popper, driver, and clockmaker all seemed to shake. In the distance, the gargantuan form of an alien appeared. In all his encounters with the aliens, this was the largest he'd seen aside from the alien planets themselves. He'd also seen one like it in the recording of the 7th Fleet's destruction. Its outward appearance was similar to a chameleon, blown up to nightmarish proportions. A giant bulge swelled at the back of its head and its whole body was covered in thick purple scales. 16 eyes looked every which way, each of them shining with different intensities of purple light. It had 7 fins altogether, 6 for flight and the last one on the back of its tail for steering. Every one of those fins were composed of shoots, whose ends were wreathed in a pale violet halo. They appeared to act much like Zeus One's engines. An entourage of aliens follows in its wake. Compared to the main one, however, the others looked like children. That screeching buzz had been this colossus roar. 6. It's a basilisk. Lan Jue breathed in awe. They were rare to see, and thankfully so. They were strong. Once they'd come across another of its ilk, only 1,000 meters long. Lan Jue had given it a wide berth. He'd named it Basilisk because of its appearance. The driver, pauper, and clockmaker were approaching the ship. The driver's voice rang through the bridge. We've got quite a few coming, what should we do? Are we making a run for it? That big one doesn't look like an easy scrap. The Apocryphon said it's their version of a paragon. It looks like we really kicked the hornet's nest. We're not retreating just yet. You protect yourselves, Dad is going out there to deal with them. The news was like a shot of adrenaline to the driver. For a second he didn't utter a word, but then relayed the information to his 2 companions. The paragons shared a quick glance, and spied the surprise in each other's eyes. Zhu Di was going himself? The near-mythical superhuman, gone for these many years, was going to deal with the threat. What could they expect to see? The aliens come closer with every passing moment and their numbers swelled. There were 10 times as many, now. 1. Taoist thunder magic is a real thing, the practice, I don't know about the magic. My knowledge is very limited, but thunder magic is a cultivation method and a means of attack/defense. It's based on a sexagenarian cycle, rounds of 60. By using the ganji, heavenly roots and earthy stems, and the wuxing, 5 elements, astrologers and mystics created a system to observe the cosmos which was later applied to telling time. These systems are used to tell the state of a particular year, month, day, even minute by determining what condition the flows of energy are at that moment. For example, Ganji says I was born in the year of Een Wood Ox. If you remember, Een is the energy that is dark, low, cold, slow, but it is also the root of life and creativity that keeps Yang in check. Wood, according to the 5 elements, is indicative of growth, expansion, newness. The ox is the second animal in the Chinese zodiac, after the rat, and it considered reliable, but tends to inaction, likes to work and is persistent, but can be stubborn. Further study can tell me which of these powers, and the other elements, were strong or weak at the moment of my birth. Thus, knowing this, I can presumably determine my fundamental strengths and flaws and how I interact with the forces of nature in any specific moment. 2. Each character in the names of thunder lightning means something specific, but giving them their full names would be unwieldy, long, and generally unsuitable for English translation. For instance, the name of the first one is actually Beta Secondary Een Wood Righteous Lightning. The second one is Tetra/Third Fire Yan Lightning. The first character describes its ranking in the sexagenary cycle, the second is its element, and the third a descriptor. Mu equals wood, Hu equals fire, Shui equals water, Jin equals metal, Tu equals earth. You will also note violet, which is an important color in Taoism, considered the color of the gods/kings/immortals, much like ancient Rome. 3. The five-element philosophy states that the elements work in a specific order. I forget whether or not I've described them before, but briefly, elements generate and restrict one another. Here's an article that explains it well with visuals. Fire burns and molds metal, fire restricts metal, and creates nutrients for the soil, fire generates earth. Earth restricts the flow of water, earth restricts water, and metal is created in the bosom of the earth, earth generates metal. Metal generates water, I don't have a good example for that, and metal cuts down forests, metal restricts wood. Water quenches fire, water restricts fire, and is food to help wood grow, water generates wood. This is as it should be, but there are many factors that can adjust the flow. If a particular element becomes too strong, it can revolt against its controller and become imbalanced. The thunder magic lightning is said to be so strong it breaks the natural order and can destroy its controllers, the gods. 4. The god, the creator of the universe according to Chinese origin myths. 5. The most powerful Taoist thunder magic, used specifically to kill or defend, like to put down an equally powerful Taoist mystic. 6. So this one's sovereign, then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, Devagati. Chapter 625, Devagati. Although the creatures were still far away, they could see the scales on its back writhing. The purple halo around it was bright and getting bigger and enhanced the purple lights burning in its 16 eyes. As the humans looked on, the beast opened its enormous maw. Suddenly a vacuum force tugged at them. The clockmaker's protogenic grandfather clock radiated a pale golden light that expanded to encompass the paragons and the driver. Her domain helped to stabilize them and protect them from being sucked up. Then the suction force suddenly stopped. A flying cloud, gold and blinding, appeared out in space. It bore Zhu Di to their side. He looked entirely different from the worker they'd first met. His face was calm, and he gazed upon the encroaching monsters like they were insignificant insects. "Shut up!" he shouted at the basilisk in irritation. Strangely, the monster did as instructed and fell silent. To the humans, the creature almost looked nervous. Zhu Di clenched his hand into a fist and slowly extended it toward the aliens. It was almost lazy, a simple punch, like a child might. Huang, the guttural sounds of Buddhist prayer echoed through space. In the next instant, the three Skyfire Avenue fighters were surprised to find they were no longer out in space. They looked around to see the vaulted spires of a Buddhist temple. Their entire world was painted gold. Bodhisattvas, arhats, and other holy men surrounded them. Devagati. The pauper's voice quavered. He'd heard of this, a legendary Buddhist domain called Devagati after the world of gods. It was said to be capable of guiding the enlightened. Of course he'd never seen it, but the scene before them had all the signs. The deep Buddhist chants continued, however the world of gold slowly began translucent and vanished. The pauper and the others recovered their senses. The driver actually fared best, since he still hadn't come to understand the world of protogenia. He could not feel the deep, abiding power that Zhu Di had commanded. The clockmaker, usually calm and composed, literally gaped. She held a hand over her mouth. At some point the grandfather clock she'd summoned disappeared, along with the image of her dogma. She was back to her normal size, floating with the others in space. The pauper fared about the same, but he was breather faster than the Apocrian. All three turned their eyes in unison to the distant aliens, but there was nothing to see. Seconds earlier 1,000 aliens had been bearing down on them, only to vanish in a single punch. Only a cloud of purple light remained. "How about someone heads over to pick up the remains?" Zhu Di said indifferently. The others snapped out of their shock. The pauper reacted first, disappearing in a flash and reappearing where the creatures had once been. What he found was a vital crystal 10 meters long, the source of the purple light. He was still a distance from it, but he could clearly feel the vital energy pouring from it. It was, frankly, terrifying. A single punch. All it took for Zhu Di to eliminate 1,000 world-devouring monsters was a single punch. He made it look so simple. And his domain, the legendary Devagati. For those watching from Zeus 1, things were unclear. All they'd seen was a flash of golden light, and suddenly their radar was coming up clean. Zhu Di returned, said he was going to take a nap, then disappeared into his cabin. The aliens were nowhere to be found. When the pauper, clockmaker and driver returned they didn't utter a word. All three were silent, trying to comprehend what they'd witnessed. Now they understood what strength was. They understood why Zhou Di was a living legend, an unparalleled powerhouse. What Zhou Di had shown them was far outside of what they thought possible. The pauper shook his head, trying to shake the shock from his brain, then found a place to sit. The clockmaker was taking it hardest, though. She knew she would never compare to Zhou Di, but the true discrepancy between them was astounding. His domain had overtaken everything to the point where her own domain was instantly drowned out, even her dogma. Put another way, if Zhou Di desired it, he could slay her with a single finger. This fearsome power was beyond the scope of his legend. If Zhou Di had been this strong during the Paragon battle all those years ago, no one would have lived to tell the tale. Lan Jue saw it differently. It warmed his heart to see such tremendous strength. His father was hale and hearty. Pick up speed, horizontal bearing. Let's get out of here. Lan Jue commanded. They had put down no small number of aliens, the aliens' planets were definitely aware. Nor had it been as easy as it looked. It took 3 paragons in Zhou Di to get them this far. But that punch, it was like it had been empowered by the curse of an angry god. When Lan Qing used his curses, they didn't come anywhere near his father's. That was strength. Real strength. Lan Jue stood in a daze, not moving a muscle. He allowed the residual energies to wash over him and sought to learn what he could. Though he hadn't been out there with the others, but the hull of a ship couldn't dream of obstructing even the shadow of his father's brawn. In the recesses of his mind, Lan Jue could feel Captus hum. Both it and Immortus were reacting to something. Zeus 1 continued to pick up speed and race through space for a full half an hour. It gave everyone time to collect themselves and recover. When the wine master and the others had first met Zhou Di, in truth they'd been slightly disappointed. They were expecting a legend but got a mechanic. Now they saw the legend, and then some. Zhou Di, this was Zhou Di. The only known paragon to reach the infinite, the 4th degree of protogenic mastery. Watching that punch hadn't just shocked them, it had given them tremendous confidence. Even the wine master was starting to think that his 10 days of labor setting up the teleport array wasn't necessary. With the godlike Zhou Di on board, what alien could harm them? Zhou Di simply had to want to, and even those alien planets were at risk. In his cabin, Zhou Di sat at the foot of the bed. Zhou Qianlin sat beside him, concern writ clear on her face. HNNGHH. Zhou Di sighed and closed his eyes. What is it? Are you all right? She asked with some concern. He grinned and shook his head. I'm fine. It's been so long since I've lifted a hand. I didn't expect that. Time and tide wait for no man. In the end, though, there is no path forward. Zhou Qianlin scrunched her face in thought. Could you use Aju's abilities to help you take that final step? He shook his head. No. He's still too weak. Even once he's absorbed all the thunder essence, I'm afraid it still won't be enough. I have spent years searching, do you think it would be so easy? Her face became serious. You shouldn't have gone out there. I don't want you to do that again. He shrugged. I only wanted to see where I am at. It's been more than 10 years since I've lifted a finger. It's why I didn't want to be with you. If we're forced to part forever, could we handle it? Zhou Qianlin threw her arms around him. I don't care. All I want is to spend all my time with you. If that day comes, I'll go with you, but... Zhou Di gently stroked her hair. Stop that nonsense. There's still so much you want to do. I just hope Aju comes into his own before I go. He and his brother are much further along than I was at their age. I can only give them my experiences and show them the way. Especially Aju. The Thunder Essence has changed his Thunderbolt discipline. Not primordial or all heaven lightning, but whatever it is will help him when it comes time to break through. How could I ask him to help me, at such a crucial time? When he's strong enough, he could use this opportunity for himself. Zhou Qianlin vigorously shook her head. Let's not talk about this. I just want to hold you like this. Just then, a terrible consciousness drew its attention to the spot where Zeus 1 and the aliens had been. It swept across the empty space, then spread out into the distance. Zhou Di's eyes hardened and he sat up straight. What is it? Zhou Qianlin asked. His eyebrows were knit tight. I felt a powerful wave of energy. It originated far from us, but it's still so strong. Zhou Qianlin looked at him with concern. Was it mechanical, or... He shook his head. It felt like a consciousness. It came too fast, I couldn't feel it clearly. For you to say something is strong, is it your same level? She asked. But he shrugged. I don't know. The universe is boundless, it wouldn't be unthinkable to encounter something like me. I'm just concerned it's that alien. Zhou Qianlin was beside herself with anxiety. Should we tell Zhou, tell him not to keep going toward the planets? He replied with a mirthless laugh. The aliens came to the starfields to prepare for the assault on humanity. If we leave them alone, do you think they'll just leave? Sooner or later, we're going to have to face them. But, you. Zhu waved her off with his hand. I've been a bully my whole life, you think I'm prepared to accept this bullshit? Right, she said, suddenly thinking of something. Those vital crystals are no use to you? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, Prying. Chapter 626, Prying. Zhu shook his head. We're on different levels, it has limited use for me. I would need crystals from something as strong as I. It's the same for you. Those paragons in the realm of protogenia, or who are reflections of heaven and earth, they can use them. But for those like you and me, we've already surpassed natural restrictions and are connected to the universe at large. Only creatures with a similar connection can supplement our energies. A faint, bloodthirsty light shone in Zhou Qianlin's eyes. Then we'll search until we find that alien, something that'll work for us. Zhu nodded. This is also one reason I wanted to come along. If such a chance exists, I'm not going to let it slip. When she heard his affirmation, her mood improved. You will definitely succeed, she said through a smile. You're invincible. Zeus One took a distant, circuitous route from the scene of their last battle before continuing toward the galaxy's center. The last encounter had left them flush, so much in fact that the winemaster was having trouble keeping calm. Altogether they'd gathered 1,700 vital crystals. Among them was the 10-meter-long one from the basilisk. If they managed to bring all of these back to human worlds intact, the response would be overwhelming. The cost to create their teleport base paled in comparison. They would be the cornerstone of the Eastern Alliance's future dominance. After preliminary calculations by the accountant, they estimated more than 10,000 people could use these to extend their lives, if the energy they released was any indication. This was on the conservative side, even before considering the basilisk crystal. The asteroid belts were beginning to look familiar. More and more aliens were appearing on their radar. However, now that they were closer to the planets, he didn't engage. Scouting was the main priority at the moment, seek and destroy only if they had time. They relied on Lan Jue's psychic pulses to keep them hidden when an alien came too close. She'd become quite adroit at mimicking alien consciousness after so many days of practice. We'll nearly be there once we cross the asteroid field. Su Xiaosu's somewhat nervous voice called to Lan Jue. He walked over to her side and looked over her shoulder at the radar. Sadly, its scanning range was soiled by the chaotic energies and magnetic disturbances of the shattered starfields. They couldn't see much beyond the tips of their noses. Wine Master, prepare to evacuate us at a moment's notice. Lan Jue said. The Wine Master nodded. His dimensional scepter was already in his hand. The Apocrean and the Taming Dragon Arhat were in their respective cabins, preparing for a fight. Guagua, how long can you keep this up? He looked her way. At least an hour with no problems, she answered. He nodded. Full speed ahead. Accountant, make sure all our scanning equipment is ready to go. Aye. Zeus One leapt forward, barreling over a large asteroid on its way to clear space, and its target, the 3 alien planets. At top speed, it didn't take them long to traverse the belt. As the last space rock rolled past, the rest of the galaxy was revealed. At last, they'd reached their destination. Except, everything was not what they expected. When they arrived at where the 3 primary planets had been, only one planet remained, hovering in the spot Moonfiend had once occupied. The other 2 were gone, with no trace left behind. Xiaosu gasped. They've already teleported away? Lan Jue placed a hand on her shoulder. Not necessarily, don't panic. Move in closer and scan the area. Remember that these planets can move. Maybe the planets split up to cover more area. After all, out here even one of these planets are invincible. Let's move in and take a look. Mika, call my parents here to look. Assuming only one of the planets are here, maybe we can cause a little chaos. Zhu's apocalyptic punch had stunned everyone, and was a font of courage for Lan Jue. If his father could put down one of these 3 fatal worlds, it could mean the difference in humanity's coming crisis. Mika rushed to fetch them, while Zeus 1 slowly crept closer. The psychic tide continued to put her full effort into maintaining their camouflage. From afar the planet almost looked like a human bastion ship, floating quietly by itself. A hive would be a more apt description, though. Scores of alien creatures could be spied leaving and returning from its surface. It swallowed them up and spat out others, keeping the flow steady. Undoubtedly the creatures were being dispatched to gather more life energy. When they returned, they delivered that energy to the planet itself. It was the first time Lan Jue was close enough to see the process clearly. The surface of the planet was entirely purple. Its surface was pockmarked with craters, mountains, and strange fold-like valleys. A pale purple haze surrounded it, like an atmosphere. That was all he could tell with his eyes alone. He couldn't see or sense much beyond that. Zhu Di and Zhou Qianlin arrived at the bridge and walked to his side. They looked out at the scene. Just one? Zhu Di's brows wrinkled in thought. Lan Jue nodded. We can only see one. The other two most likely moved on. Now we know they can move and fight separately. Zhu Di's eyes narrowed. He was thinking of something, but there was no telling what. Lan Jue continued. From our previous encounter we can determine that these planets are living creatures. They're like brood mothers, and can spawn aliens for their needs. They use life energy pilfered from elsewhere to empower themselves. The one we found on Taihua, the one we called a progenitor, was essentially a scaled-down version of this thing. It also spawned aliens and sent them out to drain the planet. It was using that energy to get bigger. We suspect that's how these things develop. Zhu Di nodded, expressing his agreement. Father, we have no way of telling how strong this planet is. If you were to fight it, do you think you could cause some damage? Lan Jue asked. Absolutely not. Zhou Qianlin answered for him. Lan Jue paused. Everyone's eyes turned her way. Zhu Di stared at her for a moment before answering. I can't tell. The planet's atmosphere is hiding its energies from me. I'd need to get in there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, Exposed. Chapter 627, Exposed. Lan Jue was a smart guy. He could immediately from Zhou Qianlin's reaction that something was wrong with his father. She didn't hesitate to veto his idea. Lan Jue spoke directly to Su Xiaosu. Keep a distant orbit around the planet. Scan and record everything we can. Aye. She pulled the ship into position and continued scanning their target. This was already enough, as they certainly weren't going to risk taking a stroll on the planet's surface. Heaven only knew what lay beneath that toxic atmosphere. Lan Jue didn't want to confront his father about it now. He gave the order to keep their distance without hesitation. There would be time for questions when they were in less dangerous territory, but Zhou Qianlin's reaction had planted a seed of anxiety in his heart. No one knew him better than she did. Their scans weren't only directed at the planet. Information was gathered on the flow of aliens that came and went as well. Their cameras were trained on them from a safe distance, hungrily lapping up every detail. The data they were getting was priceless for the future war effort. As they continued their orbit, an alien creature blocked their path. It was a breed they'd never seen before. The top of it was wide and thick, making it look like a giant umbrella. Dozens of spindly tendrils hung down from a body that rose over 1,000 meters and stretched 500 meters across. In terms of size, it was among the largest yet recorded. Zeus 1 stopped. They looked for a way around it, but that was when they noticed the alien behemoth stop as well. Then the powerful psychic pulse came. Ah! Lin Guogua screamed, oscillating flashes of golden light glimmering around her. She tore the metal helmet off her head. We're exposed. Lan Jue was the first to react. Su Xiaosu wasted no time turning the ship around and trying to dash back the way they came. The alien was on the move again and picking up speed. Despite its size, it moved incredibly fast and the tendrils below it splayed out behind like wisps of hair. Meter by meter the gap between them shrunk. The humans on board looked at their radar screen in horror as a host of blips appeared. Among them were swordfish, reefs, spiral aliens and more. They tumbled out from underneath the cap of the jellyfish-shaped monstrosity and charged at Zeus 1. Clearly this one could carry smaller aliens with it. It somehow was able to store them in interdimensional space. Whatever breed this was, the creature was certainly among the peak of its kind. A haze of golden light hung over the ship, and the host of enemies froze. In the same instant Zeus 1 blasted to full speed toward the asteroid belt they'd approached from. The situation wasn't yet dire enough to use the wine master's teleporter. Lan Jue was also hesitant to show their secrets to their pursuers. The one who'd bought them time was the Apocrian. Through her command over time, she'd slowed them to a standstill. Out in deep space she was in her element, it strengthened her protogenia. The others sensed something wrong and swarmed for the ship. By some unknown means they were able to instantly communicate, so that the aliens that sped in from afar knew precisely where to go. In moments they were surrounded. Space was thick with writhing alien bodies. According to the radar, in the span of a moment there were now 10,000 aliens bearing down on them. Whoosh! A swordfish sailed right across their bow. Zeus One was barely able to evade its charge. Lan Jue had taken over the controls from Lin Jue. He channeled his powers through the ship, monitoring and enhancing it. "I'll try short-range teleportation first to see if we can shake them," the winemaster called out. The aliens swarmed thicker and closer, and through the undulating purple flesh flashes of silver blinded the eye. There was a burst, and then Zeus One was gone. When it reappeared, the ship was on the dark side of a large asteroid. They didn't stop, racing into the distance the moment they got their bearings. But then an orb of purple energy appeared in their path. As it grew, every asteroid contained within was disintegrated. Even spacetime seemed carved into slices. They felt a heavy consciousness descend upon them and lock on the ship. It didn't bear the threat of direct attack, but it did overwhelm Lan Jue's mind. His face changed as a dizziness consumed him. More of them were quickly approaching. Streaks of dangerous purple light were surrounding them again everywhere they looked. Another powerful wave of psychic force struck them and made the clockmaker grunt. She staggered, but the golden light protecting them only got stronger. It was time for Zhou Qianlin to get involved. She waved her hands and everything around them changed. Zeus One was covered in a pink hue, in and out. Whoosh! Reality ripped apart in front of them, and then they were gone. Her powers were like the winemaster's, but as a paragon of Nirvana level hers were far more effective. When space reconstructed itself, the aliens were gone, replaced with a sea of stone. They were back in the asteroid belt. Lan Jue gave his mother a thumbs up, but when he looked at her she seemed uncomfortable. He frowned. Judy's eyes narrowed, like he was concentrating on something. The universe changed again. The asteroids were gone, and Zeus One was thrust into a world of purple, the natural color of this new reality. Humans! A deep and rumbling voice arose. It bore a harshness like flesh on gravel. Everyone but Zhou Qianlin and Judy trembled uncontrollably at the sound. They trembled because the voice came from within them. Within their own minds. Outside the windows something appeared floating in purple nothingness. Su Xiaosu adjusted the radar, spreading its radius. It was a man, or looked like a man. He was tall and strong, maybe in his 20s. His form was covered in deep purple robes, and the flesh that was revealed bore a pallid color. Despite that, he bore himself majestically. He was perfectly proportioned, but a frigidness lived in his violet eyes. It was his hair that struck Lan Jue. It evoked memories, visions of the long curious hair of the Violet Princess. This man was indeed one of the leaders. "I'm going," Zhou Qianlin growled. "No." Judy lifted his hand and placed it upon her shoulder. Looking into her eyes, he shook his head. "You can't. He's like me." Zhou Qianlin's eyes widened. "You mean? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 628, A Change in Fortune. Chapter 628, A Change in Fortune. Zhou Qianlin's face was almost excited. If this creature was as strong as Judy, its vital crystal would be enough to extend his life. She wasn't worried about her lover's ability to defeat the alien. In her heart, Judy was invincible. Judy nodded. His voice was low and solemn. "When we make our move, the rest of you try to escape. I'll catch up with you at the teleport base." He saw the hesitation in his son's eyes. "Don't imagine yourself immune. If there's one of these things around, there's likely to be a second not far behind. Safety for everyone has to be our first priority." He didn't wait for a response. Judy's body was consumed in a flash of light and disappeared. Reality reacted, becoming brighter. A torrential flood of golden light surged in every direction with Zeus One as the center. The oppressive and terrifying aura of the alien was pushed back. Lan Jue looked at Zhou Qianlin and the winemaster. He nodded. Now wasn't the time to be cheap with their resources. They had to go, especially with so many alien crystals on board. His father had spoken true, they had to keep everyone safe. They didn't dare involve themselves in a battle between two demigods. Not to mention, if the Violet Princess or others like her joined in, they would have no way to flee. Luo Xianni's eyes glimmered with pale pink light. A silver halo sprang up around the winemaster. Skyfire Avenue's photographer placed her hands upon her nephew's shoulders and channeled her own powers through him while he traced intricate patterns in the air with his scepter. Waves of enigmatic silver light flooded the ship. It radiated out through the hull, creating a pocket of interdimensional power. Pink light shined down upon it like light from a cherry blossom sun. Zeus One erupted into a shower of pink sparks, and was gone. All that remained was a shell of silver light and shadows of mystical runes. Zhu Di stood proudly in the purple universe. The aura of his power covered Zeus One's escape. The alien paid the fleeing ship no mind, all of his attention was on the newly arrived Zhu Di. They looked at one another warily. "You are human?" the violet-hued man queried. "That's right," Zhu Di replied. A strange expression crossed his face. "You are the strongest prey I've met," Zhu Di answered with a haughty sniff. "We'll see who is whose prey." The creature lifted a hand and pointed at itself. His words were jerky, like he found them to be unnatural. "I, Violet Prince." Zhu Di looked at him with hard eyes. "And who is the Violet Princess?" This caused the alien to tilt its head to the side and pause to think. After a small while, he answered. "Little sister." After he said it, he thought again for a moment, but eventually nodded. "Yes. Sister. This is what humans say. We were produced from the same parent. She is my sister." Zhu Di continued. "You do have parents, then?" Again there was a moment of consideration before the Violet Prince answered. "Factual. King, Queen. Second Queen." Fear gripped Zhu Di's chest. They were emulating humans, and if the prince was this strong, what could he expect from his parents? He could see some of his own fear reflected in the eyes of his adversary when he made mention of his parents. "Why do you act like humans?" Zhu Di asked. The Violet Prince glanced at him, then as though he'd thought of something, said, "This I must not say. It is secret. You are food, and when I eat you I will be strong like Queen." He was no longer interested in conversation. The creature moved on Zhu Di, and the world they found themselves in suddenly became the eye of a terrible tempest. Surges of purple energy lashed out at the human champion. Reality rippled in protest as the burst of power grew closer. A brutal pressure descended on Zhu Di from all sides. Space around him collapsed, and the Paragon found himself in the center of a vacuum that was gobbling everything up. The Violet Prince reappeared among the buffeting winds. He stretched out a hand that had grown to 10 times its original size. The center of his palm was a jet-black orb like a black hole, swallowing everything in its path. Zhu Di watched him come, unmoving. But when the prince lifted his hand, Zhu Di charged at him with a fist pulled back. In contrast to when he attacked the alien horde before, there weren't any flashy lights or images. All of his strength was contained in that gnarled fist, turning it a radiant gold. It bore the same mysterious power, but it somehow felt different. The vortex of energy from the alien stopped suddenly. His oppressive aura shattered like a pane of glass. Surprise widened his eyes as Zhu Di's golden fist came right for his chest. The deluge of power had hidden the alien's attacks from Zhu Di's view, but the Violet Prince had had enough time to pull him arms in and press his palms together. A crackling sound filled the air. The Violet Prince's body was painted with threads of gold. In a blink he was 100 meters away, fast as a golden bullet and out of harm's way. Zhu Di grunted. His own body swayed, and in the next instant he was chasing the Violet Prince, right on his heels. He lifted his right hand, and a staff appeared in his calloused grip. One. Big. With the word of command, his staff exploded to several times its size. Likewise the Paragon's own figure stretched to over 1,000 meters. The staff was gold at the ends with a silver body, and as it swung through the air toward the Violet Prince it seemed like it could pulverize anything it met. Spectral images of the staff exploded through the purple universe, obliterating asteroids in its path. If the Wine Master or Apocrian could see this power, who knew what the shock would do to them? Boom! The strike hit the Violet Prince head-on, but his reaction was not what Zhu Di expected. The human form of the alien dissolved into a purple mist. Not only did the staff attack fail to knock the creature away, its gaseous form simply parted around the attack. However, this lasted only for a brief moment. As the gas tried to intertwine itself around the staff, it erupted with power to rival the creation of the cosmos. For the Violet Prince, it was as though everything around him changed. He no longer was in a purple universe of his creation, but on the surface of some unknown planet. When the golden light receded, he saw a clear and bright sky, a deep blue sea. But as he looked on, the picturesque scenery melted together. Ah! The prince's blood-curdling scream tore through the air. Its gaseous form tried to escape, desperate to flee in any direction, but the golden aura of the staff kept it contained. Zhu Di's body changed, too. His hair and eyes had become gold, his muscles bulged. The muscles of his jaw corded as he strained, body bowed like he was bearing the weight of the universe. This strike had a name, Upender. One of the most forceful attacks in Zhu Di's arsenal. There was enough force behind that single attack to completely destroy a planet. Even when he was in his prime, it was rarely used. However, today, facing this mysterious violet prince, he pulled no punches. He started the fight with the full force of his abilities. The alien prince was on the verge of destruction. Suddenly, a terrible roar arose. A beam of magenta light erupted from the distant alien planet. It was headed right for Zhu Di's staff. Zhu Di scowled. His enormous body fractures into hundreds of golden mirror images that spread across the heavens before recombining. The destructive power of his Upender attack was gone, like it had never existed. The beleaguered violet prince reconstituted himself from the mists. He no longer bore the composed, heroic bearing he had had. His features were monstrous, his maw large and stilted. What was a perfectly proportioned human body swelled grotesquely, culminating in a hideous magenta beast over 10,000 meters long. The prince's new form brought to mind the ancient Tyrannosaurus of old Earth. However, the features of its head were grossly exaggerated. It took up almost half its total mass. Its great mouth opened wide, revealing an all-consuming blackness. Hurricane-force winds tugged at Zhu Di as the beast approached to swallow him up. When the myriad copies of Zhu Di recombined, he did not pause. The paragon shot backwards in retreat so quickly he became a golden light. Soon that, too, disappeared. The prince bit into thin air. When it discovered its target missing, it let loose a bellowing cry. It was so intense nearby asteroids were shaken apart and reduced to dust. A large swath of space was cleared. A creature of this size and strength could likely clear the shattered starfields if it stayed in the area for 1,000 years or so. Aogre. The creature's roar ripped across space like a wave of force. Its whole body shook in rage. Not yet ready to give in, it bristled as beams of violet light were spewed from its armored form. The area attack was grandiose and far-reaching, a burst to flush his enemy from hiding. In the distance, the beam of magenta from the alien planet deepened to a pitch black. The sickly hue quickly spread over the celestial body until it was almost invisible against the dark backdrop of space. When that tyrannical power enveloped the violet prince, both it and the creature vanished. Everything became silent, still. Nothing remained to speak of the battle, and all that was left was a pocket of empty space in the middle of an asteroid belt. 1. The Monkey King bore a staff he took from the Dragon King. This is likely Zhu Di's astrum. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, Not Even the Same Level. Chapter 629, Not Even the Same Level. An intense discomfort washed over everything as reality was torn apart and put back together. Thankfully, it lasted only a moment. The bizarre sensation passed and the universe returned to normal. Zeus 1 was quietly settled on the surface of a small planet, like it had been there the whole time. Lan Jue scowled, fighting to dispel the affliction. As though in response, a cool and refreshing energy spread out from his chest like being submerged in spring water. The paragon seemed fine, but Zeus' 5 Amazons each reacted differently to the teleportation. Lin Guogua seemed to have fared best, while the others were in various states of discomfort. The oppressive power that had enveloped them was now gone. Their slice of the cosmos was still and quiet. Lan Jue heaved a sigh. The S-rank gem consumed to perform the teleportation was well worth it. It had gotten them out of an extremely dangerous situation. But he didn't know how his father was. Anxiety began to gnaw at him. Neither he nor his brother had ever seen the full extent of their father's strength, because he had had no cause to. They could only guess by the residual energies they sensed. Now, just as it was when they were kids, no one could compare to the invincible Zhu Di. Relax, he'll be fine. That creature isn't strong enough to defeat your father. Even if it was, he knows when to run. Luo Xianni gently patted his shoulder and spoke in a calm voice. Lan Jue turned his head to look her way. Although she spoke with confidence, he could see his own anxiety reflected in her eyes. Now was not the time to be discouraging, though. Besides, she was right, his father would be fine. The others of their party were in better spirits, especially the wine master. They'd gained much in their short excursion. They'd learned a lot about the hostile planets, and managed to flee in the face of an alien horde. Many were put down in the process, adding to the growing number of vital crystals in Star Division's possession. Cash couldn't buy the treasures they'd reaped. Jewelry Master, should we return to the east when Zhou Di returns? The wine master asked. The young commander nodded. That's what I'm thinking. We've already managed to get a lot, it's imperative we bring back what we learn. We still don't know what these planets are capable of, but we've learned much about the aliens and their types. We also know they fear our disciplines, they are invulnerable. On the other hand, we've discovered another one of their leaders, who is at least as strong as Zhou Di. Stronger than the Violet Princess. In the future it will be this royal family we'll need to be most wary of. The wine master nodded slowly, as though thinking deeply. He'd seen Zhou Di's power with his own eyes, ending a host of foes with a single punch. If the one they found was of similar status to Zhou Di, it meant it was just as strong. That was more frightening than he cared to think about. A creature that strong was far beyond what humanity's weapons could contend with. Whether they infiltrated the population or attacked head-on, the aliens could do tremendous damage. That kind of destruction could split a planet. The accountant had by now recovered from the discomfort of teleportation. He had been the busiest of them all, constantly collecting and analyzing the data that crossed his screen. He was about to return to work when his eyes caught something on screen. There's a wave of energy coming at us from the planet's location. When the accountant delivered his report, everyone's face changed. They were still within the shattered starfields, but far from where the three primary planets had once been. Feeling residual energy from this far away could only mean an incredibly powerful event. Even the stoic Zhou Qianlin reacted. This power must have come from Zhou Di, or maybe, the alien. Lan Jue looked at her again. Ma. Father, the question he wanted to ask was obvious. Was this from Zhou Di, so far from where they left him? She shook her head. I don't know, either. It may not be just his. Whatever the case, he'll definitely be coming back. He heaved a sigh. Zhou Qianlin's affirmations were thick were her own hopes, and weren't necessarily coming from a place of clear thought. Right now, though, they had no choice but to hope what she said was as true as she made it sound. Everyone's mood was gloomy. Zhou Di was the strongest human ever. He was their trump card, their final line of defense against these terrible creatures. If he fell during a simple scouting mission, the results would be catastrophic. No one wanted to imagine that scenario. There was nothing they could do but wait for their hero to return. Lan Jue was commander of the excursion, and as such his most important job was to command. However, he couldn't keep his hands from clenching into fists quivering with frustration. If he was by himself, he'd rush in at the first sign of distress from Zhou Di. He would live or die by his father's side. But he had others to consider. He'd come with students, soldiers, and companions that he was responsible for. His wishes and desires didn't override that responsibility. So, all he could do was wait, and not for long. If his father didn't show up in a reasonable time frame, they'd have to leave without him. The data they'd acquired had to get back as soon as possible. Despite his anxiety, though, he did believe in his dad. He was a hero, and heroes squeak by danger to save the day. It was faith in the best of humanity. After a little while, people were beginning to get impatient. Just then there was a flash of golden light, and the ship's bridge had an extra passenger. Zhou Di. Dad. Joy filled Lan Jue's relieved call. Outwardly his father looked fine, no different than he had when they left, but for a dark look in his eye. He was thinking about something. He nodded toward his son. Let's go, time to head back. He said nothing further, returning to his cabin. Lan Jue looked at Su Xiaosu and nodded. She wasted no time, and Zeus One was in the air a moment later. They were headed for the border of the shattered starfields at top speed. Lan Jue turned to look for Zhou Qianlin, but only caught her back as she hurried after Zhou Di. Lan Jue hesitated, but in the end didn't follow. If his father had something he wanted to tell him, he'd do so. If he didn't, he had his reasons. What is it? Zhou Qianlin followed Zhou Di back to their cabin. Her voice was low and secretive. Out of everyone in their scouting party, she had been the most anxious for his return. She knew the truth. Zhou Di shook his head. I couldn't do it. I was right, that creature is as strong as I am. If I could get its vile crystal, then it could help. But he isn't the strongest. Just when we were beginning our fight, a burst of energy came from the planet. It was even stronger than he was. I had to flee. Stronger than you? Luo Qianlin asked, aghast. Zhu Di stared at her. Not even the same level. That's why I haven't told them, it won't help anything now. The photographer didn't know how to respond. Not on the same level, what did that mean when Zhu Di was stronger than anyone? The only thing she could imagine was the immortals of old. Zhu Di went on. But that doesn't mean I came back empty-handed. I learned a little from the self-styled Violet Prince. I suspect they emulate humans because it benefits their evolution. The human body is the most highly evolved organism in the known universe thus far. That's why they want to learn about us. Our mannerisms, knowledge, faith, they want to know it all. They chose us as a target not just for food, but because their future depends on it. Our DNA is the key. Luo Qianlin's brows furrowed. It looks like this fight is inevitable, and we'll need to fight tooth and nail. She was a paragon who had reached nirvana, and the destructive capabilities she commanded were staggering. For a creature stronger even than Zhu Di to appear before them, what human invention could contend with that? This will need further thought, Zhu Di mused. The more we learn, the better we'll be able to fight them. Not to mention a fair bit of a luck. The return trip went smoothly. Aliens crossed their path, but it wasn't difficult to evade them, or hide with the help of Lan Jue's psychic pulses. They didn't risk a fight. Eventually they made their way out of hostile territory, and back into human-controlled space. Lan Jue's first order of business was to establish contact and deliver the data they recovered. As expected, what they learned was invaluable. He shared it with Enluan first. They had better communication equipment than Zeus One. And Lan Jue trusted his brother implicitly. You're back? Lan Qing's face appeared on their screens. His face was calm, but there was relief in his eyes. The most frightening thing about these aliens was the amount they didn't know. He was worried because he didn't know what to expect. If they were in contact, at least it meant they'd escaped the starfields. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, Safe Return. Chapter 630, Safe Return. Yeah, we just escaped the starfields. Our first move was to get this data to you. Send it to the Eastern government as quickly as you can. We've learned a lot this time. A smirk spread across Lan Jue's face. All right. Lan Chang replied, then cut the connection. The data was uploaded to Enluan under the accountant's direction. When the progress bar hit 100%, Lan Jue allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. They had succeeded, their scouting mission was over. In the end they were more shaken up than anything. Small wonder for a team of 5 paragons. If they'd failed with so much overwhelming firepower behind them, humanity would be lost. Zeus One sailed toward Enluan as fast as they could to collect the rest of Star Division. There would be more missions for them once the Eastern government analyzed what was gathered. However, before all that they had to bring the vital crystals back and determine how much they'd gained. They would give some of these crystals to reliable members of the Eastern government, in order to maximize their profits. As more of these crystals were recovered, their worth would decrease. Until then, they could be exchanged with the North and West for essential goods, like battleships. Strength would determine who would be victorious in the fight against the aliens. The East had to keep that in consideration. Once the file transfers were complete, Lan Jue allowed himself some personal time. He continued training with the driver, determined to complete the transformation of their discipline. Once it was, they could truly say their powers were the stuff of paragons. Lan Jue wouldn't let his brother get too far ahead. At first Lan Jue thought he was comparable to Lan Chang while he and Qianlin were joined, especially with the addition of immortal Qi and Captus. Of course, no one could have imagined Lan Chang would break through to Paragon and immediately become a reflection of heaven and earth. It had filled Lan Jue with happiness, but also a sense of urgency that only deepened the more he learned about the alien menace. As an adept, Lan Jue was among the strongest of them. But when it came to paragons, his strength was a drop in a bucket. It was a deficiency, one he knew he had to correct by sparing no effort or expense on his own progress. If he wanted to help when he was needed, he had to be as strong as the best of humanity. If he was alone, Lan Jue knew that becoming as strong as he wanted would be a long process. He would need to achieve at least nirvana, like the photographer or the Violet Princess. But he wasn't alone, he had Qianlin by his side. If they could become paragons together, with Captus and Demortis they could carve bloody swaths through even the strongest of these creatures. It was still possible. After his recultivation, an abrupt rise like his brother's was still in the cards. Zeus One returned to Enluan without incident, and was greeted at the docking port by Lan Chang. Now that he'd broken through, his standing in the military was entirely different. He was the youngest commander, youngest admiral, and the youngest supreme commander in military history. He could lay claim to all of these records with pride. It also meant he was one of the most powerful men in the Eastern Alliance, and that was before considering his martial and adept prowess. Before Lan Jue and his team left for their scouting mission, the Eastern government had decided to send their fourth fleet to Enluan. It was now considered a permanent fixture of the planet, under Lan Chang's direct command. With an entire fleet, nay, a whole planet, under his personal direction, Lan Chang was the most famous commander in the whole history of the East. War was on the horizon, no one was running carefree through fields of flowers. The soldiers were well trained and continued to push themselves. The fleet was equipped with state-of-the-art equipment. Already, Lan Chang had them training with the rest of Enluan's soldiers to make sure they were up to par. There was no question that the Fourth Fleet and Enluan's warriors, as well as Lan Chang himself, would become one of the strongest factions of the Eastern resistance effort. The East was comparably weak, and suffered from its own internal political strife. However, compared to the other two alliances, the East was much more unified. No one stood in the way of the government's work to protect themselves from these aliens. Everything they did was to strive for the survival and expansion of the East. Of all the alliances, the East had been the first to react to the threat, and were the quickest in making the necessary changes. After publishing their findings on the exuvium process, flocks of talented individuals had begun to immigrate into the East, searching for opportunity. Of course, this was done privately. Brother. When he saw Lan Chang, Lan Jue felt his pride and victory flush through him. His brother had spent the days after his breakthrough perfecting himself, smoothing the rough edges of his dharma. He was calmer, and the waves of erratic energy were gone. He looked and felt like any normal man, entirely ordinary. It was a potent example of his abilities. In so short a time he was able to rein in the raging tides of protogenia and bring them under his control. Such tremendous talent. Lan Jue wasn't the only one to notice it. The pauper, wine master, and clockmaker saw it as well. Inwardly the wine master sighed. He was an old paragon, and even still the gap between him and Lan Chang was vast beyond measure. The young commander may not have had the experience he possessed, but he was like a child when it came to comprehension. It's good you're back. The information you brought back is priceless. Lan Chang nodded at his brother before offering his regards to the paragons. Zhu Di was the picture of calm, standing tall with his hands clasped at the small of his back. However, his eyes said he was thinking about something. Father. Lan Chang walked over to stand in front of Zhu Di. He nodded in greeting. When he spoke, his voice was full of satisfaction. Not bad, it looks like you've brought your powers under control. Keep striving. I may have recommended your dharma for less than savory reasons, but it is one of the most potent. When you learn to communicate with heaven and earth, when you achieve nirvana, it will serve you well. Perhaps one day you'll discover the long-lost Western paradise. Lan Jue interjected. Don't you want grandchildren? Are you trying to make my brother a monk? Dharma isn't faith, Zhu Di said in irritation. Monk my ass. You have as many pretty girls crowding around you as clouds in the sky, but you don't introduce any to your brother. I've never troubled you over that, yet you have the gall to try and call me out? Lan Jue just shrugged. His standards are too high, what am I supposed to do? This earned a glare from Lan Chang. You must be tired. Rest. I have everything prepared. In reality, everyone had had ample time to rest on the trip back to Enluan. However, mentally, they could only begin to relax once they were back on the base. The winemaster, clockmaker, and the other paragons had been especially harried, to say nothing of the team's commander. But Lan Jue could not rest, and once he got back to his room, he summoned the bartender and coffee master to make their report on the division's training. He was surprised to learn that his soldiers took to Enluan's environment quickly. They worked very well with his brother's blood iron cons and had already undergone 2 expansive joint military exercises. Both times Star Division had emerged victorious. If it had been a real fight, it would have been difficult to overcome the cons' superior training and teamwork. On the other hand, Star Division's advantages were obvious. Firstly was their individual skill. There were over 89th level adepts in the division, and each one could take out a squad of cons. They weren't as unified as their brothers in arms, but don't forget that their experience was forged in the fires of ruined pirate bases. From the beginning, Lan Jue had trained his people like a pirate fighting force. 10 people to a squad was the best organization to play off of their individual strengths. So it was that as a traditional military organization, they weren't as structured as most, however it did come with a unique set of advantages. Squad mates worked well together as a solitary fighting force. Adepts that made up the division were among the best the East had to offer and were organized well so that each soldier supplemented the others of their team. It wasn't perfect, but there were improvements too. Each squad was as disciplined as an army, as harmonious as a family. Whenever they were together, a squad's first concern was how to make the team stronger. Their competition was their brothers and sisters in other squads. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, The Power of Star Division. Chapter 631, The Power of Star Division. Star Division had improved far beyond Lan Jue's expectations, be it strength, cooperation, or discipline. When they were faced with the Blood Iron Khans, it broke into its individual cells to harass and surprise attack the enemy. In this way, they gnawed away at the Blood Iron Khans until they collapsed. If they tried to push the offensive, Star Division focused its strength to turn guerrilla strikes into full-on raids. After experiencing the epiphanies of Lan Qing's breakthrough, Star Division had undergone another sharp rise in capability. No small number of troops used what they learned to smash through bottlenecks. The number of 6th-level talents was shrinking as they advanced to 7th and 8th. Their equipment only continued to improve, making them a nightmare to contend against. The strictly disciplined Blood Iron Khans grumbled and quietly nursed their grievances when the games were done. They requested better mechas after finding their own were insufficient. However, there wasn't anything Lan Qing could do to help them. How did Star Division earn their impressive gear? They took it themselves. Star Division was laden with riches and was the most affluent military outfit in the East. A national organization with limited government funds couldn't compete. Star Division's mechas were custom-tailored to suit their soldiers' disciplines. They were choked full of the best power gems available to enhance those disciplines. It gave them a nearly insurmountable advantage. And Luan's soldiers weren't alone in their displeasure. Lan Chang was similarly perturbed by the results. He had personally commanded his troops during the second exercise, but the results were the same. There was nothing for it, the difference in equipment and individual ability was too great. Currently Star Division was so flush with 9th-level adepts that each squad was led by one. These exceptionally talented soldiers were also empowered by their mechas. Even though they weren't all God-ranked pilots, they were head and shoulders above any normal soldier. Lan Qing had to watch as his own soldiers were cast into disarray by Star Division. Lan Chang knew that if his solders were as strong individually as his brother's soldiers, under his command they would have more than a solid chance at victory. For now, however, the chances were simply too remote to entertain. He could have joined in himself and single-handedly turned the tide of battle, but what would be the point? Didn't Star Division have paragons of its own? They just weren't present at the time. Lan Qing's final analysis of Star Division was that it was an incomparable adept fighting force. He secretly admired Skyfire Avenue for taking the risk in its creation and training. Establishing a small army the likes of this took tremendous resources and iron determination. It was no easy feat. As it turned out, Skyfire Avenue had a singular vision. You couldn't describe Star Division as a normal mecha division by any stretch. Gathering all these adepts under one banner and giving them the full support of Skyfire Avenue resulted in the fastest creation of a major military installation ever. Aside from everything else, what normal person could boast being present for the breakthrough of two paragons? Until recently the occurrences were rare and available only to a select few, and normal humans didn't benefit at all. By contrast, Star Division was proud to find that many of their soldiers gained incredible insights from these experiences. The best of them acquired the most. Lan Jue was pushed on by the success of his brother. What he didn't know was that Lan Qing was inspired by adversity as well. Lan Qing yearned for the impossible so that he might overcome it. How else could he have achieved so much at such a young age? Talent alone wasn't enough. Strength of will and unwavering determination blazed the path. As Lan Jue listened to the bartender and coffee master's exultant reports, a strange expression came across his face. An immense surge of pride filled him. So long as they continued on this path, his soldiers would grow in strength and ability. All he had to do was mention the wealth of crystals they'd recovered and morale would skyrocket. Now that it was confirmed their disciplines were effective against the aliens, it also affirmed that Star Division would be an integral weapon against the invaders when the time came. What about the ones we left back on Skyfire? He asked. The coffee master replied. They've all come around after their insights. That fat disciple of yours seems to have gained the most from it. I could even sense faint waves of protogenia coming from him. It really chaps my ass. Even being by your side for so long, I still can't even see the realm of protogenia on the horizon. Lan Jue scowled at him. Enough nonsense, you seem happy enough with where you are not to work hard. You think your potential is somehow inferior to anyone else's? Fastest hands under heaven? The bartender sounded curious as he joined in. What you're saying isn't entirely accurate. These days potential isn't enough. Without grueling work you don't have a chance. You haven't seen what the teams do, they're constantly competing. Not just with others outside of the division, but among each squad. They're constantly testing themselves. We know that's what you want encouraged, so we've thought up an inter-division competition. The winning team will be put on the list for the exuvium process. What do you think? Lan Jue was taken aback. How did you think this up? This made the coffee master chortle. Our soldiers have too much pent-up energy and nowhere to let it out. We were trying to think of something for them to put their effort toward. It'd be along the same lines as the Great Adept tournament, with them initially separated by brigades. It'd take place in DreamNet, 10 on 10. Ace squads would participate too, against 2 normal squads. We figured it was fairer. In the end the winners are put on exuvium list. Lan Jue laughed. Excellent idea. But the soldiers in Ace squad are too strong. Even if you broke the squad in half they could still handily defeat a normal squad. Break them up and have them compete as individuals, among one another. At the same time, each squad can elect one person to fight in single battles. We have 2 competitions going simultaneously, one for teams and one for Ace squad members. Brigade commanders can participate in the individual fights as well. Paragons, of course, can't. Neither can I or the pharmacist. The bartender gave an approving thumbs up. Much more thorough. So be it, we'll call this part of their training. Give us half a month to get things in order. Lan Jue nodded. We can make it a common thing, these competitions. We can use it to inspire them to work harder. The rewards will be different each time. Right now the Avenue isn't hurting for riches or equipment. The 3 of them hammered out the remainder of the details. They expected it would cause a fierce competitive spirit to emerge. Of course, safety had to be considered and their training with the Blood Iron Cons would continue. Real-life battles weren't needed anymore, DreamNet was enough of an analog for real life. With this in mind, Lan Jue set off to find his brother and suggest the 2 groups continue to train together. Perhaps leave the Star Division here for a while longer. At any rate it would take time for the East to digest the information they brought, and share it with their colleagues in the West and North. Predictably, Lan Qing was very busy. But he made a point of carving out some time for his little brother. What is it? I have a meeting in a little while. Lan Qing said, wasting no time. Lan Jue launched right into it. I was hoping to keep Star Division here for a little while. I'd like them to continue training with the Blood Iron Cons, I think it'd benefit everyone. We can continue the joint battles in DreamNet, that way we can practice in different terrains and conditions. Get them ready for anything. Lan Qing gave him an accusatory sideways look. You haven't won enough? There's too much difference in individual strength and equipment. It won't help my people very much to keep getting trounced. It'll only undermine their morale. Lan Jue grinned at him. When did you lose faith? If you're worried about that we can reduce the numbers participating. We can't downgrade their gear because they used it all throughout their training, it's a part of their strategy. It'll take away too much of their effectiveness. A hardness flashed through Lan Qing's eyes. You think I can accept this sort of scorn for my people? Ever since taking command, he never had to ask his opponents to go easy. Lan Jue shrugged. Those are the facts. And anyway, you shouldn't be discouraged. Your men are facing the greatest adept army in history, the epitome of Skyfire Avenue's strength. Each soldier is strong on their own, with a mountain of money behind them. Facing a smaller group doesn't mean you're losing face. The whole point is mutual improvement, surviving the alien invasion and making them pay for what they've done. How does saving face help this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632, Do you want to torture me? Chapter 632, Do you want to torture me? Faced with his younger brother's sass, Lan Qing laughed. Very well, you've got your wish. On one condition, we fight, in front of all our men, but... Lan Jue froze for a minute, then burst out. Do you want to torture me? Lan Qing's irritation flared. You come to me for the help of my men and this is how you react. Lan Jue's eyes nearly rolled out of his head, but after a moment he nodded. Fine, it's agreed. Losing to my brother doesn't mean anything, I'm not concerned about face. Only, you're an illustrious paragon now. You'll earn no glory from beating me. I should fight with Qianlin. I think he'll agree to that. 2-on-1. All right. Lan Chang agreed straight off. His intention wasn't to abuse his brother. Ever since breaking through, he'd been unable to find anyone of comparable level to contend with. He was immersed in a whole new realm of capability he had no opportunity to test. Outwardly he looked calm, but he was struggling with an itch he couldn't scratch. Tomorrow, then. Lan Jue promptly decided. Lan Jue was also curious what his brother could conjure up as a reflection of heaven and earth. The effects his breakthrough had on Anluan were still fresh in his memory. The East had been clever in concealing the truth, stating that the strange aura that had hung over the planet was the implementation of a new defense system. The Blood Iron Khans had been struggling with their recent losses to Star Division, especially since they'd lost under the command of their illustrious super soldier. Their morale had taken a significant hit. Their training was second to none, but every one of them knew that overcoming the powerhouses from Skyfire was almost impossible. It was in the midst of this gloom that they learned Star Division would contend against them with fewer numbers. The shame and indignation they felt nearly made them choke. They were the Blood Iron Khans. Since when were they the ones looked down on? But they had no option but to swallow their pride. Early the next morning, both armies gathered on the Anluan training grounds. Star Division soldiers stood as one, imposing and full of stamina. Their faces were bright with self-confidence. They'd first joined Star Division for profit, some of them because of an affiliation with Skyfire Avenue. But over time, after sweeping through the starfields and defeating the Blood Iron Khans, after developing relationships with teammates, they felt like part of something. Most importantly, they could clearly see rapid improvement after joining up. Every squad was under the direction of a 9th-level adept that guided their betterment. They trained and cultivated together. With the addition of the Avenue's resources, and the opportunity to witness a Paragon's breakthrough, all of this together was far beyond anything they could have accomplished by themselves. With things as they were, none of them pined for the old days. Who didn't want a stronger? The smart ones knew how dangerous the coming fight was going to be. Backed by strong allies, they were more likely to achieve the success they desired. Skyfire Avenue was a haven for the strong. If they couldn't be safe there, then humanity was closer to destruction than people thought. Star Division soldiers were flush with confidence. Anluan's Blood Iron Khans stood in precise formation, but a closer look penetrated the discipline to reveal the resentment beneath. A few furtive glares were thrown toward their Skyfire compatriots across the field, thick with hostility. Finally meeting an insurmountable foe dug at their ego. Lan Jue and Lan Chang appeared simultaneously in the center of the field. Both brothers regarded each other with a chilly calm. Qianlin stood beside Lan Jue, hand in hand. Peppered among the Skyfire soldiers were many of Lan Jue's ARC students. When they saw Qianlin, they almost gasped in surprise. Only a few even had an inkling of the relationship between them, and when they discovered his true identity, many couldn't help but lose a little respect for the demon drill master. After all, he was their etiquette teacher. Qianlin's sudden and complete absence had also made many of them curious. Now here she was, and the revelation shocked them. Tan Lingyun's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. She had a boisterous and overbearing personality, but she was still a woman. The gentleness in his eyes when he looked at Qianlin was proof enough, she didn't have a chance. But dwelling on it served nothing, her only purpose now would be to become the strongest she could be. The purpose behind our joint exercises is to make one another better. Commander Lan Jue and I have spoken, and decided that over the next month, we will be conducting these exercises every 2 days. Half of Star Division will contend with the full might of the Blood Iron Khans. As we continue, we will analyze the results to make adjustments as necessary. Khan, if you wish to recapture your reputation, you will need to examine yourselves. Lan Xing's voice was soft, but his words were like a fire in the hearts of his men. A fierceness sparkled in their eyes. Lan Jue and Qianlin stood behind the commander-in-chief, never speaking a word. However, his easy smile and encouraging expression inspired the Star Division soldiers. They'd defeated the undefeated Anluan super soldier. I suspect we all know what it means for adepts to compete against one another. In a moment, Commander Lan Jue and I will exchange blows. We hope you all will find it enlightening. Everyone, sit. Lan Xing's soft voice commanded. Every one of the Blood Iron Khans obeyed, practically in a single motion. Star Division didn't move a muscle. Lan Xing was the Anluan super soldier, leader of the Blood Iron Khans and commander of the Eastern armies. What he wasn't, was their commanding officer? Everyone sit, Lan Jue quietly ordered. They looked upon their leader with fervent, burning eyes. In the eyes of his brigade officers, however, Lan Jue could see pity. It was no secret to them that Lan Xing had immediately become a reflection of heaven and earth. It seemed ludicrous that Lan Jue would agree to this fight when anyone could guess the outcome. It was masochism. They just waited for it to be over. Lan Jue slowly swung his eyes back to Lan Chang. Lifting his free hand, he beckoned for him to begin. Lan Chang lifted his own arm, but to speak into his communicator. Tell them to cut off all satellite surveillance footage. Their fight couldn't take place in DreamNet because the system couldn't handle protogenic energy. As a result, their contest would take place in the real world. Lan Chang's aim in making the planet dark was, of course, to confound the West and North. With his commands given, Lan Chang gave his brother a final look, laden with unspoken meaning. His body shook, then suddenly became a beam of turquoise light. It cleaved the air, racing into the heavens and disappearing from view. Lan Jue looked at Qianlin, who stood quietly beside him. His hand tightened around hers, and they shot up after him. The three fighters were invisible to the armies waiting on the ground below, however as they vanished a holographic projection flickered to life. It focused on Lan Chang, Lan Jue and Qianlin so that they didn't miss a moment. As the promise of a spectacular fight hung in the air, their mutual animosity was gone. Everyone's attention was fixated on the hologram, especially the Blood Iron Khans. They might have lost, but their high commander wouldn't. The Khans knew about Lan Jue. They'd watched the Great Adept tournament like everyone else. Meanwhile, the analysts of Enluan had busily learned all they could about Star Division, and especially their Grand Champion commander. Champion of the Great Adept tournament against the Enluan super soldier. Who would win? For the Khans, the answer was clearly their general. After all, he was a paragon of the second degree. Lan Chang continued until he was hovering in the stratosphere. For one with powers strong as his, this was effortless. For Qianlin and Lan Jue it was also posed no threat. A crackling aura of thunderbolt energy surrounded them and kept the suffocating pressure of space at bay. They weren't the least bit slowed and kept pace with the paragon. Excitement smoldered in Lan Jue's eyes. He could test his powers against his brother at last, and why wouldn't he be excited to show off how much he'd accomplished? He and the driver had managed to transform about half their discipline to the powerful Inyan lightning. While they'd both benefited greatly, Lan Jue was quicker and smoother through the process because he could endure more of the energy at once. Both he and Qianlin had been in a constant state of development. The immortal qi was penetrating all the way down into their DNA. Its effects had been particularly evident in the last few months, like they'd reached a new level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, Battle of the Brothers. Chapter 663, Battle of the Brothers. He wasn't yet a paragon, but Lan Jue's mastery of protogenia was singular. It was more vibrant and cooperative than it ever had been. Although he couldn't command the power to manifest a paragon's domain, his failure certainly wasn't for lack of comprehension. Qianlin's discipline had grown over time as well. Her progress wasn't fast, but rather steady. She managed to keep pace with Lan Jue. However, swordplay was another matter. As they continued to train, Qianlin's skills had flourished. The unfortunate state of her consciousness didn't inhibit her at all, to the point where she even surpassed Lan Jue. Xianyuan Shishir claimed it was her nature. The Queen of Heaven discipline was the purest energy in the universe, and the closest to the immortals of old. An innate understanding of these old secrets lived within her, which resonated with the inherited knowledge imparted by the sword spirit. As they practiced, the bonds only strengthened. For Qianlin, all it took was a step at a time. Lan Chang led them high over the Enluan base. Below, soldiers from two armies watched via satellite. Holographic images shone with crystal clarity in the center of the Enluan training field. Meanwhile, monitors in the west and north shrieked and returned nothing but white noise. Something was blocking their signals. No one blinked an eye. This was common circumstance when watching Enluan. They did this any time they were holding exercises. It never lasted long. Scramblers cost a lot of energy to keep running. Lan Chang turned toward the two of them. He sighed. Is she any better? Lan Jue's character was no secret to him. Lan Jue was talented and smart, but he had a clear weakness. He was emotional and quick to action. The moment something caught his passion, it took over his thinking. Those raging emotions sunk him into depression for 3 years. Lan Jue struggled to catch up with Lan Chang, but he never knew how much it cost for his older brother to maintain the lead. Lan Chang knew he didn't have his brother's talent, that's why he pushed himself so hard. It warmed his heart to see his little brother with someone he loved, standing shoulder to shoulder. The battle fervor diminished in the face of joy and uncertainty. Was power really so important? Or, was it more important to live your life with someone you loved? Lan Jue quietly watched. He spotted every micro-expression that crossed his brother's face. When a glimpse of sadness revealed itself, Lan Jue replied. Better. At least, on the path to being better. Her Queen of Heaven discipline has a strong regenerative power. She will recover. She will. Certainty rang in his voice. A smile crept onto Lan Qing's face. I wish her a speedy recovery. You also mustn't put too much of the burden on yourself. That's my job. Lan Jue blinked. He'd never heard his brother talk like this before. Hey, are you alright? Don't tell me you're scared you can't beat me. It was such a rare occurrence to see his brother's romantic side, Lan Jue wasn't sure how to react. Ever since Lan Chang broke through, he was like a different man. Before, stick up his ass would have been an apt description of the admiral. Now he was looser, almost calm. That made Lan Jue very happy. Come, show me how you've been spending your time. Father has a lot of praise for your abilities. All expression drained from Lan Qing's face, his voice was flat. It was the familiar mask of the god of wisdom. It was the face of Prometheus. Lan Jue smirked. This was the Lan Qing he knew. He gripped Qianlin's hand, and a soft blue light began to radiate from him. His blue eyes swirled with eddies of gold, and his imperious gaze was as godlike as his namesake. Qianlin became a brilliant beacon of white light. Flecks of silver rollicked through the snowy expanse. Her life was lived by instinct, but through her telepathic link with Lan Jue he could guide her. Lan Qing's eyes also brightened, but there were no flashes or changing colors. Instead, his body was surrounded by a strange gleaming aura. He was a part of everything around him, and he could seamlessly merge into the universe at any moment. For a moment, Lan Jue felt like it was he and Qianlin against the whole universe. It was far from pleasant. A nameless pressure crushed him from all directions. It wasn't strong, but it eroded his confidence, convincing him it was hopeless. Everything was under his opponent's control. Lan Jue couldn't hold back for even a moment, not against a paragon. A flash of blinding golden light burst from his eyes as he stepped forward. Suddenly a wave of terror gushed from him. Beams of gold erupted all around him, threatening to consume everything. That overbearing presence felt like it was simultaneously a part of and separate from its surroundings. Lan Jue did not speak the words of command. Instead, without warning, the radiant columns of gold dispersed, becoming motes of golden light floating away in the wind. Lan Jue's aura vanished, but the pressure from Lan Qing's did not take its place. It, too, was gone. In that moment of stillness, a slash of red split the sky. When it materialized, reality quivered. Lan Qing squinted his eyes. Sharp-eyed soldiers watching the hologram could spot the general's hair rustling, like something was tugging on him. The red light coalesced into a sword 100 meters tall, tumbling right for the top of Lan Qing's head. Space seemed to collapse before the tip of the weapons as it fell inexorably downward. Everything was torn apart and gobbled up. A vast chasm of nothingness was left in its wake. At this point it was no longer a sword. It was hell, come calling for Lan Qing's soul. Lan Qing watched it come. He nodded, as though he were judging the attack and found it worthy. As the weapon came barreling down, he remained suspended in the air, but not idle. Extending his hands, the paragon pressed outward. A keen flash crossed his eyes, and suddenly a strange scene emerged. Lan Qing seemed to merge into the rippling space around them. As it moved, so did he. The soul-crushing swipe of the sword raced through. Lan Qing became translucent and his body warped furiously. However, a moment later he phased back into reality like nothing had happened. Immediately upon the heels of the sword, Lan Qing's face was lit up by a blazing blue. The silvery display was as dazzling as the tail of a comet before it detonated. Swirling tendrils of power shot off in every direction, expanding and lengthening until they covered the paragon completely. 100 million sword swipes danced among each other, as beautiful as it was deadly. If the red sword was a hellish visitation, this blue blow was a torch from the immortals. Mysterious, perplexing, stunning. The intertwining colors cracked Lan Qing's famous calm. He splayed his arms out in wide semicircles before bringing his palms together before his chest with a clap. A flash of gold rushed from behind him, bearing a fervent aura that penetrated into the soul. Resonating chants bore the weight of timeless faith. Its arrival swept away blue and red, leaving no trace of their passage. As unmovable as a mountain. Prometheus was gone, replaced with Lan Qing the Buddha. His holy manifestation demanded everything before him prostrate in worship. Waves of gentle golden light radiated from him out into space, casting light upon the darkness. While the universe was painted a radiant gold, shadowy silhouettes appeared in contrast. The throaty chants of Buddhist monks intensified. It imparted a kindness that made Lan Jue feel sluggish and unwilling to lift his arm and attack. Domain, this was Lan Chang's domain? It wasn't as strong as the Devagati shown by Zhu Di, but it was full of unspoken power. The entirety of the past and the future washed over them, born from the image of Varakana seated in the exact center of this pocket universe. Everything revolved around him, worshipped him. Struggle was futile. Prajna Paramita. The deep chants cried. They were loud, but sharp and clear, like they spoke directly to the heart. Cactus shivered in Lan Jue's grip as he fought the urge to fall to his knees. Prajnaparamita was one of the most powerful sutras of the Buddhist faith. Lan Sheng did not attack or take advantage, for with a single phrase he had collapsed Lan Jue's will to fight. Before absorbing the thunder essence, this would have spelled the end. Now, though, a flood of energy thrilled through him, clearing his mind of the booming sermons. He lashed out with the sword, and a sweeping arc of sword energy swept them up and away to safety. Where the cutting blue light passed, the golden couldn't help but recede. Its destructive force was so intense, it shook Lan Qing's domain to its core. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, Stronger. Chapter 664, Stronger. Lan Qing froze. He knew that his brother had obtained Thunder Essence and was absorbing the immortal chi within. He knew Lan Jue was in the process of transforming his Thunderbolt discipline. The ancient, mystical lightning was real and he could feel it in the younger Lan's power. He knew he couldn't contend with it at his current strength, but Lan Jue couldn't sustain it either. As Lan Qing stood still, stunned, Lan Jue escaped from his domain with Qianlin. Down among the soldiers, two more figures joined in watching the hologram. Zhu Di had changed into his favorite pair of overalls. He watched the two brothers compete with a grin plastered on his face. Who knew A Zhu could break free of A Qing's domain? It looks like he's underestimating his brother. Luo Xianni mused out loud at Zhu Di's shoulder. Zhu Di shook his head. No, he didn't underestimate him. It's A Zhu's thunderbolt. It isn't true all-heaven lightning, but his luck is otherworldly. The thunder essence bore the residuals of the real stuff. Whatever creature it used to be must have been strong. Strong enough that the old immortals chose to bring it down with all-heaven lightning. Now that it's a part of Lan Jue, no average domain can contain it. Taking into consideration that Lan Qing isn't completely familiar with his domain yet, and he didn't know what to expect from Lan Jue, we can see how A Zhu managed to escape. Keep watching, let's see what other surprises they have hidden up their sleeves. Lan Jue managed to free himself and Qianlin from Lan Qing's domain, but he didn't relax. Now that he'd experienced it, he knew Lan Qing's domain wasn't just energy oppression. More frightening was its psychological and emotional assault. Indeed, his brother's powers were physical and mental both. No wonder he rose so sharply through the ranks of Paragon. Lan Jue remembered something his father had taught him. The strongest domains had a psychological component, able to suppress the enemy's thoughts and actions. Not only did it undermine one's foe, it also boosted the self. At some point the imposing aura becomes strong enough to completely cow the weak-willed and empower one's ability to new heights. Their clash had been brief, but already Lan Jue was beginning to understand what he was up against. Lan Qing reappeared. He didn't seem the least affected by watching Lan Jue cleave apart his domain. On the contrary, he was calm as ever. Lan Jue was learning about Lan Qing's domain, but at the same time he was discovering what he could about Thunderbolt discipline. The two brothers eyed one another from a distance, sharing a moment of quiet understanding. The soldiers couldn't say their first clash was very exciting. To them there was just a flash, two flashes, and then they were watching each other. Only the few 9th-level adepts among them could glimpse parts of what had happened. Lan Jue slowly lifted Cactus, gripping it tight. Beside him, Qianlin released his hand. Demortis appeared in a flash to fill the void. Both of them pointed the god blades toward Lan Qing. Without physical contact, both Lan Jue and Qianlin felt their powers rapidly decline. However, Lan Qing had the inexplicable feeling that right now, these two were even more dangerous. The sword in Lan Jue's hand lashed out. What followed was a torrent of ghastly power, a tidal wave that raced for Lan Qing. At first it looked like a straight column, but as it approached, Lan Qing saw it as a sea of energy. He became the focal point for the full force of it. Zhou Qianlin attacked in tandem. Her strike fractured into 10,000 glimmering swipes. Like leaves on the breeze they flowed through space, descending on Lan Qing from all directions. While Lan Jue's attack was a focused flood, hers was a torrential downpour. Individually her strikes were weak, but they were relentless. Every opening, every weakness was found and exploited. As the red and blue light shone brighter, the two sword-bearers vanished. 10,000 swords as one, and focused flow. Zhou Qianlin and Lan Jue. At last their knowledge combined as a singular overwhelming assault on the Enluan super soldier. Lan Jue sensed the purity in their sword dance. Neither could call upon the full power of their swords, but he daren't hesitate or underestimate what they could do. Hands he'd kept pressed to his chest were thrust out in a dual-handed push. His chanting stopped, everything went silent. But his body did not remain still. The general's figure exploded to 100 times his normal size, blazing gold like a Buddha. A pale and unimpressive light shimmered behind his head. Although he did not change in appearance, an incomparable sense of shock struck Lan Jue like a train. The three Prajna mantras. The Great Spiritual Mantra. A paragon-level Great Spiritual Mantra. An enormous golden palm appeared. It blocked the red and blue sword strikes, mingling with them, and blocking them from proceeding. Ruin, penetration, wide as the ocean, thin as a needle. Lan Jue and Qianlin could not enact the harmonious swords, but nonetheless what they created in their union was baleful. The focused power of Paetus and Demortis roiled over one another until they carved a path through the golden palms. They blazed a path for Lan Jue. The Enluan general didn't speak, and didn't run. His hands arose, fingers splayed like picking a flower. His fingers waggled. Ding, ding. The two ringing sounds came one after the other. The two banishing blades shuddered as their waves of power were parted to either side of Lan Jue. Next he stepped forward, and the motion seemed to free him from the golden aura. It fell away like a shedskin, and in its place Lan Jue was a homogeneous cyan. In the next instant Lan Jue felt like he was in the eye of a tornado. Lan Jue's pervasive and overbearing power underwent a dramatic upheaval. The wave of force swept past him, thrusting him 100 meters away. Qianlin, who had been standing by his side, was gone. Lan Jue was too surprised to speak. He raced forward to regain the lost ground. However, every centimeter gained was contested by whirling cyan winds. One concentrated storm after another buffeted him, and as they continued to come they took on the form of hideous bloodthirsty dragons. Lan Jue was forced to rely on Capta's power to fight them off. The tip of his weapon danced in circles as Lan Jue drew upon his Taiji sword knowledge. He flooded the sword and its movements with all heaven lightning. It was enough to carve up his brother's attacks, but were very draining. When the dust settled he looked for his opponent. He saw instead Qianlin, captured in a column of cyan light. She valiantly slashed with Demortis, but couldn't penetrate the curtain of power. Of course, without enough strength she couldn't summon enough of the sword's abilities to free herself. Your protogenia isn't Veracana? Lan Jue looked at his brother with surprise clear in his gaze. Lan Jue was once again the familiar, intractable figure of Prometheus. The same, only much stronger. The swirling waves of power from him continued all around, only now they were the essence of wind. Lan Jue smirked. They come from the same source, not much different from one another. It is an intrinsic part of me, why not employ it? It was my discipline. Veracana and wind, there is no conflict. Do you understand? Lan Jue just looked at him. Of course he didn't understand. He couldn't grasp how his brother seemed to change so completely. Could a paragon use two separate kinds of protogenia? How was this possible? But despite his disbelief the proof was right in front of him. He'd seen both from his brother, but that didn't make it any less inconceivable. He'd been caught off guard and separated from Qianlin. He certainly was no match for General now. Gusts of cyan wind roiled around Lan Jue's body, once more becoming gold. Prometheus became the golden Buddha, and with the new appearance returned the crushing aura. Again, Veracana. The change was instantaneous, like it was subject only to the will of Lan Jue. Lan Jue's shocked expression gradually gave way. Something was becoming clear to him. There was a flash of turquoise and Qianlin was deposited back to Lan Jue's side. When he took her hand their psychic connection was re-established. Both of them felt their discipline surge to the peak of 9th rank. After a moment of quiet thought, Lan Jue spoke up. I need to go back and think on this. The words were absent-mindedly murmured by way of explanation before Lan Jue took Qianlin and left back toward Enluan. Lan Jue's face revealed a small smile. This was exactly the result he was looking for, but what could two 9th-level adepts do against a reflection of heaven and earth? The point wasn't to beat Lan Jue. All of this was his way of imparting the things he'd learned, to bestow his knowledge upon his little brother. With luck it will shorten his path. That was all Lan Jue had aimed to accomplish. He knows how to make the best of the situation. Zhu Di nodded in satisfaction, after which he turned and left the field. Luo Xianyi laughed, overjoyed at what she saw. How could she not? These two brothers propped each other up, they would go much farther than the generation that guided them. Lan Jue took Qianlin back to base, and directly back to their room. There, he sunk into quiet contemplation. There was no question that Lan Xing had won their fight. It served to stoke the fires of competition among the Blood Iron Khans and Star Division. They didn't need any more motivation words from their commanders. Soon they could test themselves in DreamNet, and a single-minded thought consumed every soldier. Get strong. Stronger. Stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, Parliamentary Disagreements. Chapter 635, Parliamentary Disagreements. Planet Skyfire, Parliamentary Assembly Building. The speaker sat stony-faced in the silence after the holograms ceased. This is the latest information brought back by Commander Lan Jue and his Star Division. It's the only information we've received at all. So far the data's already taught our researchers a lot about the aliens. Most importantly, No is crafting a strategy. What we've learned from Commander Lan Jue is that these creatures are much stronger than we'd assumed. Our people will suffer and pay with their lives wherever this enemy chooses to emerge. While I understand that the commander's earlier suggestion, to evacuate the people to better defended areas, is difficult, that it will affect the plans we have crafted and even undermine the foundation of this assembly, I believe in the interest of preserving lives it is the best course of action. Murmured conversation followed the speaker's remarks. The strength of these aliens had been revealed to them in the images from Star Division. Even paragons couldn't stand against an invading army that large. The accountant's analyses were particularly troubling. Many aliens were spied on the alien planet's surface that could rival human capital ships. However, it was the planet itself that was their most fearsome weapon. It could be anywhere at any time, swallow entire planets, ending all life in an instant. A choice had to be made. Commander Lan Jue had called for a mass evacuation. Smaller and verdant planets had to be cleared as high-risk targets while their citizens found succor closer together. They could wait out the battle in relative safety. Until the armies of man fell, their citizens would not suffer the brunt of alien hostility. But, what about when it was time to go back? This troubles the politicians greatly. It was a question of unity and obeisance. Western and Northern governments were likely having a lot less polite conversations around this decision. Mr. Speaker. An elderly parliamentarian called out for his attention. According to the information before us, we know that these aliens are dangerous. In fact, they are a threat to our continued existence. I also support the suggestion put forward by Commander Lan Jue. However, we must be cognizant enough to view the problem from a wider perspective. For instance, how could we respond if we evacuate these planets, only to have the West or North occupy them in our stead? If the aliens pass us by, then not only have we suffered tremendous loss, our sovereignty may be at risk. Remember that the planets which are most attractive to these beasts are also the ones that empower them. We evacuate these planets and leave them to their fate, strengthen our foes. The elderly man paused, after a moment beginning again with a valiant expression of determination on his face. There will need to be sacrifices for the future of the Eastern Alliance. To me, it seems the best method is to quarter our interstellar fleets within Eastern space. If the aliens show, we will be capable of an immediate response. Although this plan will put several important government planets and their people at considerable risk, it is the best for our alliance overall. In the end, we must also consider there is a 1 in 3 chance the aliens will even come our way. It sounded cruel, to sacrifice these planets for the security of the majority. Leaving them behind as fodder. Several faces in the chamber went pale. I cannot accept that. Eastern Alliance's Prime Minister Zhou Qianlin shot to his feet. His booming, indignant voice rang through the chamber. Every single life is priceless, and the most sacred duty of a government is to defend its people. How can we even consider leaving them in the path of danger? I am in agreement with the speaker. I would rather suffer a loss of resources than to lose our people. Let the West and North do as they will. If they choose to take advantage of us in the face of this apocalyptic threat, then they shall reveal themselves as an enemy to humanity. The Parliamentary Assembly erupted into a shouting match. Zhou Qianlin stood amid the chaos, his face hard as he thought. The East was supposed to be better off. At least when it came to the aliens, there appeared to have been some kind of understanding. The news he was receiving out of the West and North made him even more nervous. All of the data recovered from Anluan was poured over. Sensitive material had been redacted, but otherwise the Eastern government was quick to give everything they could to their counterparts in the other alliances. Initial reports, however, revealed that many contested the reality of these reports, accusing the East of deliberate fabrication. Some were even going so far as to denounce the East as enemies. The loudest detractors came from the West. In some regards this was to be expected considering the scandalous way in which the wedding between Richard and Qianlin had ended. The Austen family had a great deal of political clout in the West, and their rancor for the East was no secret. They were lobbying as hard as they could for the Western Congress to ignore any further correspondence from them about the alien threat. Zhou Qianlin and his administration was keeping this information under wraps, though. Revealing the West's distrust would only make matters worse. At the same time they could find no means to convince them otherwise. The West had thrown a lot of resources at scouting but weren't looking in the right place. They believed, like all the others, that the aliens were going to come from outside human space. They even reputedly had some data from deep space, a fact that rendered many members of the East speechless. Both sides were working with different numbers, each distrusting the other. The aliens hadn't made their move, but already humanity was in disarray. Discord was the worst situation they could find themselves in, but here it was. Now was not the time to deal with Western skeptics, though. Once their own people were safe, others could be considered. The warhawks in Parliament may be callous, but at least they're willing to confront the truth. Unity in the face of a foreign enemy was something they could count on, at least. Their struggle was finding the best way to proceed. Silence. The speaker slammed his gavel, combating the chaos that had come over the assembly. A few sharp bangs was enough to capture most everyone's attention. The speaker's solemn voice filled the quiet. There is another matter that needs to be addressed. Skyfire Avenue's Star Division, under leadership of Commander Lan Jue and the Avenue's dignified paragons, returned from their scouting expedition with some vital crystals. I'm informed it's not a small number, enough that there will be a surplus when we've taken what's needed for research. Skyfire Avenue has recommended that we use them in trade for weapons and other materials from the West and North. It's a decision that must be made quickly. General Li Si, as head of the armies, what are your thoughts? General Li Si occupied the row closest to the speaker's podium. Various luminaries from the many branches of the military were arrayed by rank. The Li family was well known as a perennial military family, and in fact the new, youngest general in history had once been his disciple. Indeed, General Li had fought vociferously for Lan Qing's promotion. Li Si was 73 years old this year, but he had the bearing of a man half his age. Tall, with a straight back and a quiet strength, when he stood the chamber was completely silent. Everyone's attention fixated on this venerable old warrior. He was 16 when he joined the army and had been a part of the company for nearly 60 years. In that time he'd participated in 10 separate campaigns and earned himself the name Predator General. Every officer he cultivated shared his ferociousness and a dogged desire to guard their borders. I endorse this plan. The exuvium process is a breakthrough in prolonging life in times of peace. But this is war. We must ensure that we are adequately prepared to protect ourselves when the alien menace comes. In addition, strength of arms directly correlates to obtaining these vital crystals. From the data collected we have discovered that the most effective deterrent against these creatures are adepts and mechas that can empower them. They consume vital energy, but fear the products of it. In the eyes of adepts, the East has become a promised land. Skyfire Avenue boasts 5 paragons, more than any other organization. If we've managed to bring back one hall, we can get another. Our most pressing focus now must surely be shoring up defenses. One way to do that is to increase the fleet. Then we could protect more planets. The general turned away from the speaker, addressing the rest of the assembly. I have listened to your debates. There is merit to each side. Know that I am being upfront with my allegiances. I am a military man. For us, our first responsibility is our duty to the nation. We will fight for whatever this governing body decides. However, a soldier's duty is also to protect the homeland. All of it. We cannot face sacrificing one group to protect another. We will fight to the last drop of blood, to keep all civilians safe from harm. General Li let his words hang in the air for a moment. Then, he turned back to the speaker. With a small nod of respect, the soldier retook his seat. His words weren't just a vote for the speaker's plan, but an affirmation of their martial code. He was telling everyone what the Eastern military stood for. Their strongest advantage had always been unity, and the general was a shining beacon of that. Now, after witnessing the rise of his disciple Lan Qing, no one questioned this man's status. The speaker's low voice returned. We will have a 10-minute recess, then reconvene for a vote on how to proceed. I hope in that time everyone can agree on a plan of action. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, Good News and Bad News. Chapter 636, Good News and Bad News. Half an hour later the parliamentary session had come to an end. Afterwards a proclamation was released, ordering the evacuation of all metropolitan worlds. Their resources would be reallocated to the war effort, and any troops were told to be on alert. Part of their responsibilities would be to assist moving goods and people closer to the center of Eastern space. Many would also remain to look after government interests against the other alliances. As for how this enormous amount of people were to be moved, Parliament said that would come when all the options had been examined. Lan Jue knew about the decision right away. He heard it from Lan Xing, when his brother summoned him to Enluan's leadership headquarters. What do you think? Lan Cheng's stony expression cracked just enough for a smile to sprout. Lan Jue answered with a dramatic thumbs up. Didn't expect it, did you? Lan Xing openly smirked now. Lan Jue nodded. In fact, he'd already chalked it up to a lost cause. A decision that would hurt so many bottom lines must have been caustic for a room full of self-serving politicians. If it hadn't been Lan Xing to tell him, he'd say they were joking. Lan Jue had never been a fan of lawmakers, but he was proud to find they at least had a sense of camaraderie. Only when the home front was stable and happy could they face a foreign foe. However, there is also some bad news. Lan Xing's expression fell, as did his voice. What is it? Lan Jue asked. The West has sent scouting crews to the last stand of the North's 7th Fleet. They claim there are signs an alien planet is nearby, even fought some of the creatures. Leaders continue to deny the veracity of your scouting reports and have turned down any further correspondence. Lan Jue scowled. Why would they even think like this? Lan Xing explained. It certainly involves you. The West has chosen to make us enemies and resist our progress. A lot of that is fueled by influences from the Austen family, which I imagine is somewhat you're doing. Relations have taken a sharp dive since the wedding between Richard and Qianlin was called off. Some of this distrust is a grab for profit, but a lot of it was incited by your actions. Lan Jue dropped his eyes helplessly. There wasn't anything I could do. I was polite, at least I let Richard live. After the amount of times he got in my way, I'd say that's fair. I admit I stayed my hand because of guilt and pity. Qianlin never wanted to marry him, it had all been part of the clairvoyance plan. Now if the West left us alone and focused on their own issues, it would benefit everyone. Anyway, that doesn't mean there's no way to combat their thinking. Lan Xing chuckled softly. Yes, there are still ways. Whatever you're thinking, the brass has already planned out. Some things are inevitable. Zeta. Western Alliance, Europa. Set in the center of Europa's capital city was a famous landmark, an old hexagonal building that served as the seat of the Austen family's power. An insignia affixed to the top of the structure caught errant rays of sunlight. An oval with maple leaves, the Austen family crest. It sparkled so brilliantly you could spot it from miles away. Sylva Austen was this generation's leader for the Austen family. His office occupied the top floor of the striking family building, glass from wall to wall. He felt like he could see all of Europa from here. He busied himself with administrative affairs while sitting behind the enormous office desk. He was the president of the Western Alliance, and the business of running an interstellar nation often kept his busy past dusk. He was also expected to be social, which left very little time for relaxation. All of it was in service of the Austen family. Politically, there was no more connected family than his. Mr. President. A melodious voice interrupted him, chiming from a nearby speaker. The only one permitted to disturb the man was his trusted secretary, Judy. Sylva's brows furrowed. He knew Judy wouldn't trouble him unless it was important. What's happened? He asked. Urgent news, sir, she replied. I was asked to brief you face to face. Come in. He knew she was already waiting just outside of the door. When the door opened, a blonde-haired woman in a black business suit and black-rimmed glasses was revealed. Her high heels clacked against the floor as she brusquely entered. Mr. President, she said without ceremony, we've received news from the East that they will be holding an international auction. The items on offer are vital crystals. However, the West has yet to receive an official invitation. So far, only Northern government officials and important families have been told to attend, and the Gobi Entertainment Group from our alliance. All other organizations, even government representatives, have received nothing. A cold smirk split Sylva's face. Their response to our stance. Pay no mind. When the aliens come, we'll have plenty of vital crystals for ourselves. What's the sense in paying them for any? Besides, it must have cost them to get so many. None of this is outside of my predictions. But they're auctioning more than 100 pieces. This is more than anyone has gotten ever since we learned about the alien planets. Judy's voice bore a faint note of urgency. She was as professional a secretary as one could find, but the promise of a longer life appealed to everyone. What did you say? Silva's voice came in a sharp hiss, disbelief widening his eyes. The East brought back more than 100 vital crystals? How could they kill so many aliens, much less bring them back? The president's breathing increased. Obviously, the East's actions were directed at the West. Everyone knew the benefit of the exuvium process, but crystals were needed to perform it. Eastern leadership was too smart to throw away so many crystals out of spite, so that could only mean they had more than they needed for research. Taking it a step farther, he could infer they must have found a great many aliens to come back with so many crystals. It had to be true, everything they were claiming. The East had found where the aliens were hiding. That simple fact was like a mortal wound for Silva Austin. He had been the one most vocally against them. He'd convinced his colleagues the East was lying, and orchestrated their harsh response to the news. This auction was like a smack to the face. He could almost feel it burn. However, Silva was an old hand when it came to dirty politics. Surprise overtook him for only a moment, and soon after he was a picture of calm deliberation. Send a correspondence to the East, asking why we weren't provided an invitation. These vital crystals are a priceless resource for all of humanity, and are integral for the shared progress of our species. As such, it is imperative all three alliances participate in uncovering their secrets. There is nowhere else they'll find more talented geneticists than in the West. We would be very open to participating in this auction. Yes, sir. Judy's eyes lit up as she answered. She was already formulating the communiqué in her head. Silva rose from behind the massive desk and turned toward the window. He was quiet for a moment and let his eyes sweep out over the city's horizons. He loved to stand here and enjoy the view. It made him feel in control. Send another to the north. Ask them for help in applying pressure to the East. If we work together, we can get the most and give the least. Then send a note to the generals that we want a scouting mission scrambled and sent into the shattered starfields as soon as possible. We have to confirm the aliens' location if we want to explain things to the public. From the outside it looked passive, but President Austin was doing the best he could under the circumstances. He hadn't suspected the East would use these crystals as a bargaining chip to undermine the West. How could he have known this might happen? Who would have guessed the East would suddenly become flush with vital crystals? Their actions were the sort taken by a group confident in their strength. Proliferation. That was the goal of any race. This international auction the East was holding was just that, proliferation. It was the purpose of life, and hope for any living thing. The exuvium process was still a long way off, but proof of concept was already well known. Even powerful adepts could benefit from it. Further research was needed to see how it would affect normal people. Most current reports claimed that the process could extend someone's life by 1,000%. The average lifespan would catapult from 100 years to a millennium. A life 10 times as long. It wasn't a literal fountain of youth, but it sure was an improvement over their own body's limitations. Influence, money, beauty, none of it was more important than life. Without it, what did all the rest mean? So it was that the moment word of the exuvium process got out, it captured the imagination of every living creature. The only thing that stood between mankind and hundreds of years among the stars were these vital crystals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, Return. Chapter 637, Return. For those in positions of power, the mystery and danger of the alien invaders was of no importance. Their single-minded interest was whether they could get their hands on enough vital crystals. At least for now, the exuvium process didn't look like a privilege everyone would have access to. For many, there was nothing taboo in their pursuit to join that lucky group. They were desperate to extend their lives at any cost. Eventually humanity would puzzle out a way to achieve the same ends without vital crystals. However, you had to live long enough to see the technology succeed. Every politician's imagination was on fire with the possibility of eternal life. How could they not scramble at the chance? Word of the auction had spread quickly, and everyone's attention was on the East. Clearly, this meant the data they had on these aliens was true. If it were not, how could they have so many crystals? Chairman Zhou, we would be very happy to participate in your nation's auction. However, we will need to examine the cargo to verify the quality of its contents. A patriarch from one of the North's ruling families grinned at Zhou Qianlin. The chairman responded with a smile. Of course. We hope to put everyone's misgivings to rest before the auction begins. Take heart, you will have an opportunity to verify the cargo. Thank you very much, Chairman Zhou. Zhou Qianlin was surrounded by representatives from the North's financial and political elite. He had patiently answered every one of their questions, including the origin of the crystals. However, there was ever an air of secrecy about him. On the second day, the rules of the auction were announced. It sent the northern dignitaries into an uproar. Money would not be an accepted form of payment throughout the auction. That was not uncommon for auctions of particularly treasured goods. In those cases, it was more common to use power gems in exchange. However, the East had taken things to a new extreme. This time, the chosen method of payment would be measured in warships. Yes, warships. More specifically, every time someone bid higher on an item, the minimum increased bid would be a standard scout ship fully equipped for duty. 10 scout ships equaled the value of a standard battleship, 10 battleships added to an expedition ship, 10 expedition ships equaled a dreadnought. 10 dreadnoughts were equivalent to a capital ship. To add insult to injury, the East also offered a buyout option, all 100 crystals, for one top-of-the-line bastion. When the auctioneers saw that, they had to fight their first instinct to just walk away. The worth of these warships to any nation was clear. This was especially true with the threat of alien invasion on the horizon. Certainly, the East was leveraging their surplus crystals to shore up their strength. It put everyone else in a very difficult position. Trading in ships was very different from exchanging war assets. But the East had them beat psychologically. It wasn't only government officials who had been invited, but any organization with the money to participate. After all, everyone dreamed of a longer life. Even though they were all from the North, there were too many people with too much money, too desperate to let their chances be dictated by others. With all of the drama, no one paid any mind when a small scout ship slipped virtually unseen into the Skyfire public airship terminal. No one paid any mind when the small group walked out. Walking at the head of the group was Lan Jue, who changed into a smart blue suit. He disembarked hand in hand with Zhou Qianlin. The Apocrian, winemaster, pauper, driver, Zeus 5 Amazons, and the accountant followed in a quiet procession. Naturally, Zhu Di and Luo Xianni were the last to quit the ship. Star Division had been left on Anluan to train, but Lan Jue and his scouting team had come back to Skyfire to deliver the vital crystals. Considering how much these crystals were worth, Lan Jue felt they needed a sufficiently strong escort. Have you arrived? Lan Jue muttered into his communicator. Yeah, I'm here, came the response. A smile spread across Lan Jue's face. Good, we'll see you in a bit. Right to business the second we touch down? When are we going to have time to cultivate? This is no time to dally. The longer we wait, the slowly the transformation becomes. The irritated complaint was, of course, from the driver. The impatient burn their mouths of hot burn curd, Lan Jue instructed. I'm more anxious than you are, but you need time to process everything. I'm heading out for a moment, then I'll be back. I'm not dallying. You're being too hasty. Remember that the strength of your foundation directly affects your chance to break through to Paragon. Besides, that's not even our limit. Not unless you want to stop at the realm of protogenia? Aren't you interested in how far you can go? Take it easy. The driver rubbed his beard and stared off into the distance as though thinking. I understand. He had indeed been impatient lately. Excitement from absorbing even some of the thunder essence thrilled him. Although the growth of his discipline had slowed, the quality of it was evolving continuously. Any adept would fall head over heels in pursuit of a chance like this. If he were being honest, he'd felt the instability within himself even before Lan Jue pointed it out. However, the driver figured that making small adjustments once his discipline became primordial lightning would not be too difficult. Lan Jue's words brought him back to reality and caused him to break out in a cold sweat. If he rushed now, it would only create bigger problems after he achieved Paragon status. When Lan Jue saw the consideration and contrition in his friend's eyes, he knew he understood. Adepts at their level were all intelligent, they didn't need much explanation. Verticars from Skyfire Avenue were already waiting. They filed into the vehicles and headed back toward home. Lan Jue led Qianlin and his Amazons back to the jewelry shop. The rest of the scouting party went their separate ways. The wine master and Apocrian took the vital crystals under their watch. Nothing short of an army would have a chance at taking them. As the hours ticked down to the auction, representatives trickled into the avenue. More detailed information was revealed about the auction. The entire thing would last 2 days. Day 1 would consist of registrations. In addition, every interested party was permitted to send their own appraisers to verify the auction items. The second day would be the actual auction. Joining in the auction wasn't so easy, even with an invitation. In order to ensure the safety of the items, and to ensure a smooth auction, everyone was required to put down collateral. It was mandatory in order to confirm participation. If there was even a hint of trouble, the East had promised to cancel the auction without returning this holding payment. But, what would count as collateral? Warships, of course. In addition to reserving a party's place in the auction, it also served to prove their capability in paying. Only then could they make a bid. Northerners found no fault in this. After all, this was the first time an auction like this was being held. It was wise to be cautious. For Westerners, however, it was a different story. This was because the East's rules for them were completely different. Other than Poseidon Group and Gobi Entertainment, the East did not extend an invitation to any government official or rich family from the West. Initially, the West maintained their instance that the news was fake, but assurances from the North changed their tune. Over time, the clamoring from Western dignitaries only grew louder. The exuvium process and the vital crystals it needed were a budding science, but the rich and powerful had already caught the scent. They knew how important they would be for all of humanity. No one wanted to pass up a chance for a longer life, especially the rich. They were all just as keenly aware of how hard getting their hands on these crystals was. The exuvium process wasn't complete, but the fundamental principles had been proven. Scientists knew the vital crystals were its most necessary component, needed to complete study of the process and ultimately employ it. Without them, any study was a waste of time. To get them, though, you needed to kill aliens. Easier said than done. No one was going to be putting these crystals on the market, so a rare auction like this was the only opportunity for the rich and powerful to get the jump on a longer life. Their clamoring was justified. Paying one's dues in warships may have been hard to swallow, but compared to the benefits of the crystals, it was a price worth paying. Ask any of the old leaders wringing their hands as the auction neared. No amount of money or weapons of war could extend their lives. At least, not until now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, Collateral. Chapter 638, Collateral. With the premise of an extended future in mind, everyone's heart ached for the chance. Western politicians resisted the calls from their own people, but only briefly. Before long, the Western Alliance had released a number of official protests. In flowery and diplomatic language, the West decried Eastern attempts to keep them from the auction. They made the case that although it was the East who recovered the crystals, they were a precious resource for all of humanity. The West had as much of a right to buy them as anyone else. Zhou Qianlin's administration gave an even more clever response. Because the West had refused to accept these crystals as real, their invitation was rescinded to avoid conflict. Harsh words were flung back and forth, but as the time for the auction neared, Western politicians had begun to walk back on some of their rhetoric. Politicians wanted to live long lives as well, and behind every politician was a group with money. If those silent partners pulled support, they would be reduced to nothing. Vital crystals would be the least of their worries. In the end, the West had to admit defeat. They acknowledged that the East had indeed found and recovered accurate data on the alien creatures. They also had to make concessions in other areas, and on top of all that required a higher collateral payment. For Northerners, the buy-in was a single battleship. For the West, they required an expedition cruiser, 10 times the worth of a battleship. Only 27 parties from their alliance could even afford to join. But for the East, that was already 27 expedition ships. Not a single crystal was sold, and already the East had the value equivalent of 2 dreadnoughts. There had never been a higher buy-in for an auction. In the end, the West was permitted to participate. However, that was just a chance, not a guarantee. Obtaining these crystals from competitors would be daunting, and trust did not come easy. No one side wanted the others to know how much they paid or received. The West elected to participate anonymously. Of course, participating openly was also an option if the buyer elected. First to suffer fallout from the West's public shaming was the Austin family. Both directly and indirectly, they had been the loudest skeptics. Consequences as biting as these would need to be answered for, and those in power were quick to put the loss on the Austins' shoulders. Thankfully, the East had only increased their buy-in. If the political cost had affected direct bidding, Silva would have had hell to pay. Undoubtedly, the East was using the pricelessness of these crystals for political gain. They dangled them like carrots before the Western government's collective noses. For the first time, weak Little Eastern Alliance was in a position of absolute authority. The long-awaited day of inspection had come. After paying so much just to participating, the rich and powerful were eager to hear from their representatives. Because of how much was at stake, every representative was either experienced with the exuvium process or had gone through it themselves. Everyone agreed to adhere strictly any rules the East imposed. If anyone dared to break those rules, for instance, by attempting to steal a crystal, their delegation's invitation would be revoked and their pay unkept. These rules were meant to be restrictive and strict, but also fair. Where the inspections were held was kept a secret until the day before. When delegates learned where it would be held, they couldn't help but scowl to themselves. For those with less honorable intentions, the news was even more distressing. Skyfire Museum. A plain and simple name, but what it represented made Adepts shiver. It had been the seat of the clairvoyant. Although the one called the Eye of Tomorrow was gone, he was famously enigmatic. Who knew what surprises the old seer left after his passing? Beyond that, anyone familiar with Skyfire Avenue knew what choosing this location meant. Anyone who dared step a toe out of line would immediately suffer the full force of the Avenue's ire. As an organization, no one could doubt its dominance. In recent years, the Avenue not only produced a number of paragons, but also put its bright future on display in the Great Adept Tournament. One of its young leaders even walked away champion. All analysts were in agreement that Skyfire Avenue was in the midst of a meteoric rise. It already far surpassed the two citadels and the Great Conclave. Among the northern dignitaries were representatives from the Chu family. Chu Dong, as patriarch, had come personally. It was his first visit to the Avenue. His son had told him a lot about it, but seeing it all in person was very different. He took a shine to the Avenue the minute he walked in. Chu Dong was a traditionalist and loved the old style. Each antique building lining the road was exquisite. Be it the elaborately carved balustrades with fantastical Chinese beasts or soaring Gothic towers passing solemn judgment, he saw a striking beauty in them all. Each step drew him deeper in. He looked bewitched, and for a moment forgot what they'd come here to do. Then something caught his attention. For eyes met, and all at once his pleasant stroll came to an end. It was him. Any appreciation in Chu Dong's eyes fled, chased away by inner conflict. But of course he'd react like this. How many years had it been? How long since he'd seen him, face to face? He'd lost the fiery attractiveness of youth, but had gained a more stately and wizened demeanor instead. He was a paragon now, but the years had still left their mark. The gourmet stopped 3 meters away from Chu Dong. Older brother, simple words, but in this moment the gourmet had to struggle mightily to find them. His voice sounded strained, there may even have been a shake in his tone. His eyes were red and moist already. When they were small, Chu Dong and Chu Shi had been inseparable. Chu Dong was 8 years his senior and diligently looked after his little brother. But though he was younger, Chu Shi was always more talented. Chu Dong had to work harder for less, but he was never jealous. They were family, and together they would recover their former glory. Even during his darkest period, Chu Shi never hated his brother. The one pulling the strings was their father, the cold-blood Chu Yun. Chu Shi couldn't remember how many times his brother helped him bear the cruel punishments of their patriarch. All of that happened more than 20 years ago. Old words written on yellowed ages. Pow! Chu Dong punched his little brother square in the forehead. The gourmet staggered backward a good 8 meters before regaining his footing. Chu Dong appeared before the gourmet in a flash, snatching up fistfuls of his shirt. You bastard! Chu Dong spat, inches from his face. The mighty infernal vanguard looked like a sullen child who'd just been spanked. His hands hung limp at his side, offering no resistance, eyes plastered to the ground. Do you have any idea? Chu Dong's eyes were red. The gourmet's body shook. The punch hadn't had any power behind it, just muscle and indignation. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you? Chu Dong relaxed his hands and hugged tight to the brother he hadn't seen for 20 years. For a moment the gourmet didn't know how to respond, but quickly embraced his graying older brother with as much zeal. Brother, I'm sorry. Those 2 words felt like 1,000 pounds. He'd carried that weight in his heart for so long. Since becoming a paragon, he had come to understand so much. He studied the old, painful memories for truth and learned a lot, like the fact that the Chu family could not have had anything to do with it. How could they frame someone and leave no trace? When they released their grip, Chu Dong pinched his eyes. His tears steamed away as his fiery discipline fluttered. Why didn't you come back? You must understand what happened by now. You know father's temper, and if you continue to act like this you're just like him, more than I am. Would it really be so difficult to go back, once? He's old. He had to stop with the final words. Tears welled up in his eyes again. The gourmet's voice was pained. It wasn't that I didn't want to. I couldn't face everyone. I didn't know how I could stand in front of all of you again with everything I know now. Even today, I hesitated. I thought for a long time whether I could come out and see you. Brother, I must ask you to tell him I'm sorry. I know I was wrong, but what's done is done. I pooed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, I'm going back. Chapter 639, I'm going back. Quit your nonsense. Chu Dong's tone was harsh with the gourmet. If you really want to apologize, go home and do it yourself. A heartfelt sorry is enough. Do you think he's the same man as before? Did you witness him crying his eyes out 20 years ago? Then he was fine, until the day he heard you became a paragon. I saw his eyes get moist when he heard your name, the Infernal Vanguard. In his own clumsy way he told us he was lost. And why not? He misses you, but he's old and can't say anything. He very loudly claimed he was going to come here himself to represent the Chu family at auction, but I forced him to stay behind. Won't you give the man this little bit of pride in his old age? The gourmet was completely dumbfounded. The image of a powerful, dictatorial, stubborn man collapsed in his mind's eye. In its place was an old man, pale-faced and infirm. I'm going back. When this auction is over, I'll go back with you. The words tumbled from his mouth. Seeing his brother and hearing his admonitions was too much to bear. Chu Dong silently nodded his head and patted the gourmet's shoulder. I have vital crystals to buy. He turned away and began to walk toward Skyfire Museum. Brother, wait a moment. The gourmet called out, trotting to catch up. Chu Dong turned back. You don't need to bid, the gourmet said. I'll think something up for the vital crystals. A voiceless appreciation sparkled in Chu Dong's eyes. After a moment he answered with a nod. There's a lot of politics surrounding this business. I'm anxious to broaden my knowledge of how these games are played. I'm confident we'll be fine. All right, the gourmet replied. Ordinarily Skyfire Avenue was a temple to silence, but today the walls rang with boisterous conversation. Standing at the front doors, security was being directed by none other than the head of Skyfire Security, and Lu. Inside, security personnel wandered the rooms with watchful eyes. And Lu was dressed in a bright silver flight suit, no different than any other day of work as far as she was concerned. Cold eyes scanned everyone who crossed her path. Guests required an invitation and a pat-down before they could come in. All three alliances were represented by 84 delegates. Only affluent Eastern families had come to participate, since the Eastern government had all the crystals it needed already. And Lu's eyes suddenly narrowed, inexorably drawn to a large figure coming her way. He had bright yellow hair, and was clad in white from his suit to his pocket kerchief. Handsome as he was, and with such a striking figure, he earned quite a lot of attention. However, and Lu was most interested in his eyes. They were deep, turbulent eyes that defied age. Wisps of power radiated from him that were hard to distinguish, but beneath them one could feel a vast tension. As the middle-aged man walked toward the museum, he stopped and lifted his head. As he peered upon the old structure, he looked almost disappointed. For a moment he stared, then approached the door and produced his invitation. Hello, Sir Metatron. Please come in. And Lu extended an arm, welcoming him in after looking over the man's invitation. Indeed, this white-suited man, elegant and profound, was the Lord of Archangels for the Pontiff, Metatron. He was the manifestation of the Pontiff's will, half a breath from Paragon himself. But that final breath had already eluded him for many years. The reason was simple, he'd used Fantasia Genetica. The decoction catapulted an adept through the levels, but when they reached their peak it caused problems. For 20 years Metatron had struggled, but he was still no closer to a breakthrough. The Archangel smiled, and offered a polite nod. He was the perfect public face for the Pontiff's citadel. Since each organization was only permitted to send one inspector, they had to send their best. Another figure silently appeared before Enlu. Like Metatron, he bore a supernatural allure. In contrast, however, he was clad from head to toe in formal black attire. His short, dark red hair was a little disheveled, but it also added to his roguish charm. He had dark, sad eyes, fatally attractive to young women who were furtively stealing glances. Your invitation? Enlu calmly asked. A ly grin split the man's face. Can't I come in without one? Maybe we could have a chat, discuss some way for me to find a way inside? Enlu narrowed her eyes. This was the first person bold enough to step out of line. He was a man everyone knew by name and reputation. Sir Lucifer, if you're here representing the Dark Citadel, then I ask that you produce your invitation. And Lu's voice was somewhat colder this time. Right on the heels of Metatron had come the fallen angel Lucifer. He looked the security officer up and down. A dual disciple adept HM? Unless I'm sensing this wrong, there is a little darkness in you, a rare elemental attribute, and pure. Would you have any interest in being my woman? You know we have many methods to extend a person's life back at the Citadel, even without vital crystals. Train with me and you can be as strong as I in no time. Through your dark purity I can rise to Paragon, and when I do I can bring you with me. And Lu glared at him with eyes sharp as icicles. Not interested. Lucifer might have been called the fallen angel, but he had more arrogance than any of the archangels. A fervent look flickered past his eyes. Are you sure you won't consider my offer? It's a wonderful opportunity for you, think about it. Lu's voice was low and even. I said I am not interested. If you'd like to participate in the assessment, then produce your invitation. Otherwise please leave, you're blocking the way for those who were invited. Lucifer regarded her with a lascivious smirk. Very good, little girl. You're the first woman to turn down my advances. As he spoke, long spindly fingers plucked an invitation from his breast pocket. Lucifer handed it to her. His eyes, sparkling with discipline, lazily dragged up and down her figure. If you dare make a move, I'll make sure the fallen angel is erased from everyone's memory. A hard voice, full of violent promise, interrupted his leering. Lucifer froze. He couldn't tell where the voice was coming from. Almost unconsciously his eyes snapped to a nearby figure. He was tall, lithe, and also dressed in black. However, the stranger's garb wasn't a suit, but military attire. It was the uniform of a high-ranking Eastern officer, functional and made of the best materials. What struck Lucifer the most were the 4 golden stars pinned to the stranger's lapel. Military insignias were more or less the same throughout the universe. 4 stars, a general? Among the army's highest command. For pilots they would call him an admiral, but the meaning was the same. However, this man was far too young to be a general. That didn't stop Lucifer from feeling a wave of fear from the man's presence. Lucifer wasn't any weaker than Metatron in regards to discipline. He was considered lower in total power because the Archangel's power naturally restricted darkness. If the two were involved in a fight to the death, it would be impossible to tell who would come out breathing. Both of them were the strongest Adepts could be before becoming Paragon, stagnant due to the same problem. They pushed themselves further than their potential, and now progress was almost impossible. Lucifer's advantage lay in combat experience. In terms of ability and understanding of the Adept world, the fallen angel was in the top 20 in the whole universe. Even so, a single look at this army man filled him with dread. He could remember only a handful of times he'd felt this. Lately only the pontiff scared him so. This stranger was like a beacon of holy light, so dazzling that Lucifer felt like his soul was burning. The indescribable discomfort filled him from head to toe. As an adept of darkness, light was his greatest enemy. This man's power seemed to be pure light. Who are you? Lucifer unconsciously staggered backward a step, closer to Enlu. If this man really did mean him harm, then relying on Enlu's character as a guardian of the peace wasn't a bad method. But he was wrong. Dizziness swept over him as Lucifer felt a crushing pressure descend. This must be what it felt like for a vampire to stand outside in midday, he thought. He tried to gather darkness like a shield around him, but the light burned it away. If he tried to move forward, the pressure only got stronger. Sometime in the midst of his trance, the man had taken up position between he and Enlu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, Lucifer's Terror. Chapter 640, Lucifer's Terror. I wasn't going to do anything. No ill will. It's all a misunderstanding. Lucifer raised his hands and sputtered the words. He was practically falling over himself in capitulation. That's good. The general answered in a soft voice. Lucifer shot a glance toward Enlu. Can I go in? She suddenly remembered his invitation in her hand. She handed it back. Go ahead. Lucifer painfully noted that Enlu didn't look once at him. The whole time she only had eyes for the golden general, like she was fixated. It made him even more furious. With a dissatisfied grunt and long strides, he stomped into the museum. Why are you still staring? Don't you have a job to do? The general glanced her way. The moment their eyes met, a deep red crept into Anlu's cheeks. Her subordinates noticed, and could only stare slack-jawed. It was the only time they saw their boss they called the Ice Queen act like a woman at all. Was this real? Who was this guy who could make her act this way? If I have time, I'll come and find you for a cigarette. The general offered the sentence quietly, before leaving her alone in silence. Anlu hadn't managed to say a single word. She also never once took her eyes off the army man. It's him, it's him. It's him. He came. She felt a flutter in her chest. Anlu's cold, aloof heart was suddenly afire. She could hear it thump against her chest, faster and faster. What is going on? Anlu, what are you thinking? It was only a cigarette. Lucifer stumbled into the museum. Unlike the others, he wasn't interested in the majesty of the building's interior. A lingering fear kept him looking over his shoulder at the door, waiting for that man to enter. A paragon. That man was certainly a paragon, strong enough to end him if he'd wanted to. But, how could he not know of this mysterious Easterner? What's more, he was a part of their military. It made him feel like there was much more about this alliance he didn't know. Keeping a low profile was the best course. It was a shame about that woman, though. Her discipline was pure, rich with primordial energy. If only they could cultivate together, the benefits to his progress would be significant. Evidently that was not an option, however. Skyfire Avenue was famous for its secrets, he had to tread carefully. Skyfire Museum was oppressive people from all over. They'd arranged a waiting area, and the various assessors milled around waiting for everyone to show up before they could begin. When Lucifer walked into the waiting area, he immediately picked out several familiar faces. First among them was his old foe, Metatron. The others were all adepts as well, and strong ones. No one was more sensitive to the energy fields surrounding them than adepts, making them the perfect investigators. Every powerful organization was desperate for talents, especially those who had experience with the crystals firsthand. He looked over at the Archangel. Miranda sensed his stare, and looked right back. Neither of their faces changed, but the hatred in their eyes was unmistakable. A surge of rage welled up inside Lucifer, and he strode toward the pontiff's representative. Metatron regarded him with a guarded demeanor. "Get away from me," he said. Lucifer replied with a dry chuckle. "You think I want to waste my time with a hypocrite?" His words were harsh, but the fallen angel still took up a spot on the sofa beside his enemy. They hated each other on a fundamental level, so Lucifer chose to ease his own irritation by getting under Metatron's skin. As for Metatron, there wasn't anything he could do about it. This was Skyfire Avenue, he wasn't about to start trouble. People continued to stream in. 84 representatives meant 84 interested organizations carefully paying attention. Most of those eyes were on Lucifer and Metatron, but when the next person entered, their focus shifted. The Terminator's hard, cold eyes slowly drank in Skyfire Museum. He was in an immaculate tailored suit, but it still looked like someone tried to dress up an iron statue. A paragon and one of humanity's leaders had come himself to represent his people. Metatron muttered under his breath in surprise. He came himself? Neither the pontiff nor Satan had come because they knew they were high-value targets. They would be walking onto foreign enemy territory, surrounded by the strongest humans in the universe. Evidently this didn't trouble the Terminator. It was a testament to his faith and self-confidence. He believed nothing would happen during the auction. As the Terminator walked in, another figure descended from the museum's second floor. Spectators turned their focus from the paragon to this very small newcomer. She couldn't have been taller than a meter and change, her head barely peeking over the banisters. Bouncy little steps brought her before the northern leader. "A long time, big uncle. How have you been?" When he saw her, the Terminator's calm eyes were suddenly a little distraught. But his dark expression gave way to a smile. "I've been well, and how about you, Junior?" "Very well, thank you," Junior answered happily. "But I have been very busy. I have to study a lot every day. I still can't see, but teacher says that because I'm blind, once I become clairvoyant, things will be clearer than ever." Her eyes were sightless, but from the outside you couldn't tell. She didn't look like a blind person, her eyes were full of light and life. The Terminator shook his head, battling the gloominess in his heart. She had been chosen as the clairvoyant's successor after all. He'd questioned his decisions before, but seeing this vibrant young woman now, any regrets were gone. How could he bring himself to destroy something so beautiful with his own hand? Anyway, Skyfire Avenue's rise was already assured, and that meant the East would rise with it. "Terminator. It's been some time." A deeper voice caught the Terminator's ear. He lifted his head and spied the wine master heading his way. The cosmogus was dressed as fastidiously as ever, but the real eye-catcher was Junior. She was enveloped in a long dress that sparkled with gemstones of all sorts and sizes. She sparkled like a little universe beneath the museum's soft lights. The Terminator kneeling before her was a striking image to everyone who looked on. As the two paragons appeared, no one remained seated. They all rose to their feet and offered their respects to the leaders. The wine master addressed everyone. "Thank you for your patience. Wait for just a while longer. Once everyone's arrived, we can begin." A few more figures descended from the dais above as the wine master made the announcement. Sharp-eyed guests recognized them quickly. Gasps were quickly muffled as people tried not to call attention to themselves. The Apocrian led the group. Once a Northern Alliance paragon, she now represented Skyfire Avenue. A step behind her followed a gentlemanly pair. Beyond being mighty paragons themselves, the two were famous throughout all of human society. Of course, they were the arcane magnate known as the Keeper, and Skyfire Avenue's bookworm, the Karmic Scholar. 4 paragons stood among them as standard bearers for Skyfire Avenue. This was real power. No one dared dream of causing trouble. The guests had all more or less arrived. Anlu slipped in and nodded at the wine master. The Apocrian walked until she stood before her old partner. She greeted him with a gentle nod. The Terminator spoke first. "How does it feel to be home?" The Apocrian heaved a sigh. "I've always loved it here. I was always a part of this place, and it will always be a part of me. I don't suspect I'll be leaving again." "Oh, but anti-clockmaker, you're still so young." "Not old at all," Junior tittered. She couldn't see, but her perception far surpassed any normal person's. She knew everything going on around her, though not as sharp as one who had working eyes. "So long as you like it. When you get as old as we are, it gets to be even more important to do the things that make you happy," the Terminator said with a smile. "Yes," the clockmaker replied, nodding. The wine master's voice interrupted. "Thank you for waiting, ladies and gentlemen. It appears we're all in attendance. In just a moment we will give you all an opportunity to verify the items we will be auctioning. I will warn everyone a final time, any transgressions will be met with a punishment 10 times the cost." The promise was particularly potent coming from a paragon. After witnessing 4 such powerhouses appear at once, no one dared make a move for fear it could get them in dire trouble. "Junior, you are our leader. You should start us off." The wine master gave her a small nod. "All right," Junior replied in bubbly tones. She flicked her wrist, and something appeared in her tiny hand. It was a crystal orb, with flecks of silver suspended within. Its light shimmered alluringly, and everyone in the museum couldn't look away. Silvery images came and went, detailing the past and revealing the many paths of the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641, The Appraisal. Chapter 641, The Appraisal. Zhou Qianlin smiled, a soft smile that touched the hearts of the surrounding adepts. She muttered a few inaudible words, and a flash of white light issued from the orb. A silvery portal had appeared among them. The Eye of Tomorrow, one of the clairvoyance artifacts. Studied adepts knew what they were looking at. Of course, this little girl was still far too young to employ the object to its full potential. A paragon's astrum was even more alluring to normal adepts than the vital crystals. The Eye of Tomorrow in particular was astounding. The clairvoyant had used it to ascend to nirvana. Inheriting it was how the clairvoyant earned his title. Of course the adepts could be covetous, but none would dare try to snatch the artifact from Junior's grip. For steely-eyed paragons were watching everywhere at once, waiting for someone to make a move. Besides, not just anyone could snatch up an astrum and make a run for it. Who knows what sort of dangers were in this powerful crystal ball? Junior regarded everyone with a small smile. "Please enter." She was the first to step through, showing everyone it was safe. The Apocrian took her hand and followed without hesitation. Everyone else passed through the door in a trickle of 2s and 3s. Since the Terminator, Metatron, Lucifer and other powerful adepts were in attendance, the less famed appraisers weren't too worried for their safety. They represented some of the richest and most powerful organization in human space, after all. Even Skyfire Avenue wouldn't be so bold as to attack directly. As they stepped through the portal, the visitors found themselves suddenly in a strange and fantastical world. Errant beams of light shot through empty space in endless treks into nothing. Overhead was the limitless expanse of a starry sky. Stepping through the door of light was like striding out into the embrace of the universe. However, there was air to breathe, and this spot felt particularly rich with the planet's natural energies. Was this a domain? The clairvoyance domain had been called Ocean of Stars. How else could they describe this scene? Paragons were able to leave behind wondrous things in their passing, but fewer and fewer knew the skill. If there was any paragon capable of maintaining their domain once they'd moved on, though, the clairvoyant would have been one. Junior waved her little hand again, and once more the scenery changed. For a moment every adept felt a rush of power, like they had been dropped into a sea of energy. Several gasped as they felt every cell of their being filled with vibrant potency. This was vital energy? They started to see the purple crystals suspended in space. Each one of them was a different shape or size, but all of them radiated with a similar, substantial aura of vital energy. That wave of power had come when these crystals were all collected in one place. The vital energy wasn't particularly pure, there were vestiges of other powers within. However, the sheer amount was staggering. By now the appraisal process was a formality. Several of the appraisers already had a greedy light in their eye. Vital crystals, all of them were vital crystals. With so much power hidden within them, no wonder using them with the exuvium process extended a life for so long. Greed was not shameful, at least in some circumstances. Even the Terminator was eyeing a particularly large vital crystal with some interest. 108 crystals are available during this auction. The differences among them are because they come from different alien breeds. The only way to determine their strength is to record them individually. We've done this for you, and each crystal has been assigned a serial number that corresponds with their asking price. Now we invite you to take a look for yourselves. No one appraiser shall have access to a single stone for more than 5 minutes so that everyone has a chance to look. I will remind you all that generally the size of the crystal corresponds to how much power it contains. However, that is not the case all the time. One of these crystals contains a tremendous amount of power, but is smaller than the others. Very well, that's all I need to say. Feel free to look around. The wine master concluded his speed with a wave of his hand. Skyfire Avenue's guests had stopped listening already. The moment they were given permissions, representatives scrambled over one another to get their hands on the crystals. With over 100 crystals and only a little over 80 representatives, everyone had a chance to get up close to the items. The rules also assured everyone would have ample time to see what they needed, so no one complained. Lucifer snapped out with keen eyes and nimble fingers, snapping up the crystal closest to him. It was about the size of his fist. For an adept of his level, the check took only a moment. He flooded the crystal with his consciousness and examined the pulses of energy within. Right away he felt his psyche embraced by the dense vital energy. He struggled against the urge to drink it all up into himself. He knew that if he did, the impure nature of the crystal would cause more harm than good. That was what the exuvium process was for. For all he knew, absorbing the energy directly might turn him into one of those alien beasts. Besides that, there were 4 paragons who were looking for any excuse to use their powers. A small number of assessors had seen these crystals before. However, even for them they had never come across crystals so vibrant as these. Knowing that the potency of a crystal was a sign of an alien strength, it was a clear display of power that East had so many to give away. Among all the representatives, only the Terminator remained still. He didn't even take a crystal to examine. You don't want to take a closer look? The Apocrian asked her old comrade. He shook his head. What's the use? In reality, this whole process is unnecessary. If these crystals were fake, the East would be taking a foolish gamble holding this auction. As far as I'm concerned, we're here so that these people can justify spending so much. The Apocrian smiled back at him. I don't know about any of that. The wine master is in charge of everything. Of course, the Terminator was right. If you didn't let your customers see the goods, how could you expect them to pay what they were asking? The crystals had all gone through rigorous inspection and selection before coming to auction as well. There were crystals of all kinds, strong and weak. A few were even very rare crystals from stronger aliens. They were smaller, but could be picked out by their richer color and energy. The truth couldn't be hidden from the people in this room, even if they wanted to. Luckily, they did sense things clearly, and it was making them excited. Junior was interested in the crystals, too. She weaved in between her guests as they examined the crystals. She looked like a little adult, walking absently back and forth with a concerned expression on her face. Metatron was increasingly surprised by what he was feeling. The energies were so dense they looked thick as ropes. He busily recorded a few serial numbers for tomorrow's auction. Time stretched on, with everyone having an opportunity to experience the vital crystals. The more they felt, the happier they were. Many were powerful adepts in their own right and knew the secrets of vital energy. This was especially true if they understood their own powers. At least they knew that vital energy was integral for extending life and keeping strong. Warships were costly, but what better use was there for resources than to extend one's life? The men and women with handfuls of crystals may have been representing powerful people, but their personal excitement was on full display. Just one of these had the ability to dramatically extend their lives. A creaky old death was no longer to be feared. Exuvium, it remade you right down to your genes. These vital crystals forced an evolution in the human body that likely even helped their disciplines. Beep beep. The Apocrian's communicator rang. She dropped her head to spy the number, then turned toward the Terminator beside her. I'm sorry, I have to take this. Wine Master, if you'd come with me for a moment? The Wine Master approached her side and said something quietly in her ear. She answered by gently shaking her head, and then the two walked off to be by themselves. Most were still absorbed with the vital crystals, and didn't notice the two paragons separate from the crowd. The Keeper and Bookworm were still standing vigil to watch for thieves. Not that any would dare, this was the ocean of stars, a paragon's domain. As the Apocrian and Wine Master talked among themselves, several of the guests staggered and nearly fell. A deep blue-purple crystal was clutched in their hand. The energies contained inside were particularly dense, almost thick. The bearer was overwhelmed and almost couldn't handle the power contained within. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, A Trap. Chapter 642, A Trap. The person stumbled and nearly collapsed, but no one paid any mind. Everyone's total attention was on the vital crystals. What did the other appraisers mean to them? All but Junior, who was standing in the path of the representative. The small girl's eyes did not work, but her other senses compensated. Be careful, she squeaked. A tiny hand extended to help. Only just then the representative jerked away. To the outside observer it looked like they were trying to avoid bumping into the girl. Something in it grabbed the attention of the Keeper and Bookworm, though. Nobody move. A deep, gravelly voice hissed through the air. All eyes turned to the dagger pressed against Junior's throat, throbbing with purple light. The culprit's free hand shot out, and 10 vital stones suspended nearby shot into his grasp. Suddenly a wave of crushing power filled the area, pouring from the Avenue's two scientists. The suffocating aura ripped through like a tornado, swallowing everything up. I said, don't move. You're smart enough to know what kind of poison is on this dagger. A clean cut through her aorta, and no one could save your precious little clairvoyant. His voice was grim and low. The expression on the thief's face never changed. Astral phantom. The Keeper's face went pale. He knew it because he could feel the protogenia flowing from him, the aura of a paragon. Between the Keeper and the Bookworm, their holding aura was enough to make escape difficult. However, not to comply was putting Junior in danger. The astral phantom's current face wasn't his real one. The paragon never revealed what he really looked like. His appearances were rare, and this one seemed foolishly planned. With so many paragons, getting away seemed impossible. But the best methods were often the most direct. One little girl was stronger than a whole room full of paragons. She was the future of Skyfire Avenue, and the Phantom knew that. He was unaffiliated and didn't fear the wrath of Skyfire Avenue. Besides, his attempt on Lan Jue's life already put them at odds. What are you going to do now? The Keeper growled. The astral phantom's voice was cold, dead. Nothing extravagant. You're going to give me every vital crystal in this place, and then I'm going to go. Once I'm safe, the child goes free. You all know when I say something I mean it. The Keeper responded with a huff. You have two choices. First, surrender. Pledge your support to the fight against the aliens and you can have leave with a vital crystal. Submit to a series of restrictions, and when we fight the aliens maybe your deeds will outweigh your crimes. The astral phantom regarded the scientist flatly. Has dementia already set in? I'm the one in control of this situation. Keep your Alzheimer's to yourself. The Keeper continued as though he hadn't heard. His voice stayed calm. Your second choice is to face them. Beat them and you're free to go. He casually pointed to where two figures were standing, not far away. The two bore expressions promising similarly brutal deaths, but through different methods. One was cold as ice and hard as a mountain. The other had a more elegant and refined bloodthirst. 4 golden stars twinkled on the fiercer one's shoulder. His companion was also smartly dressed, but in place of stars he wore a mocking grin. They were ready? The astral phantom's face went dark. If this was a trap, he'd fallen for it. But what about the child in his hand? You're pretty foolish, uncle. I am a prophet, how would I not know when I'm in danger? I knew this would happen days ago. Her voice sounded small and piteous. The naive tones of a child made the words much more cutting. A light flickered and Junior vanished from the assassin's grip. She reappeared in the distance, bathed in ethereal starlight. The Ocean of Stars domain was an inheritance from the former clairvoyant. Although the manifestation of power was permanent, it only existed here in the museum. However, so long as Junior stayed here, she had access to all the benefits of a paragon's domain. Benefits like teleportation and concealment. Lan Jue smirked at the astral phantom. When Junior said she felt danger, you were the very first person I thought of. You're the only one with the skill to masterfully sneak in, then immediately do something stupid. You've assassinated our people, and today those accounts will be paid. The steely-eyed general was Lan Chang. He had come to Skyfire to participate in a high-level government meeting. His mocking companion was, of course, Lan Jue. Junior had told Lan Jue she didn't feel right the day before. It didn't take him long to puzzle things out. The only person mad enough and good enough to be a danger to Junior was standing right in front of them. When it came to Prophet's death did not concern the astral phantom. Lan Jue's eyes were strangely absent any hate as he regarded the assassin. There was only a heartlessness in his cold stare. If it weren't for this man, Qianlin wouldn't be in the state she was in. He had almost succeeding in taking the second love of his life from him, not to mention the many times he tried to kill his brother. Junior had predicted his arrival and here he was, the infamous killer. Today their disagreements would be settled. The astral phantom flicked his wrist, sending the vital crystals he'd stolen tumbling back out into the air. The movements were calm, almost flippant. Like he was capitulating for the greater good, rather than the potential danger. If I beat the both of you, I may leave? He didn't look at Lan Jue. The killer only had eyes for Lan Chang. He could feel it, this thorn in his side, who had survived so many attempts on his life, had broken through. His progress and determination were enviable. So long as you don't run, you'll only have to deal with me. Lan Chang took a step forward, his voice even. When he spoke, everyone looked his way. The Enluan super soldier wasn't known to everyone, but he did have a reputation. Prometheus, god of wisdom and hero of the Eastern military. He is challenging the astral phantom? Someone asked. Lucifer's ears perked up. He knew those names and titles well, and the moment he heard them his face changed. The Enluan super soldier, great hope of the East, was it really him? Hadn't he been vice admiral? He'd heard nothing about Prometheus becoming a paragon. The Terminator was similarly blindsided by the revelation. However, his mind immediately turned to reports of Enluan satellite images. Was that golden aura a result of this young man's protogenic power? If that were true, ordinarily Lan Chang would not have tipped his hand and revealed his ascension. Typically this information would remain secret to keep an advantage over the West and North. Now, however, things were different. The worlds of man were upended with the alien crisis, as well as the discovery of vital crystals and the exuvium process. It was as much a danger as it was an opportunity. The East, being the weakest of the alliances, was seeking to exploit and profit from these opportunities. Surely they hoped the East would eventually surpass its two neighbors. Perhaps now wasn't the time for secrecy, instead it was time to flex muscles and make a show of what the East could achieve. With the alien menace at their doorstep, at least they didn't have to worry about overt northern or western aggression. The West's presence here was proof. Despite their hateful rhetoric, how could they pass up the chance for a few vital crystals? How could they want them and at the same time say they were fake? Very well. It looks like you've been promoted. Now show me how strong you've become. The others around them scattered back to give them space. Still there were many who were visibly frightened. This was a paragon battle, collateral damage was likely. However, their fear was only short-lived. In the starry expanse above, a single celestial body flared brightly. The star's gentle light enveloped Lan Chang and the astral phantom. Right away both of them appeared to shrink. From the outside they looked like miniatures. To them, it was like they'd been cast into a pocket dimension. Completely oblivious of everything happening outside. Inwardly the astral phantom was in a sour mood. He was too bold, too careless. It was foolish to underestimate the clairvoyant. He was dead, but managed to leave behind such a powerful tool even from beyond the grave. Too risky. In the future, he thought to himself, he would need to be more careful. Lan Jue's figure floated in the dark expanse of this pocket universe, facing his foe. For a moment he just regarded him. A gentle cyan light radiated around his body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, Fighting the Astral Phantom. Chapter 643, Fighting the Astral Phantom. These two could be considered old, bitter foes. The Astral Phantom figured he knew Lan Jue's powers well, that winged discipline that refused to be shut out, that powerful ancient martial style, and his near-superhuman insight. Most importantly, though, was how often he'd escaped the Phantom's clutches. Things would be different now that they faced each other face to face. A lot of the assassin's ploys didn't apply. He was not worried about safety, however. After all, he'd been a paragon far longer than this upstart soldier. He wasn't a reflection of heaven and earth, but years of experience as a paragon had taught him a great deal about staying alive. He put his chances of escape at 20-30%, however he knew the rules and limitations of those who commanded protogenia. It wasn't easy for people like them to go back on their word, lest protogenia revolt like it did against unscrupulous killers. Because of this, even assassins like the Astral Phantom had rules he had to abide by. So what if he was a paragon? What did it mean to him if Lan Jue was gifted? The Astral Phantom had faith he could best this upstart. It was just a shame he couldn't kill him. The payoff for Lan Jue's head was hefty indeed. The Astral Phantom made the first move. At first he didn't seem all that fast as he rushed for the Eastern General. His body was enveloped in a thick, mysterious purple light. It was important to remember where the assassin stood among his fellow paragons. He had been considered stronger than the gourmet, the bookworm, and the pauper the day he ascended. Although he had yet to succeed in becoming a reflection of heaven and earth, years as a paragon assassin meant he was a master of his skills. Lan Jue ducked and spread his arms out to his side, like an enormous eagle spreading its wings. Formless yet oppressive, the general's aura sprang to life. Coiling eddies of cyan energy swirled around him until suddenly they burst out, illuminating everything. Rookie mistake, calling on your discipline when it wasn't necessary. The Astral Phantom regarded the move with disdain. He didn't move or avoid the general's encroaching domain. On the contrary, the Astral Phantom picked up speed and bore directly into the face of Lan Jue's power. The result was strange and unexpected. As the Astral Phantom met Lan Jue's domain, the cyan universe split to let him pass like cloth before a pair of shears. A number of gasps arose from the spectators as they looked on. Such power! 6 shadowy figures appeared behind the Astral Phantom, following in his wake. A pair of black daggers had appeared in his hands. Since the blades didn't reflect any light, they could only be seen from specific angles. These were the weapons the Astral Phantom was famous for, Soulblight. No one knew how many lives these 2 dark blades had taken. A flash of purple light temporarily blinded everyone who watched. The Phantom and his 6 copies spread out every which way. They arced out, surrounding Lan Jue, then charged in from every direction. His domain seemed to exist in name only, as the assassin and his copies effortlessly plowed inward. As the evil daggers bore down on the young hero, many in the crowd audibly gasped in dismay. One of them was Lu, her pretty eyes wide and full of fear. But just then, the Astral Phantom began to despair. It was too easy. How could it be this easy? They'd crossed blades a number of times, and although the Phantom had the advantage, Lan Jue always got away by virtue of his smarts. He'd escaped so many impossible situations that the Astral Phantom started to wonder if he was even human. Was the God of Wisdom really just going to stand there and wait to get stabbed? The Eastern super soldier didn't react at all, even as his domain was being torn up around him. When he looked up, he saw the ridicule in his opponent's eyes. Something's not right. The Astral Phantom stuck to his gut instinct. 3 of the copies continued their headlong rush toward Lan Jue. The 3 others joined with the original before breaking off into 4 separate directions. The cyan light became more intense as a vortex appeared without warning near Lan Jue. The vortex itself was crystal clear, but waves of green energy poured from it. Every pulse was full of a vital energy that made the heart race. From outside the vortex seemed unmoving, but the truth was revealed when the assassin's copies were caught in its pull. When the images were swallowed up, their bodies were sliced away into 100,000 pieces by some invisible force. Half a breath later, nothing remained. How is this possible? Is it actually? The Astral Phantom craned his neck mid-flight to stare at the scene. He was able to sense the power of the vortex through the last moments of his copies. It was protogenia, wind protogenia. Lan Jue had managed to master the essence of his own element and melded it seamlessly with the waves of cosmic turbulence abound. His mirror images had no way to escape and were summarily destroyed. How could someone who'd just become a paragon be so strong? He couldn't come up with an answer, but that wasn't important. In a flash, Lan Cheng appeared behind the phantom. Countless edged gusts gathered around the general. They were so thick in the air they left his enemy no way out. The wind weapons were condensed cosmic turbulence and as such were heavy with pure wind element. Not even a paragon would dare test how sharp they were. The astral phantom was taken by surprise, but he didn't hesitate. He steadied his heart as the truth of his unfathomable foe was revealed. His retreat stopped, and as the astral phantom turned he lashed out with the soul-blight daggers, quick as lightning. He cut at the wind daggers, and when they collided Lan Cheng's weapons dissolved into their elemental essence. Little by little the phantom danced among the cosmic flows, carving out a safe circle. As for the other three copies, they seemed to have simply vanished into the vacuum of space. Wind daggers continued to sail toward the assassin, birthed from Lan Cheng as he remained suspended in place. The astral phantom was in the center of a deadly tempest, and each gust was a piercing dagger at his weakest points. No dodge to the left or dash to the right freed him from the prison of air. They were locked in a battle of stamina. The Terminator swung his eyes toward the Keeper. Congratulations! The East produces another paragon. Why is it we Northerners don't have such luck? The Keeper answered with a knowing smile. Because you've chosen the wrong path. The mysteries of the human body can't be answered by installing technology. To truly understand ourselves we must reduce, not add to. It only happens through hard work, step by step, day by day. While manufactured and altered adepts rise quicker and are stronger in the early stages, everything's different after 9th level. You were looking for numbers. We have only ever pursued perfection. Our results speak to the righteousness of our path. The Terminator grinned. Maybe. Though I contend our technology just hasn't caught up, yet. If one day technology could reveal the potential we contain, everything would be different. When that day comes we can make paragons. That is when humanity will be the true masters of the universe. The Keeper didn't engage him further. This was an ideological rift that went beyond the two of them, and both knew the other wouldn't be swayed. Each had their own truth. In the depths of their pocket universe, the rivals continued their battle. In a short span the clash had reached a fever pitch. The astral phantom was gone beneath the constant purple flashes of his defenses. All he needed was a break in this never-ending flood of cyan, then he could get through. But he couldn't, the daggers never stopped. Both of them continued to throw everything they had at one another. Cosmic secrets had been revealed to paragons, and they were capable of bending the rules of reality to their whim. However, they weren't gods. Their powers had limits, as did their stamina. From outside, spectators might assume the more practiced paragon had the advantage here. After all, he had years of cultivation under his belt. However, to those with more combat training, they saw that the fight was just getting underway. Everything up to this point was feeling each other out. The astral phantom had already guessed that the cyan power was not Lan Qing's domain. The vortex was. Lan Qing deserved the praise, he thought. He was strong for a newly arisen paragon. But at the same time the phantom was starting to read the situation. Perhaps it was because Lan Cheng was new to his powers, but his attacks were uniform. Unerring, time was needed for a paragon to learn how to integrate their protogenia into their fighting tactics. The astral phantom had tread this road, he knew how things were. As far as he was concerned Lan Cheng was too tender. He'd been holding back since the start of the fight. Meanwhile the phantom's preferred style was more like a viper, wait for just the right moment, then strike. One blow to shake the pillars of heaven. Both Lan Cheng and Lan Jue had been instructed in how lethal that style could be. Lan Jue had nearly met his demise because of it. Enough. Time to show him a little muscle. A cold light flashed in the phantom's eyes. His soulblight daggers were surrounded by a caustic purple light, then leapt from his hands in either direction. They started small but the farther they flew the larger they became. Eventually they were enormous, big enough that they threatened to slice apart the universe containing them. Both slashed their way toward Lan Cheng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, The Power of the Astral Phantom. Chapter 644, The Power of the Astral Phantom. The daggers of wind tore themselves apart the moment the purple light touched them. Lan Qing felt the forces of chaos unravel his elemental discipline. The strange power from the phantom's daggers were accompanied by a low rumble. Its resonance made the tempest unstable, and dissipated Lan Qing's attack. If Lan Chang's daggers were solid wind, then the Phantom's daggers were acid. Everything the purple light touched was wiped away without a trace, like the protogenia was just erased. Only protogenia could contend against protogenia. The astral phantom was only a first-degree paragon, but he knew the mysteries it entailed. He was more versed than young Lan Qing in the control and use of these powers. Here was where his advantages began to be revealed. However, Lan Chang was not put off. A pale cyan light shimmered around him like a shell, and the next moment he shot off like a bullet to avoid the daggers. The air around him reacted as tendrils of purple energy grasped and groped. Each one of them seemed sharp enough to cut spacetime apart. In fact, Lan Chang's rapidly retreating body froze, and suddenly he was back where he was a moment ago. It happened in the space of an instant. Lan Chang hardly knew what was happening. Spectators watching outside were also surprised, not least of them the wine master. Those purple tendrils were definitely having an effect on spacetime. They'd cancelled Lan Chang's retreat like it had never happened. It demanded masterful control to counter another paragon's protogenia with one's own. No wonder the astral phantom was respected for his long years as a paragon. It was a trick to lull Lan Qing into a false sense of security. He'd seemed weak and revealed his strength at just the right moment. A smug grin spread across the assassin's face. This child thought he could face up to me. Too bold, kid. Let's see if you can block the combined might of heaven and earth, my demon cleaver. There was nowhere Lan Qing could flee to. The roaring aura of the demon cleaver attack ripped his defensive shell away. Terrifying to behold, there was also a sense of beauty in watching protogenia so expertly castrated. It was akin to the sounds of a frantic guqin, springs buzzing with sound until all at once they snap, sad, shrill, and beautiful. Ding ding. In the final moment, just as it seemed the astral phantom's daggers would cleave Lan Qing in two, the crowd gasped. Anluo's super soldier reacted in a way none of them could have expected. He lifted his hands, and using nothing but his calloused palms swatted the daggers away. A soft golden aura surrounded them, flesh white as polished porcelain. In fact, his whole body was illuminated by an internal glow. The astral phantom stared incredulously as Lan Qing batted his daggers away. The incomparably sharp soulblighter daggers didn't even get past the thin gold aura around his head. It was like trying to pierce cast iron. How could this be? Although it hadn't been the phantom's deadliest attack, it was among his strongest. How was it possible it was swatted away like an irritating fly? With two bare hands? Even the leaders of Skyfire Avenue wouldn't have been able to do that. Why was he different? Combat was about living in the moment. Lan Chang didn't give his foe the luxury of time, and thrust forward with his palms before the phantom could recover. A wall of invisible force bore down on him. It sent the astral phantom spinning wildly through the air. He sailed out of control for a good while. When the would-be killer finally came to a stop, he could only gape in disbelief. Whatever power Lan Qing used, he couldn't comprehend it. How could this be happening? What did I get myself into? My daggers, just ignored like rubbish by a fresh paragon. But then he took another look, and his mind went blank. Lan Chang was completely different. The gusts of discipline had been restrained. Although he calmly floated just as before, he was now surrounded by a pale golden aura. The ethereal, aloof face of Prometheus was spread in a mellow smile of content. Once an adept became a paragon, their protogenia could not change. It wasn't just nonsense told to them by trainers. It was equally impossible to see someone's protogenia spontaneously evolve. Yet, that's what the phantom's eyes were telling him. Lan Chang regarded the astral phantom calmly. Then, one hand curled into a loose fist and he thrust a punch at his opponent. Sinister determination hardened the phantom's face. If he'd underestimated Lan Chang before, things were different now. Anyone who could block his attacks the way this young soldier did was a formidable enemy. Lan Qing's punch looked weak, but the whole space around them warped because of it. From the astral phantom's perspective, Lan Qing got larger and larger until he took up his whole field of vision. And yet, it seemed strange, false like an illusion. He didn't know what was real or not anymore. This punch seemed to go beyond the constraints of protogenia. The astral phantom reacted. He thrust his hands behind his back and shut his eyes. All of a sudden, his whole body became translucent, like an amethyst. The assassin dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, right into Lan Qing's formless punch. TSSSSSSSHHHHH. A strange sound thundered from every direction. Waves of wild energy crashed against the boundaries of their pocket dimension. The clairvoyance domain appeared to react, and soon resplendent starlight was twinkling all through the room. Separate though they were, spectators could still feel the feral and ferocious power of their collision. When the ripples passed and reality settled, the astral phantom was the first one they saw. His battered form hung in the emptiness of space. When they spied Lan Jue in the distance, he looked no different. Clearly the general had won their exchange. Representatives who did not know Lan Jue couldn't hide their shock. It was inconceivable that a young paragon who just broke through could stand toe-to-toe against the astral phantom and emerge unscathed. It was a glittering endorsement of his strength and potential. The representatives clamored to get a better view of the display. Lucifer, the fallen angel, now understood why he'd felt such pressure when their eyes met. Only someone on an entirely different level could give him that sense of dread. Archangel Metatron didn't look any better. He'd spent a fortune in research after Zeus revealed his identity at the Great Adept tournament. Lan Jue and Lan Jue were brothers, and the younger of the two was already at the top of the pontiff's blacklist. Now, however, they see a big brother stands behind him. The pressure this added to the citadel could be imagined. How would they contend against a foe like this? The astral phantom still hadn't gotten over his disbelief. He'd thrown real power behind that attack. However, he knew that neither of them knew the truth about the other. The astral phantom's secret was his protogenia. It wasn't poison, nor was it his speed. In fact, the assassin's greatest power was his perception. Perception was his chosen path to paragon. Cutting perception was what had allowed him to manipulate the soul-guide daggers to resonate at just the right frequency. That rendered Lan Jue's wind daggers useless. Total situational awareness was his strong suit, with poison and speed used to get him the advantage. He'd focused his perception on Lan Jue's punch in the hopes of gleaning some clue as to how to beat it. What he saw was a perfect sphere, seamless and without a weakness to exploit. It crashed onto him like a stone curtain. Flawless. It was simply impossible. A paragon's protogenia was the integration of natural principles, powerful energies, and the paragon's comprehension. However, for Lan Jue's power there was no border from one to the other. It was a total, unbroken whole. It went against everything the astral phantom thought he knew about paragons. Yet the truth had been painfully demonstrated to him. His only recourse was to counter his foe's attack with one of his own. Lan Jue shared some of his foe's surprise. The astral phantom was stronger than Lan Jue would have guessed. He'd used his speed to amplify the strength of his protogenia. He'd lashed out with the soulblighters, and their power was cast out in 7 shadowy copies. When they converged on the force of the punch, they were strong enough to carve a path through. There was even enough energy to reach Lan Jue. However, it was so weak by that point the general avoided it with ease. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, Buddha's Revelation. Chapter 645, Buddha's Revelation. The two combatants stopped again. A flickering aura appeared and disappeared around Lan Jue, and a thoughtful expression was on his face. Was it really as simple as it seemed? After all, Lan Jue was called the God of Wisdom. Evolution was an integral part of Lan Jue's chosen path. Through training and battle he constantly evolved toward the most perfect version of himself. Of course his protogenia couldn't change. But adepts were more multifaceted, like layers of an onion. At the heart of Lan Jue's abilities was the Prajna curses and Vairocana. Wrapped around that was wind. In effect, the general had been fighting with one hand behind his back. Zhu Di had told Lan Jue that the universe shrunk after you became a paragon. There were so few like you. A situation like that, new paragons needed a whetstone to hone their abilities. Friends and training partners were no use. Paragons were exceedingly precise and sensitive, and only real danger catalyzed their potential. The astral phantom was a perfect whetstone. Lan Jue wasn't going to put him down so quickly. He used this opportunity to understand the deeper truths of his protogenia. The phantom's body vanished in a flash of purple light. He didn't wait around for Lan Jue to attack. The astral phantom was a killer, a master assassin as they were called in the old days. No assassin worth their salt attacked a target head-on. Attack from the shadows, that was his specialty. Just as the phantom vanished, a light arose in Lan Jue's eyes. He pressed his palms together at the center of his chest. Though his body didn't disappear, his aura ceased to be felt. The phantom, however, was completely gone. Ting! The astral phantom appeared from the shadows behind Lan Jue's right shoulder. Lan Jue didn't have time to turn and face the assassin, the phantom was too quick. All he could do was twist his ribs away and block the stab with his back. Sounds of shock rippled through the onlookers. The astral phantom's name and reputation were widely known. His strength was not in question, nor was the lethality of his soulblight daggers. Meeting him was like being served a death warrant. Every ear perked to the sound of ringing metal, and wide eyes stared in disbelief. The phantom's dagger didn't pierce the skin. A blinding halo of golden light appeared behind Lan Chang's head, and his heroic form swelled to several times his original size. He dropped to his knees and knelt among the glittering stars. A golden lotus appeared below to lift and support him. An impassioned hymn arose, rumbling all around them. When the astral phantom reappeared, it was far away from his target. He gaped at Lan Chang. Reflection of heaven and earth. But how? You? Lan Chang's face remained even and placid. He spread his hands away from his chest, palms facing heaven. All of a sudden the chants grew louder. Lan Chang's golden halo became brighter. It expanded and shot out rays of light like a miniature sun. Wherever the beams of light swept past, nothing was hidden. The light illuminated everything within its scope. The phantom was revealed and he was left nowhere to hide. He darted into the distance like a terrified ghost. This was his domain. Buddha's revelation. Indeed, this was the true realm of Lan Chang's power, far more potent than what he'd felt at the beginning of their fight. The brilliant light of the Buddha revealed everything to the young paragon. The astral phantom's domain was what he'd just revealed, blinking. Within the scope of his power he could instantly move from any one point to another. Unfortunately for him, Vairocana's power abolished all things duplicitous and negative. Their pocket universe was reset to its purest and simplest state. Great Prajna curse. Lan Chang retracted his arms, then pressed forward with his hands. The pure light of the Buddha intensified still further, until the spectators outside could sense nothing from within their pocket dimension. The astral phantom juked and dodged as best he could. No matter how fervently he disbelieved, Lan Chang was showing the abilities of a second-degree paragon. That's the only way he could have blocked the soul-blight daggers with nothing but his own skin. No wonder he was so eager to fight. Did he really jump an entire degree? The astral phantom didn't know what to believe. He couldn't understand why he'd been stuck for dozens of years, but for this young man it seemed effortless. It seemed too impossible an idea to entertain. He raced as fast as he could, searching for a way to escape Lan Chang's domain. No matter how fast he flew or how far he went, he couldn't get free enough to summon his own powers. Even if he could, the difference between first and second-degree paragons was outstanding. This was pure protogenic force. He had to get free if he wanted a chance. However, once Lan Chang croaked those 3 words, everything around the astral phantom changed. No matter where he turned or how fast he fled, the image of Vairocana followed. Eventually the pure light swallowed him up entirely. There was nowhere to go. The phantom took a deep breath, then came to a halt. He knew nothing else would come from running. He knew that his own domain would be suppressed by the overwhelming power of the general. He was completely at his prey's mercy. He reacted by throwing his arms back, although this time his shoulders were thrown back as well. The action was so sudden and violent it looked like his arms would be pulled out. Then he began to move. A shadow copy was left behind in his wake. His actions looked almost slow, so much that the spectators could see every movement clearly. The sharper among them, though, noticed how when he moved he seemed like a shadow. He wasn't really going so slowly. 13. Including himself, there were 13 shadowy assassins racing straight for Lan Chang. As the phantom picked up speed, his copies kept pace. They would occasionally collide with each other, and when they did, the new copy was more defined. In front of him, the purple light of his empowered weapons blazed a path. It, too, seemed to become sharper and more real the farther he flew until it was carving apart spacetime, and the pure light of the Buddha. This was the real power of the astral phantom. Assassins were known for keeping their deadliest attacks to the last. How much more terrifying was a paragon assassin once trapped in a corner? The astral phantom seemed committed to showing everyone. He appeared to be little more than a gloomy shadow, somehow able to deny light from reflecting off of him. All of his strength, discipline, perception, poison, speed, and domain, all of them were focused on a single point in space. This was it, do or die. If this strike failed to finish his target, he wouldn't have enough energy to a second try. It demanded a full 20% of his total energy. 20% of concentrate death. Cosmic Smite. This was the name he'd given the attack he used only in time of absolute necessity. In all his years he had never had to use it. Although, he'd never before tried to kill a paragon. It was without pomp, without drama. It was pure, deadly power. Everything hinged on the tip of this strike. Lan Chang's hand shot out, for he felt the light of Vairocana above him dim. The overwhelming sense of danger told him the precise moment to move. Supreme Incantation. Lan Chang's strongest prajna curse. Palms forward, sturdy as a mountain. No I, no they. In the boundlessness of the Buddha, with no up nor down, there is no fear. Suddenly Lan Chang's entire body took on the image of the Buddha, like the second coming of Vairocana. The heat was so intense that distant stars melted in the face of it. Dang dash. The crisp sound, like the call of a grandfather clock, hung for a long time in the air. The whole of the universe seemed to vibrate in response. Lan Chang's Vairocana projection also shook. A large white scar appeared on it, stretching across the forehead. When he saw this, Lan Jue rushed forward, but the calloused grip of Zhu Di held him fast. Prajna Paramita. The guttural chant filled the air, rolling like thunder. It was clear as a bell to everyone. The astral phantom was revealed again. His true form was picked out from the shadow doppelgangers. He'd been half hidden before but was once again fully revealed, though he was different. The emaciated assassin suddenly grew to several times his size. Without warning, his frail body filled out. Golden light enveloped him just as the resounding chants of Buddhist monks deafened the ear. The pale scar on Lan Chang's forehead disappeared. Meanwhile, the astral phantom dropped his arms beneath the power of a blazing sun. The incessant blaze burned away the purple light surrounding the assassin. Lan Chang's dermic image came to an end. When he reappeared, his face was pale, and he looked drained. He'd sensed the mortal danger from the astral phantom's attack. He'd only just managed to protect himself from annihilation with his curses and defense. After all, Lan Chang was still very young as paragons were concerned. He still hadn't grasped the full breadth of his abilities, especially since he'd jumped a degree. On the other hand, the astral phantom's cosmic smite was strong enough to nearly pierce a second-degree paragon's defenses. In terms of attack power, the paragons ahead of him on the list may not necessarily be his superiors. With all of the phantom's strength focused on that one strike, Lan Chang had had a very literal brush with death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, Fealty or Death. Chapter 646, Fealty or Death. Lan Chang sensed something as the powers of life and death intertwined around them. His body had reacted suddenly, expanding the image of his dharma to ward off the attack. It also served to deepen his personal understanding. Yet none of this made any difference in the shocked look on his face. Nothing could have prepared him for the truth. Beneath the searing fire of Vairocana, the astral phantom had to draw on the last vestiges of his energy. In fact, he was no longer himself, the disguise was slipping. Long purple hair was the first thing revealed, followed by a sleek and slender figure. A pair of royal purple eyes burned with rage and disbelief. Vairocana's fiery light continued to devour the remnants of purple protogenia. What lay beneath was a beautiful face, cold and sad. A woman? Lan Chang wasn't alone in his shock. Who among the spectators, especially Skyfire's paragons, would not be similarly flabbergasted? The knife in the darkness, heartless and malicious, a killer for hire. The astral phantom, bringer of death to so many men, was a woman? Speculation over the phantom's true face was always fuel for the imagination. However, usually the stories painted him as a wretched old man. But a woman? And such a beautiful woman, at that. Only Zhou Qianlin was her rival, with the Apocryphon a close second. She was also a paragon, something Qianlin could not yet boast. Lan Chang quickly recovered, his face adopted that familiar frigid expression. The fact that his opponent was a woman didn't give him any cause to relax his guard. He pressed his hands together once again, and the Buddha's revelation domain manifested anew. The all-consuming heat of Vairocana continued to broil the astral phantom. The assassin had no way to strike back. She only had enough energy to fend off Lan Chang's domain. She knew that if this continued for much longer, Vairocana's rays would burn her away. She glared at Lan Chang with such a deep, abiding hatred that he could feel it. If looks could kill, he'd be slain twice over. But he faced her with stony disinterest. Her wicked stare washed over him like a statue. Outside of the pocket universe, it was silent as the grave. The fight was over, Lan Chang's victory was clear. To witness the breakthrough of a paragon was rare, but it was rarer still to watch one die. It seemed likely it might happen now. The appraisers representing humanity's most powerful organizations watched, expressions as varied as their patrons. And yet, they all had the same thought: it would be wise to follow the rules during the auction. A sound caught Lan Chang's ear. He paused, then peered into the distance with a golden light in his eyes. His vision pierced the protective domain created for them to spy Zhu Di. He stood beside his brother, who both gave him a solemn nod. And Luo's general swung his eyes back toward the astral phantom. You have a decision to make. Release your protogenia, allow my light to mark your soul. Swear fealty. Or, die. Only the astral phantom could hear him. If it had been left up to Lan Jue, this choice would not have been offered. He wanted the assassin put down. But Zhu Di offered an alternative. He looked at Lan Jue because this was their enemy. Lan Jue had even more cause to hate her after what happened to Qianlin. Lan Jue's nod was in agreement with Zhu Di. The fiery domain around her set her shocked expression in stark light. She gaped at Lan Jue incredulously. You want me to submit? The fury in her eyes threatened to set her eyes on fire, bordering on madness. It was an insult, an affront. Paragons were known for their pride. Swearing service to another was unthinkable. Lan Jue regarded her with unfeeling eyes. You don't have long to make your choice. Fealty, or death, ... You think you can kill me? The astral phantom spat back. He answered with a scornful smirk. You're a paragon, you live for your own interests. You've undertaken tremendous risk for those interests. You're not conceited, but you have a singular focus on potential profit. You are sinfully selfish. I think in your heart you chose life over honor. However, I'd be just as pleased for you to prove me wrong. So, Phantom, do you have so much pride? Am I wrong? You. Poisonous words welled up in her throat, but a flash in Lan Jue's eyes stopped her. The burning hell she found herself in got a few degrees hotter. The lapping flames didn't scorch like normal fire. It was, in fact, much worse. They were spouts of pure, cleansing energy. This unfeeling purification burned past energy, past the body, right down into a victim's soul. The danger the astral phantom faced was the obliteration of her body and soul. Escape was not an option, with so many paragons watching. What could she do? Her mind was in chaos. Lan Jue was right. Avarice was her drug of choice, there was nothing better than a new pretty bauble. She commanded the greatest organization of criminals in the history of humanity, and yet she still wasn't satisfied. The phantom was a 60-year-old woman in truth, but looked like she was in her 20s. A result of many rare treasures, which used together allowed her to break through without effort. It was a feat that required skill and a fortune in resources. Also, she could keep her good looks forever as a paragon. She had been overjoyed at the news of vital crystals and the exuvium process. Paragons had to die like any other living thing. The exuvium process changed all that. A single crystal wouldn't mean much to her, but a whole lot of them, or even just a particularly potent one, was enough to extend her life. And through those extra years she could grow stronger. She'd been stuck at the realm of protogenia for so long already with no signs of progress. This time she acted out of desperation. Still, she'd been cautious. She'd watched and listened for a long time, had a series of meticulous backup plans. Yet never occurred to her was one hateful little girl. Skyfire Avenue was prepared, rendering all her backup plans useless. She walked right into their clutches. At this moment of mortal danger, she did feel pride. But what could compare to life? You had to live to see a future. In death you lost everything, gone in an instant. It was only seconds, but it felt like minutes of agony. An unending flood of fears and questions ran through her mind. She racked her mind for any way to wriggle out alive. But Veracana's light was too strong. She could not shed it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647, I swear. Chapter 647, I swear. A bitter pain stabbed at the phantom's chest. She'd had the gall to infiltrate Skyfire Avenue because she thought only the Apocryphon was a problem. She was the only reflection of heaven and earth, and thus the only one who could pose a threat. The other paragons mostly knew to their powers. Under those conditions fleeing wouldn't have been difficult. But who could have anticipated the arrival of that freak, Lan Jue? A reflection of heaven and earth immediately after breaking through, while she was still stuck. Stay your hand. The astral phantom cried. The aura around Lan Jue dimmed, and Veracana's burning light receded. However, the whole universe around her seemed ready to detonate at a moment's notice. The astral phantom was red-faced, and ground her teeth in fury. I will absolutely not swear myself to you, but I will swear to 3 things, whenever you need them. I'm a paragon, I have my pride, ... The pure fire sprang back to life before she could finish her thought. Their crackling cacophony drowned out her words. Lan Jue addressed her with a calm voice. You aren't in a position to negotiate. You will die, or you will serve. Those are your only options. She couldn't form the words, she was putting all of her energy toward warding off the holy flames. Her belligerence seemed pointless in the face of the god of wisdom. And Luan's super soldier was completely immovable. Varakana's flames dimmed again. The assassin took great gulps of breath, but only in part from the strain. She felt like she had been on the edge of a precipice, about to be swallowed up. The fear still seized her chest. I have limited patience. This is your final chance to make a decision. Lan Qing's keen eyes never left her. The phantom's chest heaved as she fought to regain her breath. She wanted nothing more than to make Lan Qing stop breathing, but when hanging over a ledge you didn't bite the hand holding you up. 10. Lan Qing's eyes were bright and firm. 9. Wait. What are your intentions? The phantom asked. 8. He ignored her entirely and continued the countdown. 7. Wait. I need time to think. Give me time. 6. Lan Qing's eyes were hard. His hand slowly rose and the fiery sun behind his head got brighter. Everything the light touched could hear the bone-shuddering chants of invisible bodhisattvas. It was so peaceful, but for the astral phantom it sounded like the inevitable march of death coming for her soul. The struggle was clear in the phantom's eyes. She knew what it would mean if he marked her soul. 3. Lan Qing's hands rose higher. Wait a minute. What happened to 4 and 5? She whined. The flames got higher. 2. Lan Qing had her shaken to the core. Why would he give her room to breathe? Wait, fine. I agree. Every inch Lan Qing's hands rose, her willpower eroded. Eventually, when it seemed he would move, her defenses collapsed. Nothing was more important than life. The fiery lights around Lan Qing's hands dispersed. His face changed. Submit your spirit, and don't think about pulling any tricks. I don't have the patience to fight you anymore. If I feel like anything isn't right, you won't get a second chance. The astral phantom looked at him, conflicted. Her breath was rapid from exertion and fear. She was filled with regret. Why did she have to be so greedy? Avarice is what led her to this point. Everything would have been different. Her cherished life would not have been so upset. When you make the mark, if you wouldn't. The aura around Lan Qing's hands flared. I said no negotiations. Fine. Ruthless. She glared bloody murder but daren't delay. She genuinely feared a change in Lan Qing's mood. He might kill her at any moment. Her heart was unwilling, but a decision had to be made. She took a deep breath, grit her teeth, and closed her eyes. The purple aura that had surrounded her was gone. Moments later a small vortex appeared in the center of her forehead. Flecks of black swirled through the outer edges, while in the center knelt the cloudy image of a silver man. Soul essence. Only a paragon was able to manifest an image of their own souls. The fierce and bloodthirsty expression was gone. Now the phantom was a ghost of pain and sorrow. When she opened her eyes they were wet with tears. Her piteous expression and beautiful face tugged at the heart. Such a big man, bullying a weaker girl. I don't really have a choice, do I? In another circumstance, with another man, her desperate plea might have meant something. Unfortunately, Lan Qing was unmoved. He did not hesitate and pointed with an index finger. A beam of golden light issued forth with spiraling lines of archaic runes in tow. Each strange symbol pulsed with Buddhist mysticism. The golden light was peace and calm, delivered into the purple vortex. The tide of the vortex lurched in protest, but almost instantly the phantom felt the burning fires of Varakana lapping at her skin. The vortex stabilized shortly thereafter and allowed the light to pass. The silver silhouette within the vortex became more distinct. A shrill cry from the depths of her spirit followed. The golden light struck it right on the forehead. It blazed a path, leaving a golden behind. 1. The sudden, intense pain caused the astral phantom to fall. She shuddered uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. When a paragon applied their mark, it meant the victim had to do everything they commanded. If they refused, the paragon could erase their soul with a thought. By that point it didn't matter how strong she became, the mark was there forever. There were very few instances where a mark like this had been placed. A paragon's dignity was sacrosanct. In the end it wasn't that the phantom was lacking in dignity, but that her love of life was too great. The golden light persisted for about a minute, then vanished. Shortly after the burning light filling the universe receded into the image of Varakana behind Lan Qing. The bodies of both combatants returned to normal size, and their battlefield vanished back into the clairvoyance domain. 1. The symbol for Buddha. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, The Tragedy of the Astral Phantom. Chapter 648, The Tragedy of the Astral Phantom. The astral phantom was slumped on the floor. Her long purple hair was splayed all around in a mess, concealing her face. Seeing her collapsed upon the ground like this, Lan Jue couldn't help but feel something unexpected. This was so much worse than just killing her. It seemed so unlikely to succeed. Lan Chang noticed Lan Jue's expression and nodded his way. Lan Jue smiled. "Brother, it looks like you found yourself a fine bodyguard." Lan Chang walked over to the astral phantom and plucked her up, throwing her over his shoulder like a sack of rice. "Surrender the vital crystals," he growled. The astral phantom answered weakly. "I'm already your slave, can't you leave me some dignity?" Lan Jue's face twitched. He could hardly believe she was still gambling her life. All for these crystals. Smack! Lan Chang gave the astral phantom's rump a firm-handed slap. This elicited a surprised yelp from his captive. Several vital crystals tumbled out from her clothes. Lan Chang gave the surrounding paragons a nod of respect, then he and the phantom disappeared in a flash of light. As Enlu watched them go, a strange sensation gnawed at the pit of her stomach. It was something sour, but not a flavor. The keeper's calm voice broke the silence. "All right. Now that we've seen tonight's entertainment, you may all continue with your examinations. All the vital crystals are accounted for." Capturing a paragon was hardly a common occurrence. Although most of the spectators didn't see how the fight ended, it was clear Lan Chang was the victor. The astral phantom had been arrested, the universe's foremost assassin, in the hands of the Eastern military. In a moment, the atmosphere had changed. The appraisers gave each other nervous sideways glances. They couldn't feel the waves of power thanks to the domain's protections, but they didn't have to. It was such a visual spectacle that the fear and power were without question. Everything they thought they knew about the Avenue had to be thrown out. They were unassailable. The strength Skyfire Avenue showed was staggering. How were they to compete with them? The scene before them was evidence of how much clout they held. The rest of the viewing continued under this unspoken pressure. Anyone with a thought of causing trouble had it banished from their mind after watching the spectacular fight. The first part of the auction concluded without further event. Soon after, news that the Enluan super soldier was a paragon spread across the human worlds. Now the news outlets were just waiting for any indication of what he chose to call himself. It was a spectacular story, a meteoric rise straight to reflection of heaven and earth. Who knew, he might be the next Zhou Di. One powerhouse usually didn't represent an alliance, but he was Enluan's commander. His presence made causing trouble more difficult for the West and North. Even the astral phantom was bested. Who could stand against the Enluan super soldier? No other alliance could boast having a paragon commander. In an instant, people's perception of Eastern might changed. It was another stinging slap to the West's face that ruined all their plans. Now all eyes were on the vital crystal auction. Information about the specifics had already been released, and appraisers had given their backers their reports. These crystals were pure, better than any that had been discovered before. A few of them were clearly from a higher breed of alien. What it meant, only the clever could deduce. Never before had crystals like those been seen in human space. What were they capable of? How were they different from normal crystals? All of this needed careful study to understand. Of course, to study them they would need to be purchased first. Puzzling out the exuvium process would also need a large number of crystals for experimentation. These were new issues for them to consider, but first they had to have the crystals in hand. Certainly, the fact that the East was auctioning so many of these off meant they had a surplus. They also must have had enough for research. It was clear to everyone that the East was leveraging these crystals to bolster their military strength, but what could they do? This was a wide-open strategy no one could do anything about. This was one pit they were destined to tumble into. The crystals were simply too precious. After the showing, demand for the vital crystals was at a fever pitch. Representatives from the rich and powerful were nearly rabid with lust. Whoever had the most crystals could position themselves for future profit and influence. It was evident that the North and West could not match the East for vital crystals. However, they did have faith in the skill of their researchers. The East may have the raw materials, but technology wasn't something that fell in your lap. It needed study and man-hours. So they had trust in their science. Despite their late start, the other alliances were confident they could catch up. This was the atmosphere that filled the air as the auction day arrived. It would be held at Skyfire Museum, and the auctioneer would be Skyfire Council's chairman, the Avenue's winemaster, the Cosmagus himself. It went without saying that this auction was held by the joint efforts of the East and Skyfire Avenue. The East's presence was at the Avenue's behest. Lan Jue arrived in a wine-colored suit with a black tie and a white shirt beneath. The outfit was accented by handmade brown leather shoes and a white kerchief stuffed in his breast pocket. He looked like the essence of a gentleman. Beside him was his brother. At Lan Jue's request, the Enluan super soldier traded his military uniform for a sapphire suit. They looked so alike in some ways, but were as different as apples and oranges. Lan Chang exuded an air of wisdom and consideration. Lan Jue had an elegant sort of genteelness. The both of them captured a lot of attention. Most of those eyes followed the newly arisen paragon, Lan Chang. After breaking through directly to reflection of heaven and earth, and defeating the astral phantom, he was immediately put within the top 4 of the paragon list. Zhu Di remained solidly at the top, but the Terminator and the Apocrian sat just below him. Before Lan Chang's arrival, they were the only 2 known second-degree paragons remaining. Now there was a new name to add. Although he was part of the Eastern military, he was still marked under the banner of Skyfire Avenue. It meant the Eastern Adept organization added another paragon to their ranks, and all the power that came with them. Skyfire Avenue was already considered the promised land for anyone with talent. After the last stretch of time, the Avenue had accepted a great many new members. Most of them were unaffiliated Easterners looking for instruction, but there was a fair number of defectors from the other alliances as well. These foreign adepts had to submit to strict scrutiny before gaining entry. This undoubtedly also served to make the Avenue stronger. The Great Conclave and the Citadels were aware of what was happening, of course. There wasn't anything they could do about it. After all, you needed strength to be considered. How could they be strong enough to confront the Avenue? How many paragons did they have now? If the West didn't have their decoctions and the North their technology, the power gap would be staggering. And Skyfire Avenue would have even more potential members. Lan Chang and Lan Jue walked to the first row before the auction block. The other participants parted to make way, and they took their seats. Only Eastern government officials and Avenue higher-ups were allowed to sit at the first row. Besides Lan Chang and Lan Jue, representing the Avenue was the Gourmet, Apocrian, and Pauper. The wine master was leading the auction. The keeper and bookworm were not in attendance. They were absorbed in their research. The high-quality crystals recovered from the shattered starfields had been wonderful news for them. A dark figure arrived, clad in black robes from head to toe. Their features were hidden beneath a shadowy cowl. They approached the front row and took a seat on the far end of the table. Their mysterious image and arrival earned a few whispers from the others. The auction paddle in their hand meant they were supposed to be here. Whoever they were, they had to be from the northern government. Adept organizations from the west and north had been assigned to the second row. The Terminator didn't appear to feel one way or the other about it. He was seated in the center of the second row. Although he represented both the government and the Great Conclave, the North decided to send separate representatives to show on behalf of the 2 organizations. This meant he had to sit 1 row back. Amusingly, Lucifer and Metatron sat on either side of him. All 3 looks a little uncomfortable. Who was this mysterious stranger in black? What was his station, where he could sit with the leaders of nations? Many curious eyes followed him, the Terminator among them. Lan Jue leaned in to speak with the brother. The astral phantom? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, Multiple Auctions. Chapter 649, Multiple Auctions. She needs peace and quiet, Lan Chang replied. Why did you agree with Dad to spare her life yesterday? She could die 100 times and it wouldn't absolve her of her sins. Even she doesn't know how many lives she's taken. Lan Jue grinned. For you. Lan Chang glanced at him. Me? Lan Jue explained. I did want her killed, but when I saw how she looked, and her status as a paragon, I decided to spare her life. Bewildered, Lan Chang pressed his brother. What does this have to do with me? How could it not? Lan Jue retorted. Dad's told me countless times to help find you a woman. Lan Chang scowled. Don't worry about it. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes and peered at the Eastern general. Bro, if it's a physical thing, then you know a paragon has strong self-curative abilities. You don't need to be ashamed. I will literally kill you. Lan Chang hissed. Lan Jue chuckled. This was the first time he saw his brother act like this. Piercing that calm veneer was a humorous pastime, certainly. Embarrassed to anger, eh? Lan Jue chortled. Lan Qing's even expression quickly returned. Jue, every day brings you closer to Paragon. You need to be focusing on the secrets of protogenia. Quit it. Don't even think about it, I won't give you the chance to abuse me. What about your military meetings, huh? Don't you need to be heading back to Enluan? Of course Lan Jue would know immediately what his brother was up to. He wasted no time calling him on it. Lan Qing sniffed. So be honest. Lan Jue gave him a helpless look. I'm not honest? When I have been dishonest? If you keep bullying me, I'm going to go tell Mom. Lan Qing's mouth curled into a scowl. He shook his head, but said nothing else. The auction hall was nearly full, all the participants had arrived. It was tight, there were no unneeded seats to take up space. This was not an open auction, so there wouldn't be any media or walk-ins to swell the numbers. It wasn't too loud in the auction hall yet. Everyone was here on behalf of some powerful person or organization, so they each quietly brooded over their goals. A few representatives put out feelers and tried to leverage the auction to network, but the vital crystals were everyone's top priority. Yesterday's showing had stoked everyone's interest. A woman appeared on the stage pushing a cart before her. It was the enforcement team's leader, Lu. Only Skyfire Avenue would hire a 9th-rank adept to serve as support crew for an auction. As he pushed the cart to center stage, she couldn't help but allow her eyes to flicker toward the two Lan brothers. When her eyes met Lan Qing's, they darted away quick as they could. She even started to walk slower. Lan Qing smiled at her for a moment, and Lan Jue saw it all. He leaned over. You like her? Lu's a good girl, I don't think she has a boyfriend. I can help introduce you. Lan Qing didn't even look at him. If you want to take a beating, keep talking. I don't need you poking your nose into my romantic life. I can manage on my own. Do you think I have time to run around chasing women? Lan Jue shrugged in resignation. I'm worried about you. Anyway, what chasing? All you have to do is open your arms and there'll be a flock of women swooping in. Lan Qing's eyes peered into the middle distance. We have different goals, different desires. Lan Jue gave him a thumbs up. All right. Worthy of the being called the greatest monarch. But when is His Majesty the monarch going to publish his paragon name? Lan Qing's face froze. That particular task had given him no small measure of heartache. He felt loath to turn down his father's suggestion, how could he ignore it? Sooner or later you're going to be in my boat. You can't run from it. Your name's going to be just as long. Lan Qing said coldly. But Lan Jue chuckled. I'm in no rush, I still got time. Right now it's you in the hot seat. I'm sure we'll adapt as needed. Hurry and make up your mind, then you can use the auction as a platform. Pick something strong and domineering, something that makes people feel your power the moment they hear it. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but give a little, maniacal cackle. Lu's eyes shot back their way. In her heart was the image of a stoic man, who was looking utterly uncomfortable. Then, she saw the sharp, thoughtful light in Lan Jue's eyes. Just then, a deep voice interjected. Our auction is about to begin. Please prepare to make your bids. There was a flash of light, and a silver portal appeared upon the stage. The wine master, his face expressionless, stepped through. He was clad in a very formal full suit. His astrum was clutched in one hand. The moment he appeared, the heady aura of a paragon swelled to fill the room. A pale silver light spread out over everyone, simultaneously isolated everything outside. Lu offered the cosmogus a respectful bow. At his signal, she pulled away the sheet covering the cart's contents. A translucent crystal box was revealed. Within, pulsing with a gentle purple light, was a vital crystal. It was about the size of a fist, but bore the standard rhombus shape. The wine master's deep voice issued through the hall. Our first vital crystal, examined by all of you yesterday. Each of you should know well the power it contains, so I won't waste time with an introduction. Let's begin, with the opening bid set at 1 battleship. Each subsequent bid must match or exceed 1 scout ship. 10 scout ships equals a battleship, 10 battleships an expedition, and so forth. I won't waste time with unnecessary details. We are now taking bids on vital crystal number 1. There was no long-winded introduction, it was pointless. Everyone here knew enough about the crystals for what they needed, anything else was a waste of time. With 100 crystals to sell, things needed to move along at a good pace. As for how well those crystals would sell, it depended on the aspirations of the crowd. One battleship. Someone in the back threw up their paddle. One battleship from the gentleman with paddle 43. The wine master fell into his role as leader of the auction effortlessly. He knew that was a very low offer. A crystal this big could be used 10 times in the exuvium process. The participants knew it, too. They'd verified all the information themselves yesterday. 1 battleship and 2 scouts. 3 scouts. The auction went back and forth between a few bidders, nothing too intense. Everyone was hesitating. A deep voice suddenly arose from nearer to the front. 5 battleships. Everyone stopped, and all eyes went to the bidder. It was the mysterious stranger clad in black robes. His bid was a large one, and surprised everybody. Bidder with paddle 3, 5 battleships. Any more bids? The wine master calmly asked. He wasn't the least bit surprised by the development. 5 ships for 1 crystal, expensive, wasn't it? The other bidders wavered. The wine master also didn't see the need to drag it out. Vital crystal number 1, the bid to beat it 5 battleships. Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Sold. He spat the words quickly, not waiting for responses. The small gavel in his right hand rapped against the desk. Bang! The first vital crystal had been sold. Anlu brought the second card up onto the stage and removed the cloth. She took the first one away. Bidding will begin on our second crystal. Opening bid remains on battleship. Takers? The wine master offered. The auctioneers didn't respond right away. 5 battleships. Mysterious number 3 called his bid without waiting for the others. Anyone else interested in buying felt their bid catch in their throat. The wine master shot him a glance. Paddle 3, 5 battleships. Any other bids? No one spoke. The second crystal was smaller than the first. To them it wasn't worth so much. Who was behind paddle 3? Why would he bid so high? It didn't make any sense. Could he be a plant? The wine master didn't leave a lot of room for thought. 5 battleships. Once, twice, thrice, sold. Bang! The gavel cracked again. Another vital crystal was sold in as many minutes. There had been hardly any bidding at all. Anlu brought the third card on stage. Right away, low chatter filled the hall. Several bidders glared at the mysterious stranger in the first row. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, Mysterious Number 3. Chapter 650, Mysterious Number 3. Silence. The wine master's low voice growled. He lifted his astrum, and that was enough. Shut everyone up. Archangel Metatron shot to his feet. Your Majesty Cosmagus, fairness and equality must be the foundation of any auction. No one here has taken to hiding their identity. I ask we make the bearer of paddle 3 reveal themselves to everyone. The wine master's response was tepid. Everyone had the choice to hide their identity and affiliations. And Lu had pushed the third cart to the center of the stage. In clear contrast to the two before it, this crystal was larger, about 50 centimeters in diameter. It contained about as much energy as the last 2 crystals put together. Vital crystal number 3. Starting bid, 1 battleship. Please make your offers. 5 battleships. The black-clad buyer was not bothered by Metatron's pleas. 5 more battleships? The others couldn't handle it anymore. The prices were one thing, but they couldn't even match the stranger's bids. Undoubtedly it was a fine piece, large and full of pure vital energy. With a tear of Neptune, those energies would be even more potent. 5 battleships and 1 scout. Metatron lifted his paddle, number 50. 10 battleships. Mysterious number 3 retorted with a firm voice, doubling the bid straight off. Again, silence. Metatron quietly stared daggers at the stranger's back. 3 crystals in, the stranger had pledged 20 battleships, practically a small fleet. A pirate could easily turn those 20 ships into a formidable clan. No ordinary group had access to resources like that. If he was a normal buyer, fine, but what if he wasn't? What if he was placed there to drive up prices? Vital crystal number 3, going for 10 battleships. Any other takers? The wine master was moving quickly. Clearly he was pushing for the countdown. The auction floor fell into turmoil. What on earth was this stranger doing? There were a lot of crystals left, but if this kept up, many participants would be priced out before they even began. Warships needed resources, manpower, and technology. The East had been clear about what ships would be considered useful for trade. There would be no way for buyers to cheat them, and crystals were delivered upon purchase. 10 battleships going once. Going twice. Going 3 times, sold. The wine master paid no mind to the angry grumblings. He patiently and rapidly went through the procedure. The 4th crystal was brought out. It looked very similar to the first one. Vital crystal number 4. 1 battleship, starting bid. Do I have 1 battleship? 5 battleships. Mysterious number 3 started out the bidding once again. I'd be worried this auction might cost you more than you're willing. The angered voice growled from all around them, generated by some special means. The wine master turned a blind eye to the interruption. He continued in attempts of maintaining the auction's integrity. Vital crystal number 4, 5 battleships. Anyone else? 5 battleships, 1 scout. The Terminator spoke up. 6 battleships. The mysterious stranger countered. 6 battleships, 1 scout. Metatron joined the exchange. The mysterious stranger paused as though thinking, but didn't say anything further. 6 battleships and 1 scouting vessel. Does anyone have another offer? The wine master asked twice more before banging his gavel. At last there was a crystal that didn't fall into the mysterious stranger's grasp. The 5th crystal was pushed onto the stage. When it was revealed, several of the buyers sat up in their chairs. The crystal wasn't any larger than the others, but it had a deeper color and vital energy so potent they could feel it like a soup. Clearly, this crystal was on an entirely different level from the others. When it was revealed, a lot of attention came its way. Vital crystal number 5. Starting bid is 5 battleships. Let the auction begin. Skyfire Avenue's chairman continued the same as before. The higher quality of the crystal didn't change his demeanor. 5 battleships. A buyer in the back shouted out before the mysterious robed man could. 6 battleships. Another retorted. A vital crystal like this had never been seen in human space, at least not as far as anyone knew. There was no way for them to measure the energy precisely. Further research was needed to discover specifics. The exuvium process relied on vital crystals, so it was fair to assume the quality of the crystal would have an effect on how it worked. At least it was known that the more powerful the adept, the more potent the crystal needed to extend their lives. There were several buyers in the crowd who were particularly interested in this piece. A faint smile spread across Lan Jue's lips. He knew what was to happen. 1 expedition ship. Mysterious number 3 raised their paddle. This was the first time an expedition ship was put forward. They'd paid out an equivalent sum already, but this time their posture was different. They wanted to win. Yesterday's showing revealed 5 such crystals on offer. Vital crystal number 5 was one of them. It wasn't the best one, but it certainly wasn't something to sniff at. 1 expedition ship, 1 battleship. No hesitation this time. The Terminator jumped right into the exchange. When the Northern leader made his bid, everyone went quiet. Being second on the Paragon list made one a pretty effective deterrent force, even in an auction. 1 expedition ship and 3 scout ships. Unfortunately for the Terminator, mysterious number 3 didn't seem to care who he was. The Paragon's eyes narrowed. 1 expedition, 5 scouts. He appeared interested in this crystal. Mysterious number 3 would not be denied. 2 expedition ships. 2. Equivalent to 20 battleships, all for 1 crystal. Both Archangel Metatron and Fallen Angel Lucifer stared in disbelief. The East couldn't have set this up. Who was allowed to sit up front? Government leaders from the 3 alliances. Not just anyone could sit among them. So far the West and North were stuck on the sidelines, watching. The Terminator was silent, he made no more bids. This was too rich to make it worth it for him. The North had money, but not as much as the East had these days. Besides, they weren't just talking money during this auction. Ships were a different beast. When mysterious number 3 gave his bid, another representative from the first row in his 60s couldn't help but speak out. 2 expedition ships and 1 battleship. He lifted his paddle, bearing the number 1. 2 expeditions, 2 battleships, countered number 3. 2 expeditions, 3 battleships. Number 1 offered. Mysterious number 3 wavered. After a moment he leaned back and offered nothing more. Vital crystal number 5, going for 2 expedition ships and 3 battleships. Do we have any other interested parties? Going once, twice, 3 timer. Sold. The elderly northerner nodded toward the winemaster, a pleased expression on his face. He was also a senior adept, peak of 9th rank. He'd been specifically asked to come by the north. Finally, the auction began to liven up. Mysterious number 3 continued to throw his wealth around, and it earned him several more crystals. However, the remainder of his bids were more conservative. With so many thirsty auctioneers, the prices were getting too high to outbid everyone. There were only 100 crystals and 80 participants. At best, everyone would walk away with one. But mysterious number 3 had 10 to his name already. The others were getting anxious. Who knew when the next auction like this would take place? For every crystal passed, the chances of walking away empty-handed grew. Almost overnight, vital crystals had become one of the rarest and most sought-after items in human space. And what wealthy family wouldn't want some? When word of the auction emerged, they clambered over one another for the chance to extend their lives. Western government officials continued to look on in silence, while members from the north continuously raised the bids. They were already richer by several crystals. It made sense, considering the north had the most resources to throw around. They had the best ships modern technology could produce. Vital Crystal 48. Starting bid, 1 expedition ship. A battleship is the minimum bid increase. Let the bidding begin. At last, another high-grade vital crystal. Visually it wasn't much different from the 5th crystal except it was 50% larger. 2 expedition ships. A representative from the West spoke up for the first time. The West had managed to acquire some normal crystals, but had yet to get their hands on one of the finer specimens. They lost the first one to the North, so the pressure was on to walk away with a win. They could see it plain as everyone else, the longer this went on, the most expensive the bids would get. It was imperative they got a crystal or 2 of significance before the opportunity passed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651, Competitive Bidding. Chapter 651, Competitive Bidding. Lan Jue's face betrayed a small smile. They couldn't contain it any longer. 3 expedition ships. The mysterious stranger who'd stoked the chaos cried out again. He didn't bother with incremental bids, and instead immediately offered another big bid. 3 expedition ships and 1 battleship. A Westerner challenged his bid. His paddle bore the number 2. 3 expeditions and 5 battleships. The Northerner with paddle number 1 added his voice. 4 expedition ships. Mysterious number 3 was on a tear. 4 and 1 battleship. Number 2 shouted. The Northerners were silent. Number 3 threw up his paddle. 5 expedition ships. Stunned, everyone went quiet. These were expedition ships. Their systems could draw radiation from space to keep it going, almost indefinitely. They were considered the real force in an interstellar fleet, second only to dreadnoughts and capital ships. Typically, a fleet didn't have more than 30 expedition ships. Relinquishing 5 of them for a single vital crystal, it seemed crazy. Bidder number 3 has offered 5 expedition ships. Any other bids? The wine master calmly asked. One of the Western delegates was glaring bloody murder at the cloaked man. His face was a thunderhead. He'd been specifically told to get a crystal just like that, but this price was too high. The wine master didn't let the prices or bidders affect his auction. 5 expedition ships. Going once. Going twice. Wait. 5 expedition ships and 1 battleship. The elderly northern gentleman threw his paddle up. The auction hall broke into an uproar. The North apparently accepted this as a worthy price. The other representatives felt their hearts sink. These prices were madness. There were high-level buyers hell-bent on winning, but not just from the West. The North was just as hungry. 5 and 2 battleships. Mysterious number 3 increased the bid, but much less aggressively than before. 6 expedition ships. The northern representative lifted his paddle to confirm the bid. He knew that if this trend continued, the remaining crystals would be even harder to obtain. Bidding would only get more intense as supply dipped and demand grew. Chances only increased that desperation would drive the prices up. 6 and 1 battleship. The Westerner's curt voice arose with his paddle. Everyone here was intelligent, and he had to have come to the same conclusion as his northern contemporary. Things were only going to get worse. This crystal was also the 3rd best one in the whole batch. Bidder number 1's face was stern. 6 and 2. Number 2. 6 and 3. 7 expedition ships. A new voice broke in from somewhere in the back. The northern and western representatives craned their heads back to see. They first saw the paddle held high, number 23. It was borne by a stiff-faced man in his middle years who no one seemed to know. He was at least 8th level, however, judging by the waves of energy coming from him. 7 ships was too much. The western and northern leaders glared with unbridled hatred. Both were uncertain whether they wanted to continue. The wine master was ambivalent to their troubles. 7 expedition ships. Any further takers? 7 expedition ships going once, going twice. 3 times. Sold. The hammer fell, another crystal was sold. Number 23 allowed himself to crack a small smile. All throughout the auction he'd been silent, until now. His sudden and expensive addition captured some attention. His bid proved timely. A third high-level crystal followed, Vital Crystal 64. The bidding was vicious, but the northern representative came away the victory. His winning bid had been 6 expedition ships and 6 battleships. However, the crystal was a full 20% smaller than the last one. The atmosphere felt white-hot, fervent. Those without the wealth to throw around were slowly being weeded out. The North employed their riches to gather 16 crystals, but they were not the biggest winner. Mysterious number 3 boasted that honor. 20 crystals were his, including 1 high-grade piece, crystal number 79. It was the second largest of the batch. He'd started the bid with a dreadnought, and no one contested him. Afterwards, no one thought he was an Eastern agent any longer. There was no more need to fire up the crowd. After 3 hours, the final vital crystal made its way on stage. This is our last piece on offer, and one of the best. A grin broke the wine master's professional facade. He didn't feel the need to introduce the crystal beyond that sentence. The East was already rich, boasting the equivalent of 600 battleships. That was half what would be considered a fine interstellar navy. Half, only because dreadnoughts and capital ships were tremendously expensive. Everyone perked up when they realized it was time for the last crystal. Anlu brought the cart up from backstage. The box atop it was hidden beneath a red cloth, but it was clear the box was bigger than all the others before it. The buyers' thoughts went back to yesterday, and a sparkle of interest lit up their eyes. Several representatives were especially zealous. The red cloth was removed. Presented within the box was a vital crystal roughly the size of a man's skull. It glowed purplish-black, and from time to time a strange mist seemed to surround it before quickly vanishing. Despite the box, everyone could feel the vital energies coming from the crystal. The 4 high-grade crystals together couldn't compare to this specimen. Hearts sank to think of what it would cost. Breaths came more rapid. Mysterious number 3 had taken 2 of the 4 best crystals so far. The other 2 belonged to number 23 and number 1 respectively. The Crystal 1 stage now was everyone's last chance. Even before the auction began, they knew this was going to be a vicious bid. It was destined. There were too many people too desperate for a quality crystal. The Western government was determined to have it, as were the 2 citadels. The Great Conclave was less rabid. Because the Terminator had such close connection to the Northern government, they were sure to give him crystals to complete research of the exuvium process. In that way they shared the benefits. But be that as it may, who didn't want a crystal for themselves? Who was to say the North didn't have some interest in this, the largest of the vital crystals? The rich families were especially determined. They had money, if they were still here. Starting price is 5 expedition ships. Minimum increase, 1 expedition ship. State your bids. The price had catapulted, far above any previous item. Scout ships, battleships, they were no longer enough. The auction had not yet started, but the pain of the bidders was palpable already. 1 dreadnought. Mysterious number 3 threw his paddle up, immediately increasing the base price by half. His deep pockets and determination caused several buyers to openly gasp. A dreadnought. 1 dreadnought and 1 expedition ship. Paddle number 1 rose. There was an underlining fear of the wine master among the buyers. He was fast, there was no time to think. A moment's hesitation could lose them their prize. This final crystal was everyone's last chance, why not try? What's more, if bidders couldn't have one themselves, they would make sure their competition couldn't get it cheap. There was no more room for equivocation. 1 dreadnought and 3 expedition ships. The Western delegate raised the bid. 1 dreadnought, 5 expedition ships. A bidder from one of the richer families threw their offer in. 2 dreadnoughts. This bid came from Lucifer. He'd been mostly quiet but for a few common crystals earlier in the auction. The Great Conclave and both citadels boasted a paragon as their leader, paragons who yearn terribly for a crystal as powerful as this one. Their representatives had no option but to throw everything they had at the opportunity. Therefore, Lucifer was not conservative with his bid, hoping to scare the others into silence. Judging by what they'd seen so far, 2 dreadnoughts was not too much for this item. 3 dreadnoughts. A voice beside Lucifer called out right on the fallen angel's heels. He angrily snapped his eyes to the side. His old rival, Metatron, had challenged his bid. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, His Majesty Poseidon. Chapter 652, His Majesty Poseidon. Metatron was calm. What was money? Those faithful to the Pontiff's citadel demanded supremacy over their darker counterparts. Of course, lately the Pontiff and his men had been less than successful in their other endeavors. The loss of their assets in the shattered starfields was particularly damaging. But who could they blame? Skyfire Avenue? If they wanted vengeance, they would need to meet the Eastern Organization's strength. Beyond that, alien fiends had moved into the territory. Archangel Gabriel had witnessed it all, and shared the information with his superiors. When the Pontiff heard the news, he nearly spit blood. Metatron could still remember the rage in his master's face and the tempest of protogenia that had surrounded him. Without Metatron's vociferous protests, Gabriel would likely be a corpse. The auction was of particular interest to the Pontiff's citadel, largely because their leader was getting on in years himself. Metatron had spent precious years of his life trying to break through, but as of yet had been unsuccessful. Constantine had a better shot, but since he'd used the Fantasia Genetica decoction in his youth, breaking through would be a Herculean task. As a result, making sure their single paragon lived for as long as possible was of paramount importance to their citadel. A cold air surrounded Lan Jue, his arms were folding before his chest. Whenever the light in his eyes flickered, reality seemed to shiver ever so slightly. He could sense the tension from Metatron and Lucifer behind him. He loved it. This was the way to make sure they stayed under the East's thumb. 3 dreadnoughts and an expedition ship. After a deep breath, Lucifer raised the bid. It was a stupendous price. Interstellar fleets typically boasted 1 capital ship and 4 dreadnoughts. Especially doughty navies had more. By the looks of things, this one stone was on track to win the East at least that many. 4 dreadnoughts. Even before Lucifer could settle back in his chair, the bid was raised. Muffled gasps flitted through the crowd. It was the mysterious stranger. If you keep raising the price, aren't you worried humanity will make you pay for it? The Western delegate seethed. Mysterious stranger number 3 finally turned his head. A wave of terrifying power swept through the auction house, not strong, but suffocating. Like being steeped in an ocean of water. A pale blue light like a clear sky tinted everything around them, strange and beautiful. Protogenia? Domain. The buyers were learned and experienced people. They knew what this feeling meant. The Western government official gaped at mysterious number 3. Domain. He's a paragon? He just threatened a paragon? However, this domain didn't belong to any of the known superhumans. Mysterious number 3 lifted his hands and slowly pulled down his cowl. Long, ocean blue hair tumbled free and with it a strange aura. He turned around fully so everyone could see his face. Delicate yet heroic features were so perfect they hardly seemed human. Sparkling blue eyes as deep and alluring as the ocean were pools of protogenic energy. His domain collapsed, and the stifling sensation subsided. However, it was those eyes that left the most lasting impression. Poseidon, a few shocked murmurs rippled through the museum. Seated nearly in the first row, Lan Jue smiled. Yes. It was the perfect time to reveal who he really was. Who would dare oppose the leaders of the West and North other than the head of humanity's richest family? The youngest of the divine monarchs, and Lan Jue's brother, Huali. Poseidon represented his family and business in this auction. Now everyone understood why he had so much wealth to throw around. The Poseidon Group had more means than any other organization, including their very own planet. It wasn't even worth trying to guess how much money Poseidon had. But, when did Poseidon rise to Paragon? It wasn't long ago he'd shown the universe his power, and it wasn't even the peak of 9th level. His sudden breakthrough was even more of a shock to these representatives than Lan Qing's. Should I assume that's a declaration of war against the Poseidon Group? Are you permitted to make these sorts of decisions on behalf of your alliance? Huali asked the question in a calm, even voice. Every syllable was a perfect note that rang in the ear. Even compared to his spectacular concert at the Great Adept Tournament, it bore a strange and irresistible charm. The Western representative swallowed so hard the whole museum could hear it. The anger fled from his face as he rose, and when he spoke he did so with a sheepish tone. "I apologize. I did not know we had been blessed with His Majesty's presence. Please forgive my offensive remarks. Anyone who was here knew when it was time to take your losses. Then let's continue with the auction." Huali didn't bother to debase him further. He settled back in his seat. Poseidon Group was represented, sitting in the first row. A place deserving of their wealth and status. When Huali sat back, for just a moment his eyes met Lan Jue's. The brothers shared a furtive smirk. When Lan Jue had returned to Skyfire Avenue he tried to contact Huali, and learned he'd intended to participate in the auction. Today he was here as a paragon, and it was his spendthrift approach that had in part made this auction such a success. To those who suspected he was a plant, would the Poseidon Group stoop to that? Certainly not. But he was. He and Lan Jue had agreed on a course of action long before the auction begun. The added cost didn't trouble Huali any, and he was as interested in these crystals as anyone. Privately, Lan Jue had also promised him more crystals for the trouble and expense. 4 dreadnoughts. Any further bids? The wine master's interjection came at just the right moment. 4 dreadnoughts and 1 expedition ships. The Western delegate didn't have any choice but to push the bid higher. He was going home with that crystal or he wasn't going home at all. 4 and 2 expedition ships. The Northern representative wasn't going to be left out. He, too, was hell-bent on obtaining this prize. Keeping it out of the hands of the West was also considered a victory. Spending resources could also be used to buy time. What's more, the energies in this crystal were unlike anything they'd seen. Surely it could be used a multitude of times to help them with discovering the secrets of the exuvium process. The Terminator had used protogenic trickery to speak with him. He promised the wealth of the Great Conclave to help the North in acquiring this vital crystal. Afterward they would share the crystal for their various needs. Thus the Northerners' uncharacteristic persistence. At this price, neither Lucifer nor Metatron could raise their voices. It was already questionable whether the Pontiff had the resources to continue when Lucifer made his bid, but now Metatron knew he could no longer participate. It was simply too much. At any rate, it was assured more of these aliens would be fought and killed. There would be more opportunity for vital crystals. This batch wasn't the last of them. 5 dreadnoughts. Huali was nonplussed. He was determined to have this crystal for himself. The Western delegate stared at him, then addressed the paragon in respectful tones. "Your Majesty, this crystal is integral to my alliance. We have a long history of mutual respect. I must ask that you consider this. 5 dreadnoughts and 1 expedition cruiser." Huali's brows furrowed, as though in thought. He fell silent and didn't speak again. Indeed, these crystals were very important for the West and North. They were in dire need of them to learn what they could about the exuvium process. In this regard, Huali and the group he represented were less needy. He'd already gathered a number of normal crystals for that purpose. 5 dreadnoughts, 2 expedition ships. The Northern delegate took the opportunity. His Western counterpart had nothing to say to that. He could only swallow his curses and press on. 5 dreadnoughts, 5 expedition ships. The two of them continued to try and outbid each other. Soon it was 6 dreadnoughts. With the Poseidon Group no longer in the running, the increase in price came in smaller increments. 7 dreadnoughts. When the Northerner called it out, the Western official's face fell. At last, it was more than he could afford. It was a single damn vital crystal. The North also knew the single crystal wasn't worth such a price. However, he also knew that slowing the West's progress was good for the future of the North. The East was already too far ahead to catch, and with the West's genetic expertise they had an advantage the North did not. Any chance the West could make a breakthrough was not in the North's best interest. 7 dreadnoughts. Going once, going twice. Sold. At last, the final vital crystal was purchased. Everyone breathed a little easier, especially the representative from the North. 7 dreadnoughts had stretched the limits of what he could offer. Any more and he wouldn't have dared to increase. In cost of production, they could have built a capital ship for what it cost to build 7 dreadnoughts. The price the North had paid throughout the auction was a truly staggering sum. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, the final item. Chapter 653, The Final Item. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait for a moment. The wine master's voice suddenly called out. The buyers all cast their eyes his way. The wine master continued. In recognition of your presence and support, the Eastern Alliance has decided to relinquish one final vital crystal for our auction, the best yet. It is on its way now, we simply ask you to wait a little longer. Jewelry master, if you would fetch it for us? All right. Lan Jue rose to his feet and stepped out. More? A final item? The dejected face of the Western delegate changed and an excited light glinted in his eye. The Northern representative gaped at the winemaster. This wasn't on the auction agenda. However, there were no rules against adding items. What sort of crystal could be even more impressive than the last one? When Lan Jue left the museum, he took a brief stroll along the avenue. What did he need to get? The crystal was stored safely in Thor's promise. When he returned to the hall, his arrival was heralded by an intensely rich aura. Cradled in his hands was a vital crystal, not particularly large. The crystal itself was surrounded by a hazy rose-tinted hue. It was about the size of his palm, flat and octagonal in shape. The surface was oddly ridged. This was far more potent than any of the crystals that they'd seen before. The Terminator, who had for a while been silent, suddenly popped his eyes wide. The fire within them was fierce. He sensed that the energy inside was in a liquid state. What's more, it had protogenia. Vital protogenia. This crystal was alive with vital protogenia. Logically, this meant only a paragon could create it. The Avenue was holding onto a crystal like this all along? He could hardly believe it, but as a paragon this crystal had tremendous significance. Of course the pontiff wasn't the only one who desired to extend his life. The Terminator was no less urgent. Although he wasn't as old, the process of converting his body into a machine had riddled his body with problems. Upon breaking through, protogenia helped to mitigate most of them, but they did not disappear. Whether he wanted to take the next step as a paragon or just live longer, these problems had to be addressed. Vital protogenia would help greatly. Lan Jue's gait was deliberately slow, allowing everyone a chance to see the crystal, feel its energies. One could even use it to supplement their cultivation and catapult them to paragon status. Lucifer felt similarly. Although he was slightly weaker than Metatron, they were stuck at the same hurdle. Dozens of fervent stares followed Lan Jue, but he paid them no mind. He hadn't the slightest fear that someone might try to take advantage. What had happened to the astral phantom was still fresh on everyone's mind. Skyfire Avenue had dealt with her handily. They sat within the avenue after all, the museum, former home of the clairvoyant. Greedy eyes drank in the light of the crystal. Their minds raced. Everyone knew what this meant. Lan Jue made his way to the winemaster's side. The Avenue's chairman did not immediately open bidding. I imagine you're all tired after such a long and competitive affair. We've prepared food and drink for you to enjoy. After a half-hour break we'll proceed with the bids for our final item. With that, both he and Lan Jue left the stage. There was a flash of silver, and they were gone. When they vanished, order crumbled. The chatter became loud and unruly. Many were making calls to their backers with the news. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened at auction, but this level of ardency was unprecedented. The crystal was one of a kind. I'm a little reluctant. The wine master handed Lan Jue a glass of brandy. He sounded upset, clearly the crystal was of interest to him, too. The covetous child can't trick the wolf, Lan Jue said through an impatient frown. You know what our goal is, here. Don't you already have one, anyway? This final crystal was indeed one of the best they'd obtained during their time in the Starfields, captured by Zhou Qianlin in that single-punch massacre. However, there had been a good 7 or 8 other crystals which had been better than this one, which the winemaster had access to. The auction had been for the benefit of Skyfire Avenue, but they also had an ulterior motive. It wasn't the winemaster's brainchild, but a suggestion from Zhou Qianlin. It was simple, Lan Chang would get his pick of the earnings from the auction, up to 50% of the total. The alien planets were powerful enough to present a real danger, even for Zhou Qianlin. Something in there was more powerful than anything they'd encountered, but even Zhou Qianlin couldn't tell how strong. In a situation like this, safety was only assured through personal strength. And Luan had been struggling for resources, especially ships. The East was not flush, either. They only had 4 interstellar fleets. One was stationed on Luan, but it was hardly their strongest. It was unsatisfying. Indeed, their interest was making sure the other side didn't outpace them. However, right now the situation had changed. Lan Chang was a paragon, inheriting great abilities. His influence in the East was vast. As far as the East was concerned, strengthening Enlil was in everyone's best interest. They would worry about the scope of his power if humanity survived the alien menace. The Eastern government agreed to Skyfire Avenue's suggestion. It was part of the reason why Lan Chang was at the auction. The wine master replied. Ah, you. A real scoundrel. Collaborations between you and Huali are going well? Ah, who'd have thought he'd be a paragon? He hadn't known, but once Huali revealed his face, the secret was out. He and Lan Jue were so close, he couldn't blame them. Lan Jue answered. I didn't think it would be so fast, either. It must be an inheritance. In fact, every generation of the Poseidon family has a paragon. It's a power that's passed down. Huali's father must have sacrificed much to lift him into this domain. Once it's stabilized, he'll be a true paragon. Right now my brother and Huali have both ascended, Cheng is sequestered away in cultivation. I've fallen so behind. Skyfire Avenue isn't hiding any secret powers that'd make a paragon, eh? Enough crap, the wine master muttered in irritation. If we did, could anything compare to Judy? He showed you the way step by step, there's no better situation. Lan Jue changed the subject. This auction has been a great success, but I'm not sure about the next one. They're likely already bitter at having to give up so many strategic resources. I've already set up the jewelry shop, you want to let them out for fresh air? The wine master nodded. It's all prepared. When the auction is over, the news will get out. Some participants in the auction found it impossible to compete, and were going to go home empty-handed. Their longing for even one was almost too much to bear. The Avenue still had many, and could use this opportunity to sell another batch on the black market. Prices weren't limited to ships, mechas and power gems were also accepted as valuable resources. They planned to leverage the crystal's rarity to get whatever they needed. There had been a plan for this auction from the beginning. First, was to put the West's doubts to rest. Then suck up as much power from their rivals as possible. This was how they would profit from the crystals. Also, it gave them an opportunity to puzzle out the state of these governments and wealthy families. Under all of that, though, the intent was to prepare the East as best they can for the alien invasion, and as a deterrent force against their neighbors. The East's relative weakness wasn't something that would be changed overnight. However, the fact that their alliance had a bevy of powerful adepts. Their sheer number of paragons was a deterrent against attacks, and it was only going to grow. The East or North would have to destroy the Avenue to take it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.